Good evening, and welcome to the Quiet Nightmare. This is a space where silence speaks, and shadows tell stories. Every story you hear is completely uninterrupted, no ads, no distractions. If you enjoy this experience, you're always welcome to stay. Before we begin, tell me where you're listening from, and what time it is. Now, get comfortable. The quiet isn't as empty as it seems. I've been waking up a lot lately in the very early hours of the morning, usually somewhere between 2:30 and 4 a.m. It's been happening enough that I started noticing the pattern. And once you notice a pattern like that, it's hard not to pay attention to every little thing that follows. I'm not saying I've been terrified every night, but there have been a few nights this past month that really stuck with me. One night I woke up and felt a steady, consistent pressure on my side of the bed. It wasn't a single bump like someone rolled over. It wasn't the bed settling. It felt like something was pushing down, over and over, in the same spot. My first thought was my youngest. He's 2, trying to climb into bed with us. He does that sometimes, and even when he's quiet, you can feel the mattress shift. So I didn't panic right away. I was half asleep and just assumed he needed help getting up. But the pushing didn't stop. It went on for a couple minutes, long enough that it stopped feeling like a child trying to climb into bed. If it had been my son, there would have been little movements, little shuffling, a hand on the mattress, a knee digging in, something. This was just pressure, like weight pressing down on the bed beside me in a strange, steady way. Finally I rolled over and looked, expecting to see him there. Nobody was there. At least, nobody I could see. The side of the bed was empty. The room looked normal. Everything was still. I remember staring into the dim room for a moment, trying to convince myself I was imagining it, trying to tell myself it was just one of those weird half-asleep sensations. I lay there another moment, listening for any sound from the hallway, waiting to hear my son's footsteps or his little voice. Nothing. Eventually I convinced myself I must have been dreaming or half awake, and I went back to sleep. But it still bothered me in the morning because it felt so physical. It felt like something was actually pressing down on the mattress. Then the next night happened. The next night I woke up abruptly, out of a dead sleep, the kind of sleep where you don't normally wake up unless something is really wrong. My eyes opened fast, and the first thing I saw made my stomach drop. There was a woman's face right in front of mine. She wasn't across the room. She wasn't standing at the foot of the bed. She was right there, lying between my wife and me, as if she belonged there. The only way I can explain it is that she looked like she was sharing the space in our bed. Like she was physically present but not in the normal way a person is present. It's hard to describe what she looked like because the most confusing part was that she was transparent, yet she wasn't. I could see through her, but at the same time her face still had form. It wasn't like looking at smoke. It wasn't like a shadow. It was like looking at a person made out of something lighter than air, but still shaped like a person. The most striking detail I remember are her eyes. Her eyes were beautiful, honestly. Not beautiful in a romantic way, but beautiful in a "this is strangely perfect" kind of way. They were sort of oval-shaped, very clearly defined. I remember focusing on them like I couldn't stop myself. It felt like time slowed down. I stared into her eyes for what felt like forever, and I couldn't even tell you if that forever was 5 seconds or 30 seconds because my sense of time was completely messed up. And then, whoosh, she was gone. Just like that. No walking away. No fading slowly. One moment she was there, and the next moment she wasn't, as if someone turned off an image. The strangest part is that I wasn't completely freaked out by it. I should have been screaming. I should have jumped out of bed. But I didn't. I felt more amazed, almost. Like I had just witnessed something I wasn't supposed to see. I remember lying there after she disappeared, wide awake, thinking, "Did that just happen?" And also thinking, "How did I not feel more afraid?" I was definitely unsettled, but the stronger feeling was all. A couple days after that, something happened in the middle of the day that pulled my wife into it too. I came home from work a little after 5 o'clock. I walked into the back bedroom where my wife was getting ready, doing her hair and makeup, because she works a few hours in the evening when I get home. The kids were in our bedroom, on the floor, playing quietly. Everything was normal. It was one of those regular family moments where you're switching shifts, so to speak. She's about to head out and I'm home. I went into our room and bent down to hug my boys. Right as I did, my wife suddenly let out a loud, shocked, "Oh my gosh!" and dropped her brush. The sound of it startled me so hard I jumped up fast and immediately asked what was wrong. When I looked at her face, she was pale, white as a ghost, honestly, and I don't say that as a joke. She looked genuinely terrified. At first she refused to talk about it. She just stood there, tense, like she didn't want to even say what she saw out loud. I kept asking, and she kept shaking her head, like she didn't want to make it real by describing it. Later, after she got home from work, she finally told me what happened. She said that right as I knelt down to hug the boys, she saw a figure behind me. It was all black, like a solid dark shape standing close, right over my shoulder. She said it was directly behind me, close enough that it felt like it was looming. She also said she had the strong sense that it was a young girl. Not because it spoke or because it looked like a girl in a dress, she couldn't see details like that. But she felt it in a way she couldn't explain. Like the presence carried that young girl energy. She said that as soon as she gasped and I stood up, it vanished. That shook me because it lined up with what I'd been experiencing at night. It wasn't just me. It wasn't just sleep. It wasn't just imagination. My wife, fully awake, in daylight, had seen something too. A few days later, we had another moment. This time we were both present, and we both saw it. We were in my youngest son's room getting the boys ready to go out for the day. It was normal morning chaos, getting clothes, shoes, diapers, all that. We were moving around, talking, dealing with little kid routine. And then it happened. We both saw a dark figure, again all black, dart from our bedroom, which was across the hall, down the hallway toward the living room. It moved fast. It didn't stroll. It didn't hesitate. It was like a quick shadow cutting across the space with purpose. It wasn't one of those moments where you see something out of the corner of your eye, and then doubt yourself. We both saw it clearly enough that the same reaction hit both of us. We just looked at each other like, "Did you just see that?" And the answer was obvious. We didn't even have to speak at first. Our faces said it all. It was that holy crap look. That look when you realize you're not alone in seeing something unexplainable. After that, we started paying closer attention to what our oldest son was doing and saying, because he's 2.5 now and he's getting more vocal. And honestly, what he says sometimes is starting to concern me. We'll be in the kitchen eating, and out of nowhere he'll look out toward the living room and say things like, "What's she doing?" Or, "Who is that?" He doesn't say it like he's joking. He says it like he's genuinely seeing someone. He'll be looking into the living room while he says it, like his eyes are focused on a spot where nothing should be. At first, you want to brush it off as toddler imagination. Kids talk to invisible friends. Kids point at things. Kids say random stuff. But the timing of it, combined with what my wife and I have seen, makes it harder to dismiss. It worries me because I don't want to encourage something that could be unhealthy or scary for him, but I also don't want to shut him down in a way that makes him feel unheard. I'm stuck between trying to be a calm parent and feeling that deep protective instinct that kicks in when you think your child might be interacting with something you don't understand. Part of me is also cautious because I've heard plenty of stories about spirits manipulating children, appearing harmless, trying to gain trust, pretending to be something they're not. I don't know if I believe all those stories, but I also don't feel comfortable just shrugging this off anymore. Then something happened that made me pause in a totally different way. One night, while my son was asleep and my wife was at work, I went into his room and pinned a cross over his bed. It wasn't a big ceremony. It wasn't dramatic. I just felt like I needed to put something there, something protective, something that represented faith and safety. We believe in God, but we don't go to church like we probably should. Still, faith is part of our home, even if we're not perfect about it. I didn't tell my wife I had done it. I didn't make an announcement. I just did it quietly and went back to bed. The next morning, I left for work before anyone got up. When I got home later, I asked my wife if she had noticed the cross. I expected her to say no, or to ask when I put it up. Instead, she smiled and told me she thought it was cute how I had told our oldest that it was Jesus' cross. That stopped me. Because I never told him that. I couldn't have. He was asleep when I pinned it up, and I left for work before he woke up. There was no moment where I stood there with him and explained anything. There was no conversation. I didn't even mention it in the morning. I told my wife that, and she looked confused. Then she explained what happened. She said she wouldn't have even noticed the cross at all if our son hadn't led her into his room, pointed up at it, and said very clearly, "It's Jesus' cross." Hearing that made me feel two things at the same time. On one hand, it was comforting. Like maybe something good was present too. Like maybe our son was protected in a way we couldn't fully see. On the other hand, it made me uneasy because I couldn't explain how he knew to call it that. We haven't been teaching him religious terms consistently. We believe in God, but we're not sitting there every night explaining symbols in scripture. So where did he get that exact phrase? I don't know. All I know is that over the past month, between waking up from pressure on the bed, seeing a woman's face between my wife and me, my wife seeing a black figure behind my shoulder, both of us seeing a dark shape dart down the hallway, and our son asking, "Who is that?" while staring into empty space, it feels like something is going on in our home. It doesn't feel like one simple event anymore. It feels like a series of events, all connected, and all happening in a way that keeps pulling more of us into it. And the more it happens, the harder it is to keep telling ourselves it's nothing. As a child, I lived in an old cotton mill house. It was one of those big, aging buildings that had been turned into living space over the years, and it never really felt like a normal home to me, even though it was the only home I knew for a long time. I was raised there by my grandmother, my great-aunt, and my great-aunt's daughter, my cousin. The three of them were the adults in my life day to day, and in many ways they did their best. We had routines like any family: meals, chores, TV at night, school in the morning, and all the usual arguments and laughter. But that house had another side too. Even when the sun was out, it carried a heaviness that didn't match the ordinary life happening inside it. Some rooms felt warmer or safer than others. Some corners felt like they held on to shadows even when the lights were on. And the strangest part is that I didn't grow up thinking, "This house is haunted, and that's why weird things happen." I grew up thinking weird things were simply part of life. It took me years to realize that most kids don't spend their childhood listening for footsteps in empty hallways or hearing their name called when no one is there. I could probably write for hours about that house and still not cover everything. The story I'm sharing here isn't one single event. It's more like a recap of the kinds of things that happened to me there again and again, from the time I was very young into my teen years and even into my 20s. Some of these experiences were small enough that you could try to explain them away. Others were so clear and so disturbing that I still remember them in detail decades later. The classic, things happened first, the kinds of things people always mention in haunted house stories. Footsteps were a big one. I would hear slow walking sounds in the hallways or in a room nearby when I knew no one was walking. Sometimes it sounded like someone pacing. Sometimes it sounded like someone going from one room to another with a steady, calm pace. And the worst part was that the footsteps often had a direction. You could tell they were moving closer or moving away. I can still remember being a little kid in bed, hearing steps outside my door, and trying to hold my breath so I wouldn't make a sound. There were also sounds like paper being crumpled. That one always bothered me because it was such a specific sound. It wasn't a creak or a pop in the walls. It was that dry, sharp crinkle of someone crushing paper in their hand. In a quiet house at night, that sound stands out. It feels close even when it isn't. I would hear it and think someone was in the next room sorting through something, but when I would check, everything would be still. I heard books fall too, the sound of a hard thud, followed by that sliding scrape a book makes when it hits the floor. There were times I'd walk into a room expecting to see a shelf knocked over or a pile of books on the ground, but everything would look the same as it had before. Nothing was out of place. No explanation. Just the sound, and then silence. The scariest part wasn't even the noises, though. The scariest part was that it wasn't only me. Everybody in the family heard their names called. Not once, but enough times that it became one of those things we didn't always talk about directly. Sometimes it would happen in the middle of the day. Sometimes late at night. You'd be in the kitchen washing dishes or in the living room watching TV, and you'd hear your name, soft, clear, like someone had leaned close to say it. You'd answer without thinking. You'd say, "What?" or, "Yeah?" And then you'd realize no one had called you. And it wasn't always a voice you could identify. Sometimes it sounded like a woman. Sometimes it sounded like a man. Sometimes it sounded like it came from down the hall. And sometimes it sounded like it came from right behind you. After a while, we got to where we would ask each other, "Did you call me?" And the answer would be no. Then we'd just look at each other in that awkward way people do when they don't want to admit the truth out loud. Once, I woke up and heard a soft, echoey female voice whisper, "Deep magic." That phrase might sound mysterious, but in our house, Deep Magic was the name of a facial moisturizer. My grandmother or great-aunt used it. It was a real product. I knew the name because I had seen it on a jar in the bathroom. That's what made it so unsettling. It wasn't a random whisper like, "Hello," or, "Help me." It was a phrase that belonged to our ordinary life. It was something you'd only say if you knew the house. If you knew the people. If you knew the little routines. I remember waking up, hearing it, and lying there with my eyes open, trying to decide if I dreamed it. But it felt too clear to be a dream. It had that strange echo, like the voice was right in the room and also far away at the same time. I could feel my heart beating hard, and I remember the room feeling colder for a moment. I didn't get up to check anything. I was too young and too scared. I just stayed still and tried to fall back asleep, but my body was tight with fear. Another time, I woke up and saw a tiny pinpoint of light in my room. It was small at first, like the tip of a needle, like a single bright dot floating in the darkness. At first I thought it might be a car headlight passing outside or a reflection from something, but it wasn't moving like a normal reflection. It stayed in one place long enough for me to focus on it. Then it expanded. It grew slowly, but steadily, until the entire room was bright as day. Not like a lamp had turned on. Not like morning sun was coming through the window. It was like the room itself filled with light. Every object became visible in that sudden brightness: furniture, walls, the shape of the door, the texture of blankets. And then, as quickly as it came, the light faded back down into darkness. The whole thing happened fast enough that I never got out of bed. I remember blinking hard, thinking my eyes were playing tricks, but the light had been too strong to ignore. It left that after image in my vision, the way bright light does when it flashes and then you close your eyes. I lay there afterward trying to breathe normally, telling myself I didn't see what I saw. One of the strangest and most frightening moments from my childhood happened when I crawled under my grandmother's bed. I wasn't allowed to go under there. That's one of those strict, simple rules kids get: don't crawl under the bed, don't make a mess, don't get dust all over yourself, don't hide things under there. But one day, everybody was outside. I was inside alone for a few minutes, and I decided to do it anyway. It wasn't even because I was looking for anything. It was just that childish urge to explore forbidden spaces and see what's under there. The space under my grandmother's bed felt darker than the rest of the room, like the air itself changed. It smelled like dust and old fabric and the faint scent of the bedroom: perfume, powder, laundry soap. The bed frame creaked slightly as I shifted. I remember feeling a little thrill at doing something I wasn't supposed to do, like I was getting away with something. Then I heard a voice beside my ear. Not in the room. Not across the house. Beside my ear, Like someone was lying on the floor next to me under the bed and leaned close enough to speak right into my head. It was a deep, gruff voice, the kind of voice that sounded adult, heavy, and rough around the edges. It said one word: Gray. That's it. Just Gray. It didn't shout it. It didn't whisper it softly. It said it with a quiet weight, like it was naming something. Like it was giving me a message I was supposed to understand. I froze so hard I couldn't even move for a second. My skin went cold. The dust smell suddenly felt stronger, like I could taste it. I remember my whole body feeling like it was buzzing. Then instinct took over. I got the hell out from under that bed. I didn't crawl out slowly. I practically rolled out. I stood up and backed away, staring at the bed like something might crawl out after me. I didn't even know what I was afraid of. I just knew that voice was not supposed to be there. Nobody else was inside. Nobody had been close enough to speak into my ear. I never went back under that bed again. To this day, I still don't know what gray meant in that moment. I carried that word around in my head for years like a splinter, because it didn't fit any normal explanation. It didn't connect to anything obvious at the time. And for a long time, I tried not to think about it, because thinking about it made me feel that same cold fear. That house also gave me one of the most bizarre encounters I've ever had in my life. I had a long conversation with an elderly woman who I did not recognize, and who called herself Granny Grunt. I know how unbelievable that sounds, and if I had heard someone else say it, I would have had a hard time taking it seriously. But I remember it clearly. I was in the house, and she was there as if she belonged there. Not like a dream figure, not like a shadow. An older woman, strange but solid enough that I interacted with her like she was real. She spoke with familiarity, like she expected me to understand who she was. She called herself Granny Grunt, and she spoke to me in a way that felt almost casual, like it was normal for her to appear and talk. I can't even fully explain the feeling of that conversation. It wasn't just the words. It was the atmosphere around it. The sense that I was in the presence of someone who was not part of my family, and not part of my normal reality. Yet she stood there speaking like the house was hers too. The fact that she had a name, such an odd name, made it even more unsettling. It's one thing to hear a noise or see a shadow. It's another thing to talk to someone who shouldn't exist in your home. In that same house, I saw things that sound like they belong in nightmares. I saw a little black imp. Not a full-sized figure. Something smaller, quick, dark, and wrong. The kind of shape you see in your peripheral vision, and then when you focus on it, it's gone. Except I saw it clearly enough to know it wasn't a cat or a trick of light. It had a presence that made my stomach tighten. It looked like something that didn't belong in a human home. I saw the shadow of a skeleton. It wasn't like a Halloween decoration. It was an actual skeleton-shaped shadow cast in a place where there shouldn't have been anything to cast it. The outline was unmistakable. Ribs, skull shape, the long bones. I remember staring at it, trying to force it to become something else, something explainable, but it didn't. I also saw a handless arm come up from between the bars in my iron bedspread. The bed I slept in at one point had an iron frame with bars. One night, I saw an arm rise up from between those bars. Not a full body, not a face, just an arm. And the most horrifying detail was that it had no hand. It ended where the wrist should be, like it had been cut off or simply formed that way. It rose like it was reaching, like it was testing the space, and then it was gone. I've never forgotten that. It's the kind of image that brands itself into your mind, especially when you're a child lying in bed, unable to fully understand what's happening. And yes, I saw blood drip from the ceiling. That's one of those things people say and you immediately think, "No way. I understand." But I saw it. I saw droplets form and fall. It wasn't a leak. It didn't look like water. It looked red. It looked like blood. I remember staring upward, waiting for more, trying to see where it was coming from, and feeling sick. I don't remember touching it, and I don't remember anyone else confirming it later, but I remember the sight of it vividly. When I was about 4 years old, I saw a shadowy figure walk through the living room and disappear into the wall. At that age, your mind tries to make sense of everything with the few categories you understand. I was 4, so my brain decided it must be the Easter Bunny. That's what it looked like to me, a tall, shadowy shape moving like a person but somehow not a person, and my child mind grabbed the closest magical thing it knew. I watched it cross the living room and then simply vanish into the wall like the wall wasn't solid. Like the wall was a curtain and the figure passed through it. I remember feeling confused more than scared in that moment, because at 4, you don't always know what to fear yet. You know it's strange, but you don't fully understand the danger. As I got older and remembered that event, I stopped believing it was the Easter Bunny, obviously. Instead, I started suspecting something else, that there might have been some kind of gateway in the house. Some place where activity came from and where things disappeared back into. If I had to guess where, I would point toward my cousin's room. A lot of strange things seemed to come from that direction or vanish in that direction. Sometimes noises would start down that hall. Sometimes shadows would move that way. Sometimes the feeling of a presence would build when you were closer to that side of the house. I don't claim I have proof of a gateway, but it's the best way I can describe the pattern. It felt like the house had a center point where the energy was strongest, and my cousin's room seemed connected to it. When I was around 12, I had another experience that still bothers me because it felt like more than a bad dream. One night I went to bed early. I remember I was tired in that deep way kids get tired when they've been running around and then suddenly crash. I fell asleep quickly. Then I had a dream that was so vivid and so disturbing that it didn't fade when I woke up. In the dream, a being was trying to force a full-sized apple down my throat. It sounds ridiculous when I say it plainly, but the feeling of it was horrifying. I could feel the pressure in my mouth and throat, like something too big being shoved in. I felt panic, like I was choking, like I couldn't breathe, like my body was fighting for air. The being in the dream looked like what UFO researchers call an alien. Gray. That's the only comparison I have. Pale skin, strange features, that typical, gray, look people describe in stories. I wasn't into UFO stuff as a kid. I didn't spend my time reading about aliens. I just knew what it looked like because that image exists in culture and in random TV shows. I woke up gasping for breath. Not waking up calm and thinking, oh wow, weird dream. I woke up choking, fighting for air, with that sensation still lingering in my throat like my body was convinced something had been forced down it. I sat up in bed, grabbing my throat, swallowing hard, breathing in sharp breaths, trying to get rid of that feeling. For a long time, I treated it as just a nightmare. A horrible, vivid nightmare. But even then, it felt unusually physical. And even now, thinking back as I write this, I'm suddenly wondering if there was some connection between that dream and the word I heard whispered under my grandmother's bed years earlier. Gray. I heard that word in my ear under the bed when I was younger. Then years later, I dreamed of a gray being forcing an apple down my throat, and I woke up with the feeling still in my body. I can't prove those things are connected. But it's hard not to notice the repetition. It's hard not to wonder if that single word was a warning, a label, or a clue that my child mind didn't have the tools to understand. As I got into my teens, the haunting, if that's what it was, didn't disappear. If anything, it shifted. Some things happened less, and some things became more focused and personal. My grandmother had an old rocking chair. It had a woven cane bottom, and it creaked loudly whenever you sat down in it or got up. It was one of those chairs where the sound is part of it. If someone sat in it, you would hear it. If someone shifted their weight, you would hear it. If someone rocked gently, it made that wood and cane groan that old furniture makes. When I was in my teens, my great-aunt broke her hip. That started a decline. Anyone who has watched an elderly person break a hip knows how serious it can be. Sometimes they never truly recover. In her case, she later died of cancer. That period of time in the house felt heavy, not only because of illness but because there was already so much strange energy in that place, and grief seemed to make it worse. After she died, for 2 nights in a row, I heard someone sit down in that rocking chair. I heard the exact sound, the creak of weight settling into the woven bottom, the small squirm like someone adjusting themselves, then later the creak of them getting up again. It wasn't a single pop. It was the full sequence you hear when a human being sits, shifts, and stands. I lay there listening, my heart beating fast, trying to decide if it was my grandmother or someone else awake in the living room. But when I checked later, no one had been there. Everyone was asleep, or so they said. And even if someone had gotten up, why would they sit in that chair in the dark and then leave without turning on a light? One night I also heard the chair rocking. Not the sitting sound this time, but the gentle, rhythmic creak of it moving as if someone was rocking back and forth. That sound carried through the house. It wasn't loud like banging, but it was steady, and in a quiet nighttime house, steady sounds become unbearable. They feel intentional. Around that same general time, while my great-aunt was in the hospital dying of cancer, something else happened that still feels like a warning in hindsight. For 3 nights in a row, I woke up to banging on the front door. Real banging. Not a soft knock. Not a neighbor's accidental tap. Banging that made the door sound solid, like someone was hitting it hard with their hand. It woke me out of sleep every time. I'd sit up, heart pounding, listening for another bang, trying to hear footsteps on the porch. Of course, every time, no one was there. We would look outside. We would check. There would be no person, no car, no neighbor. Nothing. And then my great-aunt died 3 days later. I don't know what to do with that. I don't know if it was coincidence. I don't know if it was stress and grief and sleep disruption making my senses sharper. I don't know if something was trying to get attention because death was near. All I know is that it happened 3 nights in a row, and then she was gone. Later, in my 20s, I was still living in that house. By then I wasn't a little kid anymore. I was older, and part of me wanted to believe I'd outgrown the fear. I wanted to believe that whatever happened in childhood was just childhood, imagination, anxiety, the way kids interpret darkness. But the house didn't let me fully dismiss it. One night I woke up and saw a short woman standing by my bed. She had her hair in a bun. She wore an old-fashioned dress, and over it she wore a white apron. It looked like the kind of outfit you'd imagine a housemaid wearing long ago. She didn't look modern. She looked like she belonged to another time. She was there long enough for me to register those details, long enough for my brain to say, "There is a woman standing by your bed." And then she vanished quickly. Not like she slowly walked away. More like she simply wasn't there anymore once my eyes fully focused. I remember staring at the spot where she had been, trying to force the image back into reality. Trying to figure out if I had dreamed it. But again, it felt too clear for a dream. The bun, the apron, the way she stood, those details felt observed, not invented. In my 20s, I also had many experiences of being in that half-awake state where you can't move. You wake up, but your body feels locked. Your mind is alert, but your muscles won't respond. It's a terrifying feeling, because you feel trapped inside yourself. During those episodes, I would hear voices talking. I would hear movement in the house. It would sound like people were walking around in other rooms, like conversation was happening in low tones, like there were multiple presences moving through the space. But when I fully woke up and could move, the sounds would stop, and the house would be quiet again. One night, during one of those half-awake, unable to move episodes, something happened that still makes my skin crawl when I remember it. I felt and heard something leap into bed beside me. Not a gentle settling. A quick, springing movement, like something jumped up fast and landed on the mattress. The bed shifted sharply. I heard the fabric move. I felt the weight beside me. It was close enough that the mattress pressed into my side. Then it lay there. And it growled. A low, menacing growl, like an animal. Not like a dog I recognized. Not like a playful sound. A threat sound. Something warning me, something telling me it was there, and it wasn't friendly. I couldn't move. I couldn't turn to look. I could only listen and feel it beside me, growling in the darkness. My heart was racing, and I remember trying to force my fingers to move, trying to force my body to wake up fully, because I felt helpless. Then, when I finally snapped fully awake, it vanished. Just gone. No weight. No growl. No bed movement. Nothing beside me. And I never actually saw anything at all. It was all sound and sensation, and that almost made it worse, because there was no image to argue with. There was only the memory of the bed shifting and a growl inches away while I was trapped in my body. Eventually, I got married when I was 28 and moved away. Leaving the house felt like leaving a storm cloud behind. I didn't even realize how tense I had been living until I was in a different place and nights felt normal. I slept better. I woke up less. I didn't listen for footsteps. I didn't fear the darkness in the same way. I started to feel like maybe it really had been the house, not me. After my cousin passed away, I inherited the house. That brought up a lot of complicated feelings, grief, responsibility, memories I didn't want to revisit, and also a strange sense of duty, because it was still family property, and part of my childhood, and part of who I was. My husband and I eventually moved back into it. And here is the strangest part of all. Once we lived there together, the house became quiet. I don't mean less active. I mean totally quiet. Peaceful. Normal. No footsteps. No voices. No names being called. No rocking chair sounds. No shadow figures. No strange lights. Nothing. We lived there during that period, and the house felt like just a house. The same walls, the same rooms, the same old cotton mill bones, but without the fear. Without the heaviness. Without the sense that something was always nearby. That still confuses me. Sometimes it even bothers me more than the haunting itself, because I can't make sense of why it would be so active when I was younger then become calm when I returned with my husband. Part of me wonders if it had something to do with being a child in that house, being more vulnerable, more sensitive, more open. Part of me wonders if it fed on fear, and once I wasn't alone and scared, it had less power. Part of me wonders if whatever was there was connected to certain people, or certain times, or certain grief in the family, and that energy shifted once life moved forward. I don't know. All I know is that as a child, teenager, and young adult in that house, I experienced things that terrified me, confused me, and changed the way I think about reality. And then later, when I came back with the person I love, the house was quiet and peaceful, as if it had never held any darkness at all. On October 11, 2008, I went to bed after watching a horror movie called Somebody Help Me, the one with Amarian and Marquez Houston in it. I remember the exact date because what happened that night stayed with me in a way I still can't fully shake, and the date is attached to the memory like a label. That night felt normal at first. It wasn't storming, there wasn't a power outage, and nothing strange had happened earlier in the day. I was just doing what a lot of people my age did back then, especially when you have time to yourself at night. I had been watching the movie in my room, letting the hours pass, and when it ended it was around midnight. I didn't even sit there for long afterward. I turned the TV off, got comfortable, and fell asleep pretty quickly. I had my 2-year-old daughter in bed with me, like I did most nights. She slept beside me every night, and it wasn't something new or unusual. It was part of our routine. I always felt safer knowing she was close, and I knew she felt safe that way too. She was the kind of toddler who slept heavy once she was truly out. She might toss a little now and then, but when she was asleep, she was asleep. My room was mostly quiet. I don't remember if I had a nightlight on, but I know the room wasn't pitch black the way it is when every light is off and the curtains are thick. There was at least a little light from outside, that faint glow you get through windows from streetlights. It was enough to make shapes visible if you stared long enough and your eyes adjusted. The air felt normal. The bedding felt normal. The house felt normal. After the movie, I fell straight asleep. No long time lying there thinking. No tossing and turning. Just sleep. Then, about 2 hours later, something shifted. It's hard to explain the exact moment because it didn't feel like waking up normally. When I wake up normally, I know it. I open my eyes, I move, I might check my phone, I might roll over. I know I'm awake because my body is awake with me. But this felt like I was in between, as if I had been pulled up out of sleep without fully leaving it. I was aware of my room, and I was aware of myself, but at the same time I had that heavy, unreal feeling you sometimes get when you're not fully out of a dream. It felt like I was half dreaming and half awake. The weird part was how clearly I could see my room. It wasn't like a dream room where things change or look slightly wrong. It looked like my real room. I could recognize the shapes of furniture, where things were placed, where the door was, where the closet was. It felt like I was just lying there in the dark with my eyes open, fully aware, like I had never been asleep at all. I was lying on my stomach, exactly how I normally slept. The covers were pulled up high, almost up to my face. That was also normal for me. I've always slept like that, especially when I'm tired or when the room feels a little too quiet. It's like you pulled a blanket up without even thinking, like a small layer of protection. My face was turned slightly to the side, and I could feel the warmth of the blanket near my cheeks. The first thing I noticed wasn't something I saw. It was a feeling. A presence. I know people use that word a lot, and sometimes it sounds dramatic, but I don't know a better word for it. It wasn't a noise. It wasn't footsteps. It wasn't a creak in the walls. It was like my body suddenly knew I wasn't alone. Like something was in the room and it wanted to be noticed. It felt intentional, like it wanted me awake enough to feel it. It's one thing to feel uneasy at night. A lot of people get that weird. Someone is watching me. Feeling sometimes, especially after a horror movie. I would have accepted that if it was just vague fear. But this didn't feel like my imagination running. It felt like something had stepped into my space and leaned close enough that my body reacted before my mind could make excuses. I remember my breathing changing. It got shallower. My heart rate picked up a little. Not full panic yet, but that early warning stage where your body gets ready. I tried to tell myself to relax, but the feeling stayed. It didn't fade away like a passing thought. My eyes lifted toward my closet. My closet door was positioned in a way that it faced my bed. Not directly straight in front of me like a movie scene, but enough that if I looked ahead, my eyes naturally landed there. I've always kept my closet door open. I don't know why. I just never liked it closed. A closed closet door always felt like a big blank surface, and an open closet door somehow felt less creepy, even though it makes no sense. You'd think the opposite would be true, but for me, open felt better. So that night, the closet door was open, like it always was. At the top of the closet door, I saw something sitting there. It was a dark hooded figure. At first my brain didn't want to accept what it was seeing. My mind tried to turn it into something normal. Maybe a pile of clothes, maybe a shadow created by something hanging inside the closet, maybe some weird shape formed by darkness and the angle of light. But it didn't behave like a pile of clothes. It didn't look like a random shadow. It had shape in a way that looked purposeful. It looked like a figure. The hood was the clearest part to me. It covered what should have been a face, but under the hood there was nothing I could identify. There were no eyes I could make out. No nose. No mouth. Just darkness, like the hood held an empty space or like the face was completely hidden behind a deeper black. And yet I knew it was looking at me. That is what made it feel so wrong. I couldn't see its face, but I could feel its attention in the same way you can feel when someone is staring at you from across a room even before you turn your head. It was that kind of focused attention, only stronger, heavier, like it pressed on my skin. In its right hand, it held something long, like a shaft or a rod. I can't tell you what it was exactly. It wasn't glowing. It didn't shine. It wasn't like a sword in a fantasy movie. It was just a long object, held firmly, as if it mattered. The way it held it made me feel like it was part of whatever it was doing there. Like it wasn't just sitting, it was watching me with intent. I lay there under the covers staring, and my thoughts started racing. Should I scream? Should I jump up? Should I grab my daughter and run? Should I reach for the light? Should I call my mom? All those thoughts started rolling through my head at once. The strange thing was that even though I was thinking clearly, I didn't move. It wasn't like I was completely paralyzed, but it was as if my fear glued me in place. My body felt heavy. My arms felt like they didn't belong to me. The blanket felt like it weighed twice as much. I remember thinking that if I screamed, I could wake my daughter, and that idea made me hesitate. I didn't want her terrified. I didn't want her waking up and seeing me in panic. She was so small. She trusted me to keep her safe, and I didn't want to create a moment that would haunt her too. I also remember that I never seriously considered running out of the room without her. That wasn't even an option in my mind. The thought of leaving her alone, especially if I truly was awake and this truly was real, didn't make sense. I wouldn't do that. Even if I was terrified, my instincts as her mother were stronger. That's another reason the whole experience scared me. I was thinking like myself. Not like a dream version of myself. I was thinking about my daughter, about safety, about what choices to make. That's what made the experience feel awake. And there was something else that alarmed me even more. Whenever I have a normal nightmare, I can usually tell it's a nightmare while it's happening. I don't know how to explain that, but it's like I have a small voice in my head during nightmares that says, "This isn't real." When things get too scary, I tell myself inside the dream, "Wake up," and then I do. It's like I have an emergency escape button. But this time, I didn't even think to do that. It felt like I was already awake. So there was no "wake up" button to press. I didn't think, "This is a dream." I thought, "This is happening." That difference is huge. That difference changes everything. I kept staring at the figure. It didn't move closer. It didn't speak. It just sat there on the top of the closet door, watching me. The whole thing felt unnatural, because a person can't sit on top of a closet door like that without balance, and without making noise. There would be creaks, shifting, something. But I didn't hear anything. It was just there. As I lay there, the fear built slowly. It didn't hit me like a jump scare. It built like a pressure in my chest, like my body was realizing the situation more and more with each second. And at the same time, I started feeling something else, something that made me angry. I felt like it could sense my fear. Not just that it could see me getting scared, but that it could feel it, like it could read my thoughts. It's hard to explain why I felt that, but the feeling was strong. It was like the figure didn't need words. It didn't need to speak to threaten me. It was just sitting there feeding on my reaction. I got the sense that it was enjoying the fear growing inside me. I got the sense that it liked the fact that I didn't know what it was. It liked that I didn't know why it was there. It liked that I was lying there trying to decide what to do, feeling helpless, feeling confused, feeling trapped. And I hate that feeling. I hate being frightened, especially at night. I hate feeling helpless. I hate feeling like something has control over me when I'm at my most vulnerable, in my own bed, in my own home, with my child beside me. So the fear did something in me. It turned into anger. I could feel the shift. It was like my mind finally got tired of being scared. The terror was still there, but it hardened into something sharp. I didn't want to give it the satisfaction anymore. I didn't want to lie there trembling while it watched. I don't remember speaking out loud. If I did, I don't remember the words. But I remember my thoughts becoming very loud and very focused. My mind went to Jesus. I started thinking about Jesus' name, thinking about the Bible, thinking about verses I could remember. I wasn't flipping through a Bible. I wasn't reaching for a book. I was just grabbing whatever I could from memory. I was angry enough that I started mentally throwing those thoughts at the figure like weapons. In my head I was saying things like, "In Jesus' name, leave me alone. In Jesus' name, you have no right to be here. Leave my child alone. Leave my home." I tried to quote verses, even though I couldn't remember them perfectly. I tried to remember lines I had heard in church growing up or from people around me. I tried to pull up anything that felt powerful and clean. I was thinking, Jesus, over and over, like I was forcing the name through the air between me and that figure. And when I'm mad, I get feisty. That's just my personality. When I feel cornered, I don't like to back down. Even if I'm scared, anger makes me stubborn. In arguments, I don't let things go easily. I don't like feeling like I lost. I don't like feeling like someone got the better of me. It's not always a good trait in normal life, but in that moment it felt like the only thing I had. So I pushed harder mentally, like I was communicating with it through thought alone. I didn't feel like I was politely praying. I felt like I was confronting it. Like I was telling it didn't belong. I was thinking loudly, and it felt like the thoughts were not just inside my head. It felt like they were reaching outward. It felt like it could hear me even if I didn't speak. And something began to change. Not in the room, not in the lighting, not in the figure's posture. But in me. The fear started to loosen. It didn't vanish instantly, but it stopped growing. It stopped climbing. It stopped choking me. It was like the fear hit a wall and couldn't go any further because I had decided I wasn't going to feed it anymore. The figure still didn't speak. It still didn't move in a dramatic way. But I sensed something like hesitation. Like silence with weight behind it. Like it was no longer getting what it wanted from me. It was the strangest thing. It felt almost like the figure was struck down. Not because it had words and lost them, but because it had intention, and suddenly that intention wasn't working the way it expected. And once I felt that shift, I stopped focusing on it. I didn't stare at it like I needed to keep checking if it was still there. I didn't keep fighting it with every thought. I just let it be there without giving it attention. Like refusing to react was the final move. Then I drifted back to sleep. It wasn't a panic sleep. It wasn't me passing out from fear. It was more like my body relaxed again, like the tension finally released and sleep pulled me back down. I remember thinking, even as I drifted, that I wasn't afraid anymore. That surprised me. The fear had been so strong, and yet it faded enough that I could fall asleep again with my daughter still beside me. When I woke up around 6 a.m., the figure was gone. The closet was still open like it always was. The room looked like a normal room in the early morning light. My daughter was still there, sleeping peacefully, like nothing had happened. There was no sign of anything. No marks. No moved objects. No strange smells. No cold air. Just normal morning. But I didn't feel normal inside. I lay there staring at the closet for a while, replaying everything. I tried to decide if it was a dream. I tried to decide if I had been hallucinating because I watched a horror movie. I tried to decide if it was sleep paralysis, because I've heard people talk about that state where you're half awake, aware of your surroundings, but your mind creates a terrifying image. I tried to be logical, but the memory felt too clear. It felt like I could still see the shape of the hood and the darkness where the face should have been. I could still remember that long shaft-like object in its hand. I could still feel the heavy awareness of it watching me. And what really stuck with me was how aware I felt. I wasn't drifting through a story like a dream. I was thinking like myself, making choices, considering my daughter, deciding not to run, deciding not to scream, deciding to fight it mentally. That day, I didn't run around telling everyone. I didn't post about it immediately. I held it inside for a while because I didn't want people to laugh or tell me I was dramatic. I also didn't want to speak it out loud too much. I don't know why, but speaking it felt like it might give it power or make it real in a way I wasn't ready for. I'm 19 years old, and I should mention that this wasn't the first time I had experienced something like this. Twice before in the past year, I had dreams that were very similar in the feeling they gave me. Those other experiences were scarier in a way, because I felt more trapped. In those two earlier times, I had basically the same dream twice. It wasn't exactly the same details as this night, but the feeling was the same. That half-awake state. That presence in the room. That sense of something not human interacting with me in a way that made me feel powerless. In those earlier dreams, the black hooded figure wasn't sitting on the closet door. It was floating in the air. That image alone still creeps me out, because it didn't float like a superhero in a movie. It floated like something unnatural, like it didn't need gravity. Its arms and hands looked wavy, like they didn't move with normal joints, like they were made of dark smoke that could stretch and bend. The arms would point toward me, like it was directing something at me. The posture made me feel like it was doing something to me, like it was putting a spell over me or pressing down on me from a distance. During those 2 earlier experiences, my body felt numb all over. You know when your leg falls asleep, when it gets heavy and tingles and feels dead at the same time? That's what my whole body felt like, from head to toe. My arms felt numb. My legs felt numb. My chest felt heavy. My mouth felt strange, like it didn't want to work. I remember feeling trapped inside that numbness, like I couldn't move enough to fight back. I wanted to scream for my mother. That was the first instinct. Even though I was older and had a child, something in me still reached for that childhood sense of needing your mom when you're terrified. I remember wanting to call out, to make noise, to wake someone up, to break the moment. But it felt like I couldn't. It was as if my voice wouldn't come out. Like my throat was locked. Like my mouth couldn't form sound. And I don't remember if I fully tried to scream those times, because fear can make you hesitate. But I remember that trapped feeling clearly, wanting to cry out and not being able to. Those earlier experiences left me shaken for days afterward. I would go to bed and feel nervous. I'd keep the TV on longer. I'd avoid staring at the closet. I'd sleep with the covers higher. I'd check on my daughter more than necessary. So when this October 11th experience happened, it was terrifying, but in a strange way it felt more pleasant than the earlier ones. Not because seeing a hooded figure is pleasant, but because I didn't end the experience feeling completely powerless. This time, my fear didn't win. This time, I felt like my mind found something solid to hold on to. Thinking about Jesus, thinking about Scripture, thinking about protection, it changed the direction of the moment. It didn't turn into a long, helpless numbness like the other times. It felt like I pushed back, even if I pushed back silently. The next morning, when it was gone, I felt relief, but I also felt a weird curiosity. I kept asking myself what it was. Was it my brain reacting to a horror movie? Was it a sleep paralysis episode shaped by fear and darkness? Or was it something spiritual, something real, something that chose to show itself to me? I kept thinking about how it felt like it wanted me awake. It didn't feel like a random dream image. It felt like a presence that wanted my attention. And I kept thinking about how it seemed to enjoy my fear at first, like it was feeding on it, like it liked watching me lie there not knowing what to do. That idea made my skin crawl later, in daylight, when I could think clearly. Because if it was only a dream, then my mind created something that cruel. And if it wasn't only a dream, then something else was in my room, aware of me, aware of my fear, and entertained by it. Either explanation is disturbing. I also couldn't stop thinking about my daughter being there. She slept through everything. She didn't wake up crying. She didn't stir. She didn't seem bothered. Part of me was grateful for that, because the idea of her seeing anything like that makes me sick. But another part of me wondered if she could sense things children sometimes sense, and simply didn't react because she's used to whatever she feels at night, or because she's too young to express it. The house we lived in was already creepy before anything ever really happened. It was the kind of place that felt wrong even when the sun was out and all the lights were on. The floors creaked in ways that didn't match people's footsteps, the walls seemed to hold on to every shadow just a little too long, and sometimes at night it felt like the darkness had weight. When I was younger, my bedroom was upstairs. It seemed like a normal room at first. I had my bed against the wall, posters on the ceiling, little things scattered around like any teenager would. But the closet always made me uneasy. It was a plain wooden door with an old, stiff handle, and it always seemed just a bit darker inside than it should have been, even with the light on. One day, I got curious enough to really look around inside that closet. I pulled the door shut behind me and turned slowly, running my hand over the rough wood of the inner panel. That's when I saw it, words carved into the inside of the closet door. The letters were uneven and scratched in deep, like whoever had done it had pressed the knife or whatever they used with a lot of force. It said something like, "So-and-so died here," followed by a date. I don't even remember the exact name or date now, just the feeling of seeing the words. For a moment, my stomach dropped. The air inside the closet felt colder, and I could feel goosebumps rising along my arms. Then I forced myself to shrug it off. I told myself it was probably just some kid who lived there before us, trying to scare whoever came next. Maybe they were bored, maybe it was a prank. At that age, it was easier to laugh things off than to let them sink in too deep. So I pretended not to care and climbed back out of the closet, but I never completely forgot about those carved words. As time went by, my mom decided that our family wasn't complete yet. Unfortunately, her idea of extending the family was bringing home her loser boyfriend. Not once, but twice, as if the first round of misery wasn't enough. He was the kind of guy who always seemed to bring trouble and tension into the house. Lazy, loud, and always ready with an excuse but never any real help. With more people in the house, things started to feel crowded. Me and my brother were getting older, and my mom wanted her bedroom space upstairs. She decided that we should move our rooms down into the basement. She framed it like a favor, saying we were old enough to want our privacy anyway, and in a way she was right. We did want our own space. So we agreed, even though the idea of sleeping in that basement didn't exactly thrill me. The basement was big, but big doesn't always mean comfortable. Parts of it were finished and parts of it looked like no one had ever bothered to make them livable. The staircase creaked as you went down, and the air changed halfway down the steps. It was cooler, heavier, and had that faint smell of cement, dust, and old laundry that never really goes away. My room and my brother's room were set up down there along with a basement living room area, kind of like our own hangout spot. It was where we watched TV, listened to music, and made a mess without my mom yelling too much. The living room itself was unfinished, bare walls in some places, exposed pipes, and a concrete floor under an old rug, but to us it was a kind of freedom. No one really cared what we did down there as long as we didn't break anything too important. My brother's bedroom was right across from the doorway to the basement living room. That meant that at night, when the upstairs lights were off and it was just whatever came in from outside, the moonlight and the glow of the street lights would shine through the small windows and spill into the doorway. It made strange patterns across the floor, soft pale stripes of light breaking up the darkness. It wasn't bright, but it was just enough to see shapes and outlines if your eyes were used to the dark. In a different house, it might have felt cozy. In ours, it just made things look more eerie. One weekend, my best friend Danielle decided she was going to sleep over at my place. We'd been planning it for a while, hyping it up like teenagers do. Back then, a sleepover was a big deal, staying up late, talking about everything and nothing, laughing about stupid stuff, maybe watching a movie. The only problem was that my bed downstairs was way too small for both of us. We tried to imagine how we'd fit, but there was no way it would be comfortable. Instead, we decided to sleep on the couch in the basement living room. It was old and a little worn out, but bigger than my bed and perfect for stretching out on with blankets and pillows. That basement living room was basically our wrecking grounds. Me, my brother, and whoever came over treated it like our own private world. There were scuff marks on the walls, stains on the rug, random things shoved into corners. It was the place where we played games, watched stuff late at night, and sometimes just sat around doing nothing. Since the room was unfinished, it had this half-constructed feel to it. Pipes ran along the ceiling, wires were tucked up but still kind of visible, and one side of the room opened into the laundry area and a creepy storage room beyond that. The night Danielle came over, we went down there with our usual mix of excitement and boredom. We knew it was going to be cold during the night. Basements have a way of getting cold even when the rest of the house feels fine. The concrete under everything seemed to hold on to the chill. So we grabbed lots of blankets and piled them onto the couch. We layered them over ourselves and each other until we were warm. We turned on some music, just loud enough to hear but quiet enough that my mom wouldn't come down yelling at us to turn it off. Then we turned out the lights, letting the room fall into that grayish darkness lit only by the faint glow from the small windows and whatever seeped in from outside. Danielle was lying on the couch facing the doorway, looking out toward the hall where my brother's room was and beyond that to the rest of the basement. I was lying the opposite way, facing into the room, so I couldn't directly see the doorway unless I turned around. We wrapped ourselves in blankets and just started talking, drifting into that kind of easy conversation that happens late at night when you're tired but don't want to sleep yet. We talked about the usual 15-year-old gossip, people from school, who liked who, teachers we hated, silly rumors, things we wanted to do with our lives that felt so far away back then. Somewhere in the middle of one of Danielle's stories, she stopped talking. At first I thought she had just lost her train of thought. Her voice just cut off suddenly, like someone had pressed pause. I waited for her to continue, but she stayed silent. I could feel her body tense beside me on the couch. The air felt thicker for no reason I could explain. "Why did you stop?" I asked, my voice quiet. There was something in the way she went silent that made me feel uneasy before she even said anything. In a small, unnerved voice, she asked, "Who's standing in the doorway?" My whole body stiffened. Danielle wasn't the type to make up creepy stuff for fun, especially not in that tone. "What are you talking about?" I asked her. I already didn't like the dark much, and the idea that someone, or something, was standing in the open doorway behind me made my heart start to race. I could feel the adrenaline rising in my chest, that edge of panic feeling where your skin tingles and your mind starts preparing for something bad before you even know what it is. "There's someone standing in the doorway," she said. "They're wearing a trench coat and a black hat." My throat went dry. The image flashed into my mind even though I refused to turn around. A tall, shadowy figure in the basement doorway, just standing there, watching us. My voice came out quiet and shaky. "You're joking. Don't lie to me," I said to her. Honestly, I was begging her to say she was kidding, that she was messing with me, that it was just a shadow or something from outside. But she didn't laugh. She didn't try to scare me further. Instead, she squeezed her eyes shut like a little kid trying to make a monster disappear. After a second, she opened her eyes and said, "It's gone." We both stayed very still. Neither of us moved to turn on the lights or get up. We just lay there on the couch, eyes wide, listening to the quiet. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. We didn't know what to say. Was it her imagination? Was it a trick of the light from the street? Was someone actually standing there for a second, watching us? We didn't know, and that uncertainty made it worse. After a few minutes passed and nothing else happened, we tried to calm ourselves down. We told each other that maybe it was a weird shadow, maybe she saw something out of the corner of her eye and her mind filled in the rest. We wanted to believe that. We needed to believe that if we were going to stay down there. So we continued our conversation. The mood was different now, tighter, like every word we spoke floated on top of a layer of fear. Danielle started telling me about some class she was in and how much she hated it. Her voice was mostly normal again, and I was just starting to relax when I heard it, a sound from the other side of the room. I cut her off mid-sentence. "Did you hear that?" I asked abruptly. On the other side of the living room, directly across from where we were lying, was the laundry room. That side of the basement was even less finished. It had cement floors, cold and hard. The ceiling had metal pipes running along it, some of them wrapped in old insulation. There was a creepy storage room off to one side, with boxes and junk piled up, things my mom couldn't find room for anywhere else. The laundry area always felt a bit unsettling, like something could be hiding behind the boxes or under the hanging clothes. "What did you hear?" Danielle asked. I listened for a second, trying to put words to it. "It sounded like a swish," I said slowly. "Like something sliding across the cement floor." It had reminded me of someone pushing a heavy box along the ground, that low scraping swish that makes your teeth clench a little. Danielle looked toward the darkness where the laundry room was but shook her head. she hadn't heard it. The music was still playing softly, and for a second I wondered if it could have been something in the song, but it didn't match. We both fell silent and listened carefully, our eyes straining to see any movement in the shadows over there. The music became background noise, almost ghost-like itself, just a soft hum behind our sharp focus. Nothing happened. No sound came again. The silence seemed to stretch on forever. Eventually, we tried to shake it off, but we were a lot more alert now. Every little movement of the air, every tiny creak, we noticed it. We kept talking, but now, instead of lightly chatting, we were half paying attention to the conversation and half scanning the room. My eyes kept darting back to the laundry area. That darkness felt heavier than before, like it was waiting. We tried to act normal, to keep the night from tipping over into full-on terror, but underneath it all we were both on edge. Then we heard it again. Swish. The sound was clearer this time. It cut across the basement, louder than before. The exact same noise, the sound of something sliding or being pushed across the concrete floor in the laundry room. We both heard it. There was no denying it now. Danielle's eyes went wide, and I could feel myself starting to shake. It wasn't just my imagination anymore. Whatever was happening was real enough that we both experienced it. The second time is always worse, because that's when you know it wasn't just in your head. Being girls, already spooked from the trench coat figure in the doorway and now hearing mysterious noises in the dark part of the basement, we started to freak out. Our breathing got faster. Our hands gripped the blankets tighter. We didn't want to get up and look, but we didn't want to just lie there and wait for something worse to happen either. My brother was upstairs watching TV, and suddenly we wanted him there more than anything. We started yelling his name, calling out for him to come downstairs. Our voices echoed slightly in the basement, but there was no immediate response. No footsteps on the stairs, no annoyed shout asking what we wanted. Just silence. We lay there quietly for a moment, listening for any sign of him, or anyone. I could hear the faint sound of water running somewhere upstairs, probably from the shower. The house made tiny sounds, settling noises, but those were familiar. Nothing explained the swish we had heard. Then the water turned off. That sound was clear enough that I knew the shower was done. We took a deep breath and started screaming for my brother again, louder this time. We didn't care if my mom or her boyfriend heard us. We just wanted someone else down there with us. Finally, we heard footsteps. My brother came stomping down the stairs, clearly irritated. He walked into the basement living room and asked, "What the hell are you screaming about?" His tone was more annoyed than concerned, which, honestly, was kind of typical. We both started talking at once, spilling out the whole story. We told him about the person Danielle had seen standing in the doorway wearing a trench coat and a black hat. We told him about the swishing sound from the laundry room, twice. We told him how freaked out we were. As we talked, I watched his face, waiting for some hint that he'd take it seriously. He listened, but he didn't seem too worried. He shrugged it off, said something like, "You're just freaking yourselves out." Like this was all in our heads. Maybe he believed part of it, maybe he thought we were exaggerating, or maybe he just didn't want to think about it too much himself. Either way, he wasn't scared. But Danielle and I were done. We looked at each other, and knew without saying a word that there was no way we were spending the rest of the night sleeping down there. We got off the couch and gathered our blankets, deciding to move upstairs. Stairs felt like a ladder out of whatever weirdness we had fallen into. We followed my brother very closely as we went up, our feet practically right behind his. I didn't want to be the last one coming up from the basement, not with that darkness behind me. As we passed the hallway that opened into the laundry room, we couldn't help but look. Our eyes were drawn to it, even though we didn't want to see anything else. What we saw made us stop cold for a second. In the middle of the laundry room floor, there was a box that hadn't been there before, pushed out into open space on the cement. It looked like it had been moved recently, like someone had dragged it from where it usually sat. Above it, my mom's clothes, which she had hung up to dry on the pipes running along the ceiling, were swinging back and forth. Not gently, The way they might if someone had just brushed past them, but rapidly, like something had hit them or pushed them hard. The motion was unnaturally strong and too fast to be explained by a draft. There was no wind. None of the basement windows were open. No fans were running. There was no reason for the box to be in the middle of the floor or for the clothes to be swinging like that. Danielle and I stared at them, our fears shifting from vague uneasiness to the solid, heavy realization that something we could not explain was happening right in front of us. It was one thing to feel watched or to hear strange sounds. It was another to see physical objects moved and disturbed as if by invisible hands. We didn't say much after that. There wasn't really anything to say. We just kept following my brother up the stairs, our hearts pounding, our eyes wide. Upstairs, the house didn't feel safe exactly, but it felt less heavy than the basement. We set up our blankets wherever we could and stayed there for the rest of the night, doing everything we could to avoid thinking about what we had seen. But even wrapped up tightly in our blankets, even with the TV on or the sound of people moving around upstairs, I could still picture the swinging clothes and that box in the middle of the floor. Over time, the memory hasn't faded the way some things do. The house was already creepy before that night, but after it, the basement never felt like just a basement again. It felt like we had looked directly at something that was never meant for us to see, like we had stepped too close to a line between what's normal and what's not. I still think back to the words carved inside my old closet door, the person who supposedly died in that house, and all the strange feelings I had growing up there. I can't say for sure what was in that basement that night, but I know this much: it wasn't just our imagination. And whatever it was, it made sure we knew we weren't alone down there.
When I think back on that time in my life, the first thing that always comes to mind is the house itself. My husband and I bought it in January of 2005. On paper, it sounded charming. A historic home built in 1870, with character, old wood floors, and a layout that didn't look like every other modern house in a new subdivision. When we first saw it, the real estate agent talked about original details and old-world charm. There was a big front porch, tall windows, and that slightly uneven, creaky feel that old houses have. It smelled faintly of wood, dust, and something else I can't quite name, like time itself had soaked into the walls. I remember standing in the doorway the first time and thinking, this house has seen a lot. I have always believed that old places hold on to energy, memories, emotions. A house that has stood for more than 100 years has gone through so many different lives, different families, different eras, different joys and tragedies. I didn't know any of the details of its history, but I could feel a kind of presence when we moved in. It wasn't immediately scary, just there. Like the house was quietly watching us, getting to know us the way we were getting to know it. Those first months, we were busy with normal things. Unpacking boxes, figuring out which light switch did what, rearranging furniture over and over until the rooms felt right. Little things would happen now and then that I brushed off as old house stuff. Doors that didn't quite shut all the way unless you pulled them just right, floors that creaked in certain spots even when no one was there, the occasional random noise that I blamed on pipes or settling. It never felt like a full-on haunting or anything like that. Just the usual quirkiness that came with a home that had been standing for more than a century. The living room and dining room were right next to each other, separated only by a wide opening instead of a door. The living room was where we spent most of our evenings. We had our main TV there, our couch, a coffee table, and a couple of chairs. It wasn't fancy, but it was ours. The dining room was more open and a little emptier at the time. We hadn't fully figured out how we wanted to decorate it yet. There was a dining table, a few chairs, and a small TV that we had temporarily set up in there. That little TV was almost like an afterthought, something we had placed there because we didn't know where else to put it. One evening in late summer, maybe early fall of 2005, we were doing what we always did, just sitting in the living room watching TV. It was a normal night. The kind where you don't expect anything interesting to happen at all. The sun had already gone down, and the glow from the television lit up the room in that soft, flickering way. The dining room next to us was dark, just a shadowy space beyond the doorway. I remember feeling completely relaxed. We weren't talking much, just watching whatever was on. Then it happened. All of a sudden, there was a huge flash of bright blue light coming from the dining room. It was so sudden and so intense that both of us reacted at the same time. It wasn't like the soft glow of a lamp or the quick blink of a phone screen. It was a burst, like someone had set off a flashbulb in the dark, but instead of white light, it was a vivid, electric blue. It lit up the whole room next to us and spilled into the living room for a split second, throwing strange shadows on the walls and ceiling. We looked at each other, startled. "What was that?" one of us asked. There was no thunder, no lightning outside. No car headlights had swept across the windows. The small TV in the dining room was off, or at least, it had been the last time I had looked. We sat there for a moment, waiting to see if it would happen again, trying to make sense of it. My mind ran through possibilities. A power surge, some kind of weird reflection, maybe a neighbor's light. But nothing quite fit. A couple of seconds later, it happened again. Another bright blue flash from the dining room. The same strange, intense color that didn't look like anything we were used to seeing in our home. It wasn't coming from the living room TV. It wasn't the kind of light you could mistake for something else. It looked like it belonged to something, not just to a bulb or a screen, but to an actual presence. This time, I couldn't just sit there. I got up from the couch, my heart beating a little faster, and walked toward the opening into the dining room. As I stepped closer, I felt that odd sense of tension in the air. Not necessarily danger, but like the air itself was charged, waiting. I reached the entrance to the dining room and stopped there, half in the light of the living room, half in the dimness of the dining room. The first thing I noticed was that the small TV in the dining room was on. That caught me off guard. I was sure it had been off all day. No one had been in there watching it, and we didn't have it set to turn on by itself. It wasn't just on standby, the screen was lit. I remember thinking, that's weird, but my focus didn't stay on the TV for long. As my eyes moved higher, scanning the room, they were drawn to something else. Something I had never seen before in my life. About 5 feet in front of me, up toward the ceiling, there was a glowing ball of blue light. It was just there, hanging in the air. It was smaller than a basketball, perfectly round, and the same vivid blue color as the flashes we had seen. It wasn't attached to anything. There were no wires, no visible source. It didn't flicker like a glitchy screen. It glowed steadily, like it was its own self-contained light. The best way I can describe it is that it looked like a ball of energy, solid, but not solid, bright but not blinding. It just existed there, in the middle of the room. I stopped in my tracks, staring at it. My brain scrambled, trying to categorize what I was seeing. Was it some strange reflection? A trick of light? Something from outside? But no, it was clearly inside the room, hanging in the air, just a few feet away from me. I could see the corners of the room, the ceiling, the furniture, and this thing was right there, as real as any of it. It didn't move at first. It just hovered in place. But even though it was still, I got the sense that it was full of energy. There was a strange feeling that came with seeing it, like the air around it hummed, even if I couldn't actually hear a sound. I know it might sound strange, but I felt very strongly that it was aware of me. I had the distinct impression that just as I was observing it, it was also observing me. All this time, my husband was still in the living room, just a few steps away. For some reason, it didn't occur to me to call him right then. It wasn't that I was paralyzed with fear. I wasn't exactly afraid, at least not in the way I might have expected to be. I was stunned and completely absorbed in what I was seeing. My mind was so focused on the blue orb that I didn't think about anything else, not even the obvious idea of calling out, "Hey, come look at this." It was almost like the moment was just between me and that light.
On the far side of the dining room was the doorway to the kitchen. It all connected, the living room, then the dining room, then the kitchen. The blue orb remained in its spot near the ceiling for what felt like a long time. In reality, it was probably around 45 seconds, but when you're staring at something that shouldn't exist, time has a strange way of stretching. I studied it, trying to take it all in. The edges were clear, the color was intense, and there was a feeling that it was not random, not accidental. Then, without warning, it moved. It didn't drift gently. It didn't slowly float away. It shot downward fast toward the kitchen. In a matter of a second, it traveled from where it had been hovering in front of me to the farthest side of my kitchen, down near the floor. As it moved, it changed shape. It wasn't a perfect ball anymore. It stretched out into a smaller, thinner streak, almost like a beam of blue light. It reminded me of a shooting star, but inside my house and much closer. By the time it reached the kitchen, it wasn't a neat orb or a straight beam anymore. It had turned into something else, a mass of moving blue light. It was around 3 to 4 feet high and maybe 2 to 3 feet wide. It wasn't solid like a person or a piece of furniture. It was more like a cluster of light that was constantly shifting, swirling within itself. It reminded me of the way water looks when it's boiling, never still, always moving, but made of light instead of liquid. It stayed in that general area on the kitchen floor, moving and changing shape, like it was exploring the space or reacting to something I couldn't see. I had a hard time even finding the right words to describe it then, and I still do now. There was nothing mechanical or familiar about it. It didn't look like any ordinary light effect I had ever seen. It looked alive, in a way. That was the moment when my awe finally collided with the need to share what I was seeing. I realized I couldn't just stand there alone watching this thing. I needed someone else to confirm it, to see it with me, to prove to myself that I wasn't imagining it. I backed away from the dining room and kitchen and walked quickly into the living room where my husband still sat. "I just saw something," I told him, probably sounding more stunned than scared. I tried to explain in a few rushed words about the blue orb and how it had moved into the kitchen and changed shape. I told him he needed to come look, right now. We headed back toward the kitchen together, my heart pounding again, hoping and not hoping at the same time that it would still be there. But when we reached the kitchen, it was gone. The room looked completely normal. The lights were the same as before. The floor was just a floor. The small TV in the dining room was still on, but nothing else looked out of place. There was no blue light, no orb, no strange moving mass. It was as if the house had shrugged and returned to its usual quiet self. I felt frustrated and unsettled. I had just witnessed something amazing and impossible, and now there was no trace of it. My husband listened to me, but without seeing it himself, it was hard for him to fully grasp how strange and real it had been. Still, I knew what I had seen. The memory of that blue light stayed with me. I kept thinking about it, replaying the way it hovered, the way it shot down, the way it changed. I tried to come up with explanations. Maybe it was ball lightning, I thought, but we weren't in the middle of a storm. Maybe it was some kind of electrical discharge, some freak wiring issue, but that didn't feel right either. And even if it was something like that, why had it taken on such a distinct, almost deliberate form? About 2 months later, I had another encounter with it. I was upstairs in our bedroom, alone. The upstairs had a different feel from the lower floors, quieter, more private, but still touched by that same old energy. I was doing something ordinary, folding clothes, organizing, maybe just walking down the hallway. I don't remember exactly what I had been doing right before it happened. What I do remember is the sudden light. Out in the hallway, just beyond the bedroom door, there was a huge flash of bright blue light. The same kind of light I had seen downstairs, the same startling, electric blue. It lit up the hallway in an instant, turning the walls and floor into strange, glowing shapes. The intensity of the color made it obvious that this wasn't just a reflection or a passing car. It was the same presence I had seen before, and my body recognized it even before my mind did. I didn't wait around this time. The first time it had happened, I hadn't been scared exactly, just caught off guard and filled with awe. But this time I was alone upstairs, and the idea of standing there in that hallway, facing that light again with no one else around, made me deeply uneasy. I didn't want to see what came next if I stayed put. I didn't want to find out what might appear in front of me if I stepped closer. I went downstairs immediately. Not running, but moving quickly, my heart racing with that mix of familiarity and fear. I remember thinking, I've seen this before. It's here again. I don't want to be alone with it. Once I was back downstairs, surrounded by more light and more normal activity, I felt a little better, but the experience left me rattled. It confirmed that the first time hadn't been a one-time glitch, or my imagination playing tricks on me. There was something in that house, something that could appear as that blue light and move in strange ways. After those 2 experiences with the blue light, I didn't see it again. Time moved on. We continued living in the house, finding a rhythm with it. The odd sounds and creaks remained, but nothing as spectacular as that blue orb or flash appeared to me again. Part of me wondered if it had been passing through, like a visitor. Part of me wondered if it was still there, just not showing itself. One day, not too long afterward, maybe the following spring, I had another strange experience. This one didn't involve the blue light, but it felt connected in some way to the house and whatever strange energies lived there. It was around noon, and I was in the living room again. This time I wasn't alone. My stepson was with me. The sun was out, shining brightly. It was one of those clear days where light pours in through the windows and makes everything look warmer and more cheerful. Our living room had windows surrounding it, and the daylight was coming in from all sides, filling the room with soft brightness. There was nothing spooky about it at all. It was the middle of the day. Everything felt normal. We were doing something ordinary, maybe watching TV, maybe just talking. Then, without warning, the entire room went completely pitch black. It wasn't like a cloud passing over the sun, where the light dims a little and then returns. It wasn't like someone turning off a lamp in the corner. It was total darkness, the kind you only expect to feel in a windowless room at night. For a couple of seconds, it was as if someone had taken a heavy, solid shade and dropped it over the entire house. I couldn't see the furniture, the walls, or my stepson sitting there with me. The bright midday light simply vanished. Those seconds felt very long. My brain tried to catch up, scrambling for an explanation. Was it a power outage? But that wouldn't make the sunlight outside disappear. Had I blinked? No, I knew my eyes were open. Was something wrong with me? Was I fainting, blacking out? A rush of fear surged through me. Then, just as suddenly as it had gone black, the light came back. The sun poured in through the windows again, as if nothing had happened. The room looked exactly as it had before. No lamps had turned off or on. Nothing had moved. It was just like someone had flipped reality off and then back on in the span of a couple of heartbeats. My stepson turned to me, startled. "What just happened?" he asked. The fact that he had experienced it too told me I hadn't imagined it. Whatever had happened, it had affected both of us. I didn't know what to say to him. "It was nothing," I told him, trying to sound calm, trying not to make him afraid. Inside, though, I was rattled. I'm the kind of person who usually has some kind of explanation for things. Old wiring, weather, old pipes, reflections, normal reasons. But this time, I had nothing. There was no logical, everyday explanation for a sunlit room suddenly turning completely black for a couple of seconds, and then returning to normal as if nothing had occurred. Even now, I think about those moments, the blue orb in the dining room, the moving mass of light in the kitchen, the hallway flash upstairs, the sudden darkness in the bright living room. They sit in my memory like puzzle pieces that don't fit quite right into the picture of ordinary life. I sometimes wonder if the house itself was trying to communicate something, or if there was some presence tied to its long history that was simply making itself known in the only way it could. I haven't seen the blue light or orb again since those days in 2005. Part of me wonders if I ever will. Part of me hopes I don't, and another part of me is still curious. Whatever it was, it left a mark on me. It reminded me that there are things in this world that we can't easily explain away, no matter how hard we try. And in that old house from 1870, for just a little while, I felt like I had come face to face with one of them. It was one of those warm summer evenings where the air feels soft and heavy, and everything outside seems calm and relaxed. It was mid-June of 2007, and the day had been long, but in a good way. My husband and I had spent most of it outside doing yard work, mowing the lawn, trimming bushes, pulling weeds, the usual things that come with trying to keep a home looking decent. By the time we were done, we were both tired, but it was that pleasant, satisfied kind of tiredness that comes after a productive day. The sun had gone down, but it wasn't fully dark yet. The skies still held that pale, fading light that hangs on for a while after sunset. From the back deck, we could still see everything around us just fine. The outline of the garage, the fence, the yard, the trees in the distance. It wasn't bright anymore, but it definitely wasn't night black yet. It was that in-between time, when the world is quieting down but not asleep. We decided to take a break and relax on the back deck for a bit before heading inside. The deck had become one of my favorite spots. The boards were a little worn, but they felt solid under our feet. From there, we could see the side of the garage, which stood fairly close to the deck, running along one side of the yard. I remember sitting there, enjoying the cool breeze against my skin, feeling the slight ache in my muscles from all the work we'd done, and feeling content. My husband got up from where he was sitting, saying he was going to grab a cigarette. From my point of view, he walked across the deck from right to left. I watched him without thinking much about it. It was a normal, everyday moment. He moved casually, crossing halfway across the deck toward wherever he had left his cigarettes. My eyes followed him along his path, not really looking for anything in particular, just watching him out of habit. And then I saw it. On the side of the garage, in the space behind where he was walking, something moved. It was a shadow, clear and distinct, moving along the wall from left to right. My husband was walking right to left, and this thing was going in the opposite direction, like they were crossing paths without actually touching. The shadow traveled all the way down the side of the garage, about midway up the wall, not too close to the ground and not near the roof, just somewhere in the middle. It wasn't small and it wasn't huge, but it didn't seem to be the size of a grown man. It was shorter, not as tall as you'd expect if it were a normal person's shadow. What struck me was how real it looked, how solid. It didn't flicker like a reflection or shift like moving leaves. It moved in one smooth, continuous motion. As it went along, it reached the point where one of the deck posts was in my line of sight. For a moment, the shadow disappeared behind the post exactly the way a real person would if they were walking behind something. I lost sight of it for a second while it passed that point, and my mind reacted instinctively, filling in the idea of someone walking by. The shadow didn't rush, but it wasn't crawling along slowly either. If I had to compare it to a person, I'd say it moved a little faster than someone would normally walk. There was a sense of purpose in the way it moved, as if it knew exactly where it was going and didn't need to hesitate or wander. From where I sat, I could see the shadow clearly all the way down to the ground as it traveled along the wall. It wasn't just a flicker of something, this was a full, defined shape moving with consistency. As I watched it, I felt something shift inside me. A strange, sudden wave of fear rose up in my chest. It wasn't the kind of panic that makes you scream or jump up and run. It was quieter, deeper. My heart started to race a little, and I could feel the tightness in my chest and the heaviness in my stomach. I didn't understand why I was reacting like that. Nothing had actually happened. There was just a moving shadow on the wall. But something about it felt wrong. Not dangerous in an obvious way, not threatening like someone holding a weapon or shouting at me, but wrong in a way that made my body react before my mind could catch up. It took me a moment to calm down after it passed out of sight. I kept looking at the side of the garage, scanning it, trying to see if anything else moved. I thought about my husband, still on the deck, and for a moment I wondered if I had imagined it. But no, I knew what I had seen. The motion, the smoothness, the way it disappeared behind the deck post just like a real person would, it all stayed clear in my mind. This experience felt different from so many other things I had gone through before, and even from the things that have happened since. The truth is, this wasn't my first time dealing with strange things like that. Over the years, I've seen a lot of shadowy figures and heard movement when I knew no one was there. The house we live in has its own personality, its own moods, and I've come to feel that I'm not alone even when I technically am. Some people might say it's imagination or tired eyes, but there have been too many moments, too many odd little details, for me to simply ignore. One of the most common places I see things is in the hallway outside the living room. It doesn't seem to matter if it's day or night, or whether I'm home alone or the whole family is there. I'll be sitting in the living room, reading or watching TV or doing something normal, and then out of the corner of my eye I'll notice movement. I'll see a shadow pass by the open doorway, crossing the hall. It happens often enough that I've come to recognize the feeling that comes just before it. It's like a slight shift in the air, a sense of being watched for a second. Sometimes it's just a quick pass, like someone walking by on their way somewhere else. Other times, it feels like the shadow pauses. There are moments where it seems as if it stops just down the hall, barely out of full view, and lingers there, as though it's standing still and watching me. I don't always see it fully when that happens. It's more a presence, a shape that isn't fully lit but is definitely there. Every now and then, I'll see a shadow standing right at the doorway of the living room, as if it's just inside the frame, looking in. I'll look directly at it, and most of the time it vanishes the moment I shift my gaze. It's almost like it's shy or doesn't want to be caught staring. But not always. On some occasions, when I look straight at it, instead of disappearing right away, I see it move. It will turn or slide away, heading down the hall toward the other rooms. It doesn't run or flicker out, it goes off like it has somewhere else to be. There's a reading room at the end of that same hall, a small, quiet space I've set up with books and a comfortable chair. I've seen a shadow cross inside the doorway to that room as well, like someone passing by or leaning just out of sight. It gives me that same uneasy feeling that someone has been watching and then chooses to walk away only when I notice. Sometimes I try to brush it off. Shadows can be tricky. Light changes, the sun moves, cars pass outside, and your eyes can play games with you. That's what I tell myself, and sometimes it works. But there are other times when it doesn't feel like a trick at all. The movement is too deliberate. It doesn't wobble like a tree branch shadow or stutter like light from a TV screen. It moves like a person moves, in a smooth, connected way. When I turned 18, I thought my whole life was finally about to begin. I packed my bags, kissed my mom goodbye, and left Saskatchewan with this huge knot of excitement and nerves in my chest. I was heading to Toronto, the big city, the place I'd built up in my imagination for years. I pictured bright lights, endless people, late nights, and that electric feeling of possibility that small towns never really have. I was ready for it all, the noise, the energy, the glitz and glamour, as I used to call it. I wanted a new life, and I was sure Toronto was where I'd find it. Of course, real life is never quite as shiny as the version in your head. I ended up at 1011 Lansdowne. The first time I saw the building, I remember just standing there on the sidewalk with my bags, looking up at it and thinking, this can't be it. The place was ugly. Not just run down, but miserable in the way it looked, like it had soaked up years of bad decisions and forgotten tenants. The concrete was stained, the paint was peeling, the balconies all looked a little crooked, and the entrance had that tired, worn-out feel that said nobody really cared about it anymore. It had a horrible reputation in the area too. People talked about it like it was cursed, or at least unlucky. Drugs, fights, weird neighbors, police visits. It wasn't exactly what I'd imagined as the backdrop to my glamorous new life. But the rent was cheap. And when you're 18, alone in a new city, and running low on options, cheap rent suddenly looks pretty beautiful. So I took a bachelor suite on the 14th floor, told myself I'd make the best of it, and moved in. The room was small, just a little square space with a kitchenette on one side and a tiny bathroom attached. But I did what I could to make it feel like home. I set up my futon, hung up a few posters, found some second-hand furniture on the cheap, and turned it into my own version of a cozy little pad. When the lights were low and the city hummed outside my window, I could almost forget how awful the building was. Almost. I had been living there for about 8 months when a Friday the 13th started creeping up on the calendar. I've never been one of those people who gets really worked up over that date, but that time was different. All month long, I had this uneasy feeling I couldn't shake. It was like a knot in my stomach that tightened a little bit every day as the 13th got closer. Sometimes it felt like someone was watching me, even when I knew I was alone. The air in my little bachelor suite felt heavier than usual, and the noises from the hall felt sharper, like they meant something. For about 2 weeks straight before that Friday, something started happening in my apartment. I'd be sitting on my futon in my small square room, trying to relax, watching TV or just staring at nothing, and out of the corner of my eye I'd catch something moving. At first I thought it was just shadows from the hallway or the lights from cars outside, but it kept happening in the exact same way. It would start at the door. I'd see this dark shadow slide down along the frame, like something had stepped silently into the room. Then it would move along the south wall, gliding smoothly, not jerky or flashing like a reflection, but steady, like a person walking slowly around the edges of the room. It kept to the wall, circling almost the entire space, and then it would head toward the bathroom. Every time, it ended up in the bathtub. That was always the worst part. I would sit there, my body stiff but trying to act like nothing was happening, and watch this shadow drift toward the bathroom doorway. It never made any sound, never touched anything I could see, but I could feel it, in the same way you know someone has entered a room behind you even before you turn around. It would slip into the bathroom, and then I'd see a kind of shape, like a form, sit up in the bathtub. Not crystal clear, not in full detail, but enough that my heart would lurch because there was no way to explain it. It looked like someone was lying there, and then slowly rising. To say it freaked me out would be an understatement. I tried to come up with explanations. I told myself it was the light, the angle of the hallway bulb, car headlights, my imagination. But the pattern was too consistent. The same path, the same motion, the same ending in the bathtub. The more it happened, the less I could pretend it was nothing. There was this feeling that something was in my apartment that didn't belong to me and didn't care whether I liked it or not. At the time, I had a girl staying with me. She was tough, angry, and intense, the kind of person who carried trouble in with her like a bad smell. She had told me that she'd been raised by cult members who practiced voodoo. I didn't know how much of that was true, but she believed it, and honestly, there was something dark about her that made me wonder. She always had this heavy, strange energy around her, and people avoided her without really knowing why. So when the shadow started showing up and circling my apartment, I decided it had to be her fault. I convinced myself she had brought something with her, some kind of evil presence that had attached itself to her. The more I thought about it, the more it made sense in my scared, anxious mind. I didn't like the way I felt in my own place anymore. I didn't like that I was afraid to look toward the bathroom, afraid to glance at the walls. So, finally, I told her she had to leave. It wasn't easy. She was mean, and she didn't like being told what to do. We argued. She insulted me, yelled, slammed things. But I stood my ground. I wanted my apartment back. Eventually she left, dragging her bags and her bad attitude out of my life. I remember closing the door behind her and hoping, almost praying, that whatever I'd been seeing would leave with her. To be sure, I decided to cleanse the place. I didn't have any fancy tools or special ingredients. I went out behind the building near the railway tracks and picked some fresh sage growing there. It wasn't store-bought or prepared by anyone spiritual, just wild sage I found myself. I brought it back, lit it carefully, and walked through my little apartment with the smoke, asking out loud for any bad energy to leave. I tried to imagine the darkness lifting and disappearing out the window. When I finished, I felt a little calmer. I thought, okay, that should do it. But it didn't. The uneasy feeling stayed. The building had this way of getting inside your head. The hallways were always a bit too quiet or a bit too loud, depending on the day. Sometimes the elevators would shudder strangely, and the lights would flicker in a way that made you feel like you were in a cheap horror movie. There were always strange people hanging around. You never really felt safe, even when you were behind a locked door. All month long, as Friday the 13th got closer, I kept making this joke to people in the building. Just watch, I'd say with a half laugh. On the 13th, they'll find a body in the building. It was the kind of dark joke you make when a place already feels like something terrible has happened there or is about to happen. The building had a bad history, and the vibe matched it. I didn't fully believe my own words, but I said it often enough that it started to feel like a prediction. People would laugh, roll their eyes, tell me not to jinx anything. But I always said it in the same way, light on the outside, a little too serious on the inside. On the 11th, I got into a fight with my boyfriend. It wasn't a small argument. It was one of those full-blown, emotionally exhausting fights that leave you feeling raw and empty. I didn't want to stay at my place that night. The apartment already felt strange, and now I was upset too, which made everything feel worse. So I went to stay with a friend for a couple of nights, trying to cool off and clear my head. I came back on the 13th. As I walked toward 1011 Lansdowne, I could already feel that something was off. I didn't know why at first. Maybe it was the quiet, or the tension in the air, or just my own nerves. But when the building came into view, I understood right away. There were police cars parked out front. A coroner's van was there too. My stomach dropped. For a moment I just stood there on the sidewalk, staring, my mind flashing back to my own stupid joke. I walked closer, feeling numb. The entrance was busy with people coming and going, officers talking quietly, the cleaning lady hovering nearby. When she saw me, she came over. "They found a body," she said, her voice low. "On the 15th floor. The 15th floor was right above mine. I lived on 14. My heart started pounding in my ears. "What?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. She went on, telling me that the body had been there for some time. "About 2 weeks, she said. 2 weeks. The same 2 weeks I had been seeing that shadow moving through my apartment and settling into my bathtub. The same 2 weeks that I had been making jokes about someone being found dead in the building on the 13th. I laughed when she said it, but it wasn't because it was funny. It was the kind of laugh that spills out when your brain doesn't know what else to do. "Right, sure," I said, as if I didn't believe her, even though I knew she wasn't the type to make that up. I felt cold all over, but I told myself not to think about it. I just wanted to get upstairs, check on my cats, and sit down for a minute. I went into the building, stepped into the elevator, and rode up to the 14th floor. When the doors opened, the hallway lights weren't working. That wasn't completely unusual in that building, but at that moment, it felt wrong. The corridor was dim, lit only by the weak spill of light from the small window at the end and whatever crept out under the doors of other units. I stepped out and started walking down the hall toward my suite. That was when I heard it. Crunch. Crunch. With every step I took, there was this faint crunching sound under my shoes. At first, I didn't think much of it. I just sighed and rolled my eyes. My cats sure made a mess with their litter, I thought. I pictured them kicking it out of the box, spreading it everywhere like they sometimes did when they got overexcited. Cats can be chaotic, and I was used to cleaning up after them. I kept walking. The light in my kitchen bedroom area wasn't working either. The darkness pressed in more as I stepped inside. Crunch. Crunch. The sound followed me with each step, soft but unmistakable. I frowned. It seemed too much, too spread out, too everywhere to just be a bit of spilled litter. But I still didn't really understand, not yet. I went into the bathroom and flipped on the light. It worked. The small bathroom lit up with that dull overhead glow, and I stepped fully inside, still hearing the faint crunch beneath my shoes. I looked at the floor and saw white specks scattered all over. They were in the doorway, on the tiles, near the tub, everywhere. For a second, my mind tried to make it simple. What is all this white stuff? I stared at it, confused, a strange tight feeling starting in my chest. I leaned forward slightly, trying to focus. And then I realized the white specks were moving. They weren't specks of litter. They weren't dust or crumbs. They were maggots. They were everywhere. They writhed and squirmed over each other, filling cracks and corners, spilling out from places I couldn't even see. The floor was alive with them, tiny white bodies shifting and twisting. The sound I had heard under my shoes was not litter. It was the sickening crunch of me stepping on them as I walked through my apartment. For a moment, my mind went blank. Then everything hit me all at once. The police cars, the coroner, the cleaning lady saying a body had been upstairs for about 2 weeks, the smell I hadn't fully noticed until then, the shadow sitting up in my bathtub night after night. I didn't think. I reacted. I grabbed my cats, scooped them up as fast as I could, not even caring that they dug their claws into me in their confusion. I backed out of the bathroom, out of the apartment, my heart hammering so hard it felt like it might tear out of my chest. I locked the door behind me with shaking hands and walked away. I didn't look back. I couldn't. I left everything there. I never went back to that apartment again. Clothes, furniture, dishes, whatever I owned, it didn't matter. None of it was more important than getting away from that place. Even now, to this day, if I ever have a reason to pass through the 14th or 15th floor of that building, I get chills straight down my spine. Just hearing the floor numbers in the elevator makes my stomach twist. To think that for those 2 weeks, what I had likely been seeing in my apartment, circling the room and settling in my bathtub, was the spirit of the person whose body was decomposing right above me on the 15th floor. It still makes my skin crawl. You'd think that would have been enough horror from one building, but 1011 Lansdowne wasn't finished with me. Another time, last winter in fact, I went back there to visit a friend of mine named Chrissy. She lived on the 8th floor. Compared to some of the higher levels, her floor was usually pretty quiet. Fewer fights, fewer screaming matches, fewer random people wandering around at odd hours. But there was one girl on her floor who always had strangers coming by. She'd bring all kinds of people around, some of them clearly not the kind you wanted to meet alone in a dark hallway. It wasn't unusual to see them waiting around near her door or hanging out by the elevators. So I was used to seeing figures in the hall when I visited Chrissy. That night, after spending some time in her apartment, chatting and trying to ignore how much I hated being back in that building, I got ready to leave. It was late, and the hallway outside was quiet. When I stepped out of her place, I wasn't surprised at first to see a man in black standing at the far end of the hall, leaning against the door down there. It fit the usual pattern, some guy waiting around for that girl or someone else, just loitering. But the second I saw him, every hair on my body stood on end. It was like walking straight into a wall of dread. This wasn't just the uneasy feeling of seeing a stranger in a sketchy building. This was heavy. My skin prickled, my chest tightened, and a strong wave of fear rolled over me so hard it made me feel almost dizzy. My instincts started screaming that something was wrong. Very wrong.
I turned back toward Chris's open door and called her into the hallway. "Can you come out here for a second?" I asked, trying to keep my voice casual even though my heart was racing. She came to the doorway and looked down the hall where I was staring. The man in black was still there, leaning against the far door, motionless. "Hey," we called to him, "who are you waiting for?" He didn't move. He didn't shift his head. He didn't adjust his stance. He didn't do anything. It was as if he hadn't even heard us, or as if hearing us meant nothing. He seemed to be facing us, but we couldn't see his face. All we could see was black. His whole figure was just dark. Not like someone in dark clothing, but like a solid, black shape. We kept watching him, and the longer we stared, the more we realized that something was wrong with the way he looked. He wasn't quite solid. The edges of him seemed wrong, a little too soft, like he was made of something thicker than smoke but less than flesh. It was like looking at a person-shaped hole cut out of the world, filled with pure black. It reminded me of a solid fog in the shape of a human. We called out to him again. "Who are you? Who are you waiting for?" We even told him to get lost, trying to sound bold. Still, he didn't react. Not a flinch, not a tilt of the head, nothing. Just that silent, heavy presence leaning against the door at the end of the hallway. All the while, that feeling of foreboding kept growing stronger. It wasn't just me. Chrissy felt it too. I could see it in her face and hear it in her breathing. The air between us and that figure felt thick, like it was hard to pull in a full breath. I didn't want to be scared. I was tired of that building making me feel powerless. So I decided to walk toward the elevators, which were between us and the thing at the end of the hall. I thought if I just walked normally, like nothing was wrong, I could prove to myself that it was no big deal, that it was just some creep in a coat who would eventually turn his head and tell us to mind our own business. I took a step forward, then another. But the closer I got, the worse the feeling became. It was as if I was walking into something invisible and heavy, like a wall of pressure. My legs started to feel weak, like they didn't want to move any farther, and my instinct screamed at me to stop. I kept my eyes on the dark figure the entire time, watching for any sign of movement, and there was none. Not one tiny shift. It was like the hallway itself was holding him in that spot, or like he was rooted there, part of the building. I couldn't do it. I couldn't reach the elevators. It felt like there was something stopping me from going any nearer, not physically grabbing me, but pushing back in a way I could feel deep in my chest. The dread got so heavy that it almost hurt. My heart was pounding so hard it made my hands shake. I started backing away, quickly, my body taking over where my mind had tried to be brave. I didn't turn away from him, I couldn't. I kept my eyes on that black shape the entire time as I moved backward down the hall, away from the elevators, away from him. "I'm taking the stairs," I said, my voice tight. The stairwell door wasn't far, and I pushed it open, slipping inside like someone fleeing a dangerous animal. The second the door closed behind me, I realized the lights in the stairwell were off. All the way down to the 6th floor, it was just darkness. Fantastic, I thought, but I didn't go back. There was no way I was stepping into that hallway again while that thing was still there. So I ran. I ran down the stairs in the dark, my hands brushing the walls, my feet hitting each step blindly. My heart felt like it was going to jump out of my chest, and my breath came in quick bursts. Every little sound echoed in the stairwell, amplifying my panic. I didn't stop until I reached the 6th floor and saw light again. From there, I took the elevator down to the ground, my skin still crawling, my whole body buzzing with leftover fear. When I finally made it outside, I went straight to the coffee shop, trying to calm down with the familiar brightness and noise around me. I got into the truck, hands still shaking, and called Chrissy on my cell phone. "Who or what was that?" I asked her, my voice low and strained. We didn't even pause to think before we answered, almost speaking over each other. "I think it was a demon," we both said. We laughed a little afterward, the way people do when they've just scared themselves, but underneath the laugh was real dread. I knew what I'd felt in that hallway, and it wasn't just a regular creepy guy in black. Many other things happened at 1011 Lansdowne, strange little moments and big unsettling ones. Doors opening on their own, weird noises, arguments that seemed to start from nowhere, people breaking down, people disappearing. The building seemed to feed off bad energy and give it back multiplied. But those two experiences, the shadow that circled my apartment before a body was discovered above me, and the black figure at the end of Chris's hallway, were by far the worst. Some nights, even after I moved away, I would think about that building and feel that same old sensation wash over me. A heavy feeling of foreboding, like something evil was awake and wandering through the walls, brushing past doors and peering through keyholes. On nights when I still lived there and that feeling came over the place, I stayed far, far away if I could. If I absolutely had to be there, I'd hole up in Chris's apartment with the door locked and wait it out until the air felt lighter again, until the strange pressure seemed to lift and the building went back to its usual, less intense kind of wrong. I am so glad I don't live there anymore.
When I first met my boyfriend, I didn't go into the relationship expecting to fall in love with a cat. I had never really liked cats before. I didn't hate them or anything, I just thought they were indifferent and scratchy and not very interested in people. I had always seen myself as more of a dog person, someone who liked wagging tails and sloppy kisses and obvious affection. But then I met Cheech. At that time, my boyfriend had a roommate, and the roommate had this little orange cat named Cheech. The first time I saw him, he was padding softly through the living room like he owned the place, his tail held high, his bright eyes half curious and half playful. He wasn't a big cat at all. He was small and kind of compact, but there was something about him that stood out right away. His fur was a warm shade of orange, not too bright, not too dull, and he had this funny little way of moving that made him look almost like a cartoon character. He seemed to have a personality in every step, every flick of his tail, every tilt of his head. Cheech had this habit of doing things that made you laugh even when you were in a bad mood. If you sat on the couch and ignored him for too long, he would calmly jump up, walk across your legs like you were just another piece of furniture, and then sit down right in the middle of whatever you were trying to read or look at. If you moved him aside, he would wait a second, then try again, like it was a game. Sometimes he would chase dust in a beam of sunlight, pounce on shadows on the wall, or suddenly race across the room as if something invisible had challenged him to a race. He had this strange mix of independence and friendliness. He wasn't clingy, but he was always around, always silently asking you to notice him. Before long, I found myself talking about him the way people talk about their kids. "You should have seen what Cheech did today," I'd say. I'd catch myself smiling just from remembering him rolling onto his back and stretching like he was posing for a picture. He would sit with his paws tucked under him like a little loaf, watching us with his bright eyes, and it felt like he really understood what was going on in the house. Somewhere along the way, without planning it and without even realizing it at first, I started to love that cat. Not too long after I moved in with my boyfriend and his roommate, things changed. The roommate's girlfriend had a cat of her own named Satchmo. For reasons I don't need to get into, she couldn't keep him anymore and had to get rid of him. Instead of letting him go to someone else or to a shelter, we decided to take him in. Our place wasn't big, but it seemed better to squeeze in one more cat than to let him go to some unknown home. So Satchmo came to live with us. Satchmo was different from Cheech. He was gray and white, with his own kind of charm, but he didn't have the same personality as the little orange cat I'd gotten used to. He was more serious, more cautious. He was a good cat in his own right, but from the very beginning there was one big problem. Cheech and Satchmo hated each other. It wasn't a small dislike either. They didn't just hiss a little and then keep their distance. They glared, growled, and bristled every time they got near each other. Our apartment was small, and it wasn't easy to keep them separated. Pretty much wherever one went, the other was either already there or not far behind. There was nowhere for Cheech to have his own little kingdom anymore. The tension between them was almost constant. You could feel it in the air when they were both in the same room, their bodies stiff, their ears angled, their eyes watching each other carefully. At first, we tried to brush it off. Cats take time to adjust, we told ourselves. They'll get used to each other. We tried to give them attention separately, feed them in different corners, distract them with toys. But things didn't really improve. Instead, Cheech started to change. He stopped playing as much. His funny antics became fewer and fewer. He seemed quieter, heavier somehow, like he was carrying a sadness around with him. He would curl up in places he didn't usually choose before, like behind furniture or in tight corners, and he spent more and more time sleeping. At first, we thought he was just stressed out or upset about Satchmo's arrival. Our place was small, and there was no way for him to have his own space, no place where he could completely escape this other cat he clearly didn't like. It was easy to imagine that he was depressed, that his personality was shrinking under the weight of having to share everything. But as time went on, Cheech didn't just seem sad. He started to look sick. He lost weight. His fur didn't look as bright or as well kept. He didn't groom himself the way he used to. Sometimes when he walked, he looked unsteady, like his legs didn't want to support him. His eyes, which had always been so sharp and expressive, seemed duller. We kept telling ourselves he was just unhappy, that he'd bounce back if things calmed down, but deep inside I think I knew it was more than that. It's hard to admit that to yourself, though. It's easier to say, "He's just upset," than to face the idea that something might really be wrong. One night, we had people over. Friends were visiting, and the apartment was full of noise, laughter, and movement. Cheech had been staying inside a lot more, quieter than usual, and the people who came over didn't know how sick he really was. To them, he was just the same old small orange cat who lived there. At some point, someone let him out, thinking it was harmless. We didn't realize it right away. With so many people in the apartment, and so much going on, it was easy to lose track of where the cats were. By the time we noticed Cheech wasn't around, it was too late. We searched for him, calling his name, checking under furniture, looking outside. We eventually found out that he had run off and hid underneath the house. We didn't find him until about 3 days later. When we found him, he was still alive, but just barely. He was in really bad shape. Weak, thin, and so quiet it broke my heart. We scooped him up as gently as we could and rushed him to the vet, hoping it wasn't too late, hoping that he could be saved with the right medicine or care. We sat there, waiting, trying to calm ourselves, trying to hang on to a tiny thread of hope that he'd pull through. He didn't. Cheech died, and even though part of me had known he was very sick, nothing prepares you for the finality of it. The house felt different without him. Even Satchmo seemed a little different, like he noticed that something had changed. We decided to have Cheech cremated. It felt like the right thing to do, like a way to honor him and keep him with us in some way. But we didn't get his ashes back right away. It took about a month before they were ready. Not long after he died, maybe about a week later, we brought home 2 new kittens. We hadn't gotten them to replace Cheech. They were kittens we had already agreed to take before he got really sick. We had planned on having a fuller house, more furry little lives to share the space with. Their arrival just happened to fall after his death, and even though the timing hurt a little, there wasn't much we could do about that. Canceling on them didn't feel right either. We named the 2 kittens Ziggy and Marley. They were both tiny and full of energy, with that unstoppable curiosity that kittens have, bouncing and climbing and investigating everything like it was a puzzle just for them. They explored the apartment fearlessly, climbing onto chairs, slipping under tables, chasing each other's tails, and batting at anything that moved or didn't move. Their presence brought a kind of life back into the place. It didn't erase the sadness of losing Cheech, but it softened it a little. It was impossible not to smile watching them tumble over each other or try to pounce on dust motes in the air. For a little while, everything seemed normal. Then the day came when we finally got Cheech's ashes back. We brought the small container home, knowing that inside was all that was left of the little orange cat who had changed my mind about cats forever. We didn't do anything dramatic with the ashes. We just placed them in the apartment, a quiet reminder that he had been there, that he had been loved, that he still mattered to us. That was when the strange things started happening. The first night we had Cheech's ashes at home, I was sitting on the bed. It was a regular evening. The lights were on, nothing tense or scary was happening. Marley was laying on my stomach, settled in that comfortable way cats have, his body rising and falling with my breathing. Ziggy was on the edge of the bed, near where my legs were stretched out. At first she just seemed to be looking around. Then she started acting like she was playing with another cat. She would focus on a spot just in front of her, her eyes wide and locked onto something I could not see. Her head would tilt, following movement in the air, the way cats do when another animal or a toy is moving around. Then she would jump, pounce, and bounce back, exactly like she did when she was wrestling with Marley. She batted at nothing, chased nothing, rolled onto her side and swiped with her paws at nothing. Her whole body said she was engaged in a playful fight or game, but there was no other cat there. Marley was still on my stomach, calm and uninterested in whatever she was seeing. Ziggy's focus didn't break. Her eyes traced the invisible thing as if it moved around, and she reacted just like she did when playing with a real companion. I watched her, confused but strangely not afraid. I told myself she was being a typical crazy kitten, that kittens are known for staring at corners, chasing nothing, and going wild for reasons we don't understand. Still, something about it stuck with me. The way she played seemed so specific, so directed, as if something was actually there with her. It didn't stop after that night. About once a week, Ziggy would start doing the same thing again. She would suddenly begin playing with nothing, jumping, pouncing, chasing, and wrestling with empty air. It always looked just like the way she played with another cat, not like the random running they sometimes do when they have a burst of energy. She followed something with her eyes, tracked it, timed her jumps, reacted as if it reacted back. It was hard not to think of Cheech, especially since we now had his ashes in the apartment. I couldn't prove anything, but in my heart the idea started forming that maybe he was still there somehow, still wanting to play. It wasn't just Zig either. Even after my roommates brought home another new kitten, this one named Mr. Stubbs, similar things kept happening. Mr. Stubbs is black, like Ziggy, and as he settled into the home, he developed his own patterns. Sometimes, while the others slept or lounged lazily in the sun, he would be off on his own, playing with nothing. He'd bounce around, attack the air, paw at something invisible. It was the same kind of play, focused, precise, like there was an actual partner in his game. We had plenty of toys. Balls, strings, little stuffed mice, things rolled under furniture, hung from doorways, and scattered around the floor. There was no shortage of distractions. But in those moments, it was like they chose something else entirely. That's what made it strange. Why chase nothing when a toy is in reach? Why jump at empty air when there are other cats right there? That's one of the reasons I started to think, quietly and almost shyly, that maybe it wasn't nothing at all. Maybe it was Cheech. There were other odd things too, especially involving Satchmo. Even after all that time, he still had a strange reaction to the hallway leading to the bathroom where the litter box was kept. The litter box was down the hall, in the bathroom, tucked in a spot that all the cats knew very well. But every time Satchmo came inside and tried to go use it, something would happen. He would walk down the hall, heading toward the bathroom like normal. Then, as he got closer, he would suddenly start hissing. His body language changed completely, from curious or relaxed to rigid and terrified. His fur would puff up, his tail would get big, and his ears would flatten. He looked genuinely frightened, not just annoyed or angry. Sometimes he would get so scared that he would accidentally go on the floor instead of making it to the litter box. It was like he just couldn't bring himself to go all the way in there. The thing is, this was exactly what used to happen when Cheech was alive. Back then, if Satchmo ventured down the hall toward the bathroom while Cheech was already in there, the same scene would play out. Satchmo would hiss, tense up, and sometimes back away or go on the floor because he was too scared to go in. It was as if that hallway, that bathroom, that litter box had become Cheech's territory, and Satchmo knew it. Even after Cheech died, even after time passed and other cats came and went, Satchmo reacted the same way when he got near that spot. We tried everything to fix it. We changed the litter. We took the lid off the box. We got a completely new litter box and let Satchmo use it alone before the others, hoping he would feel safe and claim it as his own. We stayed with him by the bathroom, talking to him gently, trying to show him there was nothing to be afraid of. None of it worked. Every time he got close, he would get scared, hiss, and sometimes have an accident. Poor Satchmo ended up barely coming inside anymore because he was so afraid of that area. It was like something invisible was still guarding it, still claiming it. All of that would have been enough to make me wonder, but it wasn't actually what made me finally decide to write about everything. That moment came one night when all the pieces seemed to come together in a way I couldn't ignore. I was sitting on the couch with my boyfriend, watching TV. It was a normal night, quiet and relaxed. Ziggy was curled up with me, settled comfortably in my arms. Mr. Stubbs was in my boyfriend's lap, content and calm in his hands. Marley was behind my head on the back of the couch, in that perfect cat perch where they can see everything and demand attention with just a paw on your shoulder. Satchmo was outside at the time, not in the apartment at all. The living room felt peaceful, full of soft cat weight and familiar sounds from the TV. I wasn't thinking about ghosts or spirits or anything like that. I was just there, in the moment, with the people and animals I loved. Then I saw something out of the corner of my eye. It was just a flicker at first, a shape moving quickly near the edge of my vision. I turned my head to look more clearly, and saw an orange cat run down the hall. It was small and moved with a quick, light step that was instantly familiar. The cat ran toward the chair at the end of the hall, jumped up onto it in one easy motion, then moved as if it was going to jump down again. But before it could land, it disappeared. 1 second, there was a small orange cat in mid-movement, alive and solid and real. The next second, there was nothing at all. No sound of landing, no shape, no tail flicking, no trace. Just an empty chair in a hallway that suddenly felt much too quiet. My heart stumbled. For a few seconds, I just stared, wondering if my eyes were playing tricks on me. My first thought was that I must have mistaken one of the other cats. Maybe Ziggy had gotten away from me without me realizing. Maybe Marley had slipped off the back of the couch. Maybe Mr. Stubbs had jumped down and run off. But when I looked around, all three of them were exactly where they had been. Ziggy was still in my arms, black fur against my hands. Mr. Stubbs was still in my boyfriend's lap. Marley was still behind my head. None of them had moved. None of them were orange. Satchmo wasn't inside. He was outside, and even if he hadn't been, he was gray and white, not orange. There was no orange cat in that apartment anymore. Except somehow there had been. I sat there, my mind racing quietly, the image of that small orange body running down the hall replaying over and over in my thoughts. The movement had been so natural, so normal, like the way Cheech used to run when he was alive. The way he jumped onto furniture, the way he leaped down again. It didn't feel like a dream or a fantasy. It felt like I had just watched a real cat do something it had done 100 times before. And then I thought about Ziggy and Mr. Stubbs playing with invisible friends. About Satchmo being afraid of the bathroom as if another cat were there. About the timing of the Ashes coming home and things starting to happen. About the feeling I had that Cheech had never really left, not completely. I can't prove that what I saw was Cheech. I can't prove that the invisible playmate is him, or that he still guards the bathroom from Satchmo like he used to. All I know is what I've seen and what I've felt. I know that I loved a small orange cat who changed the way I felt about cats forever. I know that after he died, things in our home didn't go back to normal the way you might expect. They shifted into something else, something quieter but still very real. So when I saw that little orange shape run down the hall, jump on the chair, and vanish into thin air, my heart didn't just fill with fear or confusion. It filled with something else too, something like recognition. Something like the feeling you get when you catch a glimpse of a familiar face in a crowd, even if you can't quite reach them. And in that moment, more than anything I thought, "Hi, Cheech." I used to think of myself as a pretty steady, careful person. I'm not one of those people who walks into walls, drops everything, or trips over their own feet for no reason. I'm not fragile. And I'm definitely not a klutz. That's why it bothers me so much that lately I keep getting hurt. Not just once in a while, but over and over, enough that I've started to dread being alone in my own house. At first I tried to laugh it off, tell myself I was just tired or distracted, but the more it happens, the more I feel this crawling sensation in the back of my mind. Something in this house is messing with me. The house itself is tiny. You know how people say hauntings usually take place in old mansions, huge farmhouses, or sprawling Victorians with too many rooms and long, echoing hallways? This place is nothing like that. It's small and close and compact, the kind of house where you can stand in the middle of the living room and hear everything happening in the kitchen, bathroom, and bedrooms without even trying. There's not really anywhere to hide, and yet somehow, it feels like something is always just out of sight. The people who lived here before we did were my boyfriend's aunt and uncle. They both passed away, but not in this house. They died elsewhere, in other places. On paper, this house is just a building that used to belong to them, with no tragic events recorded inside its walls. But my boyfriend's mom believes that her brother, my boyfriend's uncle, is still here somehow, looking for his wife. She says he's gentle, that he always loved his wife more than anything, and that it would make sense for him to come back to the place where they built so much of their life together. I don't know if that's true, but I do know that she talks about him like he's still walking from room to room, checking to see if she's there, unable to accept that she's gone. Honestly, if that was the only presence here, I don't think I would be scared. My boyfriend's uncle, when people see him, is described as kind. He likes to be seen, but he doesn't hurt anyone. My boyfriend and his family talk about him the way some people talk about a sweet old neighbor who still watches over the street long after he's passed. They say that when he's around, they feel calm. I've felt that before, a sort of soft, quiet presence that makes the air feel heavy but not frightening, like someone is just there, watching, existing. But there's something else in this house too. Something that doesn't feel calm or kind. Something that feels like it enjoys watching me get hurt. It started with little things that were easy to brush off. I would be in the kitchen, minding my own business, looking for something in the fridge. The kitchen is small, with the fridge tucked into one corner and cupboards hanging above the counter, the kind that don't swing open lightly. They're the stiff kind, with little hatches you have to pull. They don't just drift open on their own. I'd be bent over, rummaging in the fridge, thinking about milk or leftovers or something simple, and then I'd straighten up. Crack. My head would slam into a cupboard door. Every time, it would send a bolt of pain through my skull so sharp it made my eyes water. I'd stagger back, hands flying to the top of my head, feeling the throbbing ache spread across my scalp. And always, as I pulled my fingers away and blinked through the stinging, I would realize the same thing. That cupboard door had not been open when I bent down. I know it wasn't. I would have had to move it or duck around it to get to the fridge. But somehow, in the 10 seconds I had my head inside the fridge, it had opened wide enough for me to hit it full force. 1 or 2 times, I told myself I just hadn't noticed. Maybe I'd brushed it by accident. Maybe someone had left it partly open earlier, and I just didn't see. It's easy to find excuses when you really want to. But this kept happening. Not once a month, not here and there, but a few times a week. I started to develop a soft spot on my head from hitting it in almost the exact same place so many times. Every time I'd look up at that stubborn door, hanging open as if it had been waiting, and feel this twist of frustration and unease. The thing has a hatch. It needs to be pulled to open. It doesn't just spring open by itself. And yet, time after time, there it was, ready to meet my skull on the way up. It isn't just the cupboards. Sometimes I'll be walking through the kitchen, not in a rush, just moving from one side of the room to the other. The microwave is mounted in such a way that its door has to be pulled open. It doesn't just pop on its own. And yet I'll be halfway past it when suddenly, snap, the door will fling open and smack me right in the face. The first time it happened, I jumped back, stunned, my nose stinging and my eyes welling up. I checked the door, running my hand along the handle and hinges, trying to figure out if it was loose or broken. It wasn't. It closed firmly. It stayed closed when I pushed it shut again. But it happened again. And again. Now I've gotten to the point where any time I walk past the microwave, I, nervously, bracing myself for the possibility that the door might decide to fly open and hit me. It's an awful feeling, flinching your way through your own kitchen, especially when you know nobody else opened it. I can't tell you how many times I've looked up afterwards, rubbing a fresh bruise, hoping to catch someone laughing or at least moving away from the appliance. But there's never anyone there. I always seem to have bruises on my face now. Little marks on my cheekbone, a tender spot near my eyebrow, a sore line across the bridge of my nose. I joke about walking into doors, but it doesn't feel funny. It feels targeted. Like something is timing those moments, choosing exactly when to make a door swing or a handle jerk. There was one week in particular that made everything feel worse. The weather went wild. First there was a huge snowstorm, thick, heavy snow piling up, the world outside going quiet under a soft white blanket. Then, almost as soon as the storm ended, the temperature jumped and a rainstorm rolled in. All that snow started melting at once. The streets turned into rivers of slush, drains struggled to keep up, and water was suddenly everywhere. It messed with the town's systems, including the water supply. The water got contaminated, and everyone was warned not to drink it unless it had been boiled. Around that same time, I started feeling that strange cold more often. It's hard to describe the cold. It's not like standing near an open window in winter or walking into a draft. It doesn't come from one direction. It doesn't move like air. It just appears. 1 second, the room is normal. The next, there's this deep, unnatural chill pressing against my skin, sinking into my bones. It doesn't feel like my boyfriend's uncle. When I feel him around, I feel calm, even if I'm aware of something unseen. But this other cold makes me nervous. It makes my heart speed up and my stomach twist. Sometimes it comes so sharply that I feel sick almost immediately. That day, I felt it creep up again. I had already been feeling off, my body tired and my head a little light. Then the cold hit. It curled around me like icy fingers, and before I knew it, I was hunched over, throwing up. The house felt like it was closing in on me. I kept thinking about the contaminated water warnings and how I needed to have something safe to drink, especially if I kept getting sick like that. I couldn't trust what came out of the tap anymore unless I boiled it. And I didn't trust whatever was making me feel like this either. So I pulled myself together as best I could and went into the kitchen. I filled the kettle with water, set it to boil, and made myself sit down for a moment while it heated. The house was quiet except for the small sounds of the kettle working, that low hum and occasional click. I was still shaky, still feeling traces of the cold even as I tried to ignore it. When the kettle finished, it clicked off with that familiar little sound. I got up and reached for it. My plan was simple: pour the boiling water into a jug so it could cool in the fridge, giving us safe drinking water later. The kettle was hot, but I'd done this 100 times before. I held it by the handle, positioned it over the jug, and started to pour. As I tilted the kettle, I felt it. That same cold, but more focused this time. It wrapped around my hand and wrist like a band of freezing air, sharp and deliberate. The hair on my arm stood up. I sucked in a breath. Before I could react any further, something jerked my hand. It wasn't a slip. It was a sudden, forceful tug, like an invisible hand grabbed my wrist and yanked. At the same time, the lid of the kettle seemed to pull off on its own, popping loose in a way it never had before. The angle of the kettle shifted, and instead of the boiling water pouring neatly into the jug, it spilled over, cascaded out wildly, and splashed directly onto my hand. The pain hit instantly. Boiling water seared across my skin, hot enough that it almost didn't feel real for a second. Then it did. It felt excruciatingly real. I screamed, dropping the kettle, my hand burning so badly I thought I was going to pass out. The skin reddened quickly, angry and raw, and I could feel the deeper layers underneath it throbbing and screaming. The cold was gone as quickly as it had come, replaced by a huge wave of heat and pain. I ended up having to get my hand treated and bandaged. I wore those bandages for about 2 weeks, awkwardly trying to do normal things with one hand, constantly reminded of that moment, of the cold, the jerk, the way the lid pulled off like it had help. People said things like, "That's terrible luck," and "You have to be more careful." But I knew how it had felt. It hadn't been clumsiness. It hadn't been an accident. It had felt like something wanted me hurt. The bathroom isn't much better. I slip in the shower a lot. Not a little slide, I mean a full-on, heart-stopping, feet-flying slip that leaves me grabbing desperately for the walls or the curtain. It always happens the same way. I'll be showering, letting the hot water run over me, washing my hair or my face. The bar of soap is always kept on a small shelf built into the wall, a stable little nook where it sits securely. I'll close my eyes, lean back to rinse my face, and then suddenly my foot will land directly on the bar of soap on the shower floor. It shouldn't be there. Every time, I remember placing it back on the shelf. The shelf isn't slanted, it doesn't tip. The soap isn't teetering on the edge. It's always put back the same way. And yet, somehow, when I'm most off guard, most vulnerable with water in my eyes and hands up near my face, the soap ends up under my foot, impossibly slippery, sending me skidding. I catch myself on the wall, slam my shoulder, my hip, my knee against the tub. My heart hammers, and I stand there breathing hard, staring at the smooth shelf that is now empty. I tell myself it must have fallen, but there's always a part of me that whispers, "Really? Every time?" If it was one thing, just the microwave, just the cupboards, just the soap, I could write it off. But it's not one thing. It's all of them. over and over. Little setups for me to get hurt. And it's not just about hitting my head or slipping. Sometimes it feels like this house is trying to start bigger trouble. I can't count the number of times I've woken up in the middle of the night and found the oven on. Not just the light, but the actual heat, the dial turned to some random temperature. The first time I thought maybe someone forgot to turn it off, but then it started happening when I knew for a fact no one had used it that day. I'd double-check it before bed, making sure everything was off, and still wake up with that subtle smell of heated metal in the air, walk into the kitchen, and see the dial turned again. Other nights, I'll wake up and hear water running. I'll go into the kitchen or the bathroom and find the sink overflowing, water spilling over the sides and onto the floor as if the tap had been turned on and left. The sound of it, that constant pouring, is terrifying in the middle of the night. I picture it going on for hours, filling the room, seeping into the walls and floors, destroying everything. I rush to turn it off, heart pounding, wiping up water with whatever towels I can grab quickly enough. I've gotten into the habit of unplugging everything that can be unplugged before bed. Toasters, kettles, anything with a heating element or a motor. I don't want to give whatever is in this house any help. I imagine waking up to flames or smoke, the smell of something burning, and I do everything I can to stop that from happening. It's exhausting, living like that, always worried that something will be turned on while I'm asleep, that something will overflow or boil over or explode. The worst part is that it doesn't happen to everyone. If it was just the house, you'd expect it to be random, affecting everyone who lives here or visits. But it doesn't. Whatever is here seems to have favorites, or targets. These things happen to me. The doors swing at me. The soap slides under my foot. The cold wraps around me. The water burns me. I wake up to the oven on or the sink overflowing. And there's one other person in the house it happens to, one of my roommates. It doesn't happen to my boyfriend. It doesn't happen to his girlfriend. It doesn't happen to our other friends who drop by. They walk through the kitchen without getting hit. They open the fridge without slamming their heads. They shower without slipping. They drink from the tap without getting sick. They sleep through the night without waking up to running water or the heat of the oven. Sometimes they look at me with a half-smile, half-concerned expression when I tell them another thing that's happened. They say things like, "You're just unlucky," or, "Maybe you're overtired." But it never happens to them. It's me. And that one roommate. Like we're the only ones whatever this is interested in. I try to tell myself that I'm just seeing patterns where there aren't any, that I'm building a story out of coincidences. Maybe the cupboards really do pop open sometimes. Maybe microwaves can fling themselves open at just the wrong moment. Maybe soap slides on its own off shelves. Maybe my hand slipped on the kettle at exactly the same time I felt that cold. I repeat those things to myself like a mantra when I'm trying to fall asleep. But there are nights when I feel that particular cold creep into the room, that nervous, heavy chill that makes my skin crawl and my stomach tight, and I remember every bruise on my face, every slip, every burn, every near miss. On those nights, I can't quite make myself believe that it's all in my head. On those nights, all I can do is lie there and think, maybe I'm not crazy. Maybe something really is here. And maybe, for some reason I don't understand, it doesn't like me very much. When I was 8 years old, I moved away from the town where I was born and ended up living where I am now. On paper it didn't seem like it should have been that hard. Kids move all the time, and I did make friends eventually, and life kept going. But there was one thing that always came with me no matter where I lived, my sleep. Even before we moved, I already had trouble with dreams. Not just regular kid dreams, not the kind where you're flying or you're late for school or you lose your shoes. I mean the kind that stick to you, the kind that make you wake up sweating and confused, the kind that follow you into the next day. I've had those kinds of dreams for as long as I can remember. And sometimes I wonder if it's connected to something that happened when I was even younger. When I was 2 years old, I was attacked by a chow dog. People tell stories about dog bites, but mine wasn't a quick snap and a bruise. It was serious. I lost a lot of blood. I almost died. I was so small, and it happened so fast, and the adults around me were terrified. I don't remember every detail clearly, because I was two, but I remember pieces: the panic, the pain, the shouting, the feeling of being helpless. And I remember the way it changed the adults' faces afterward, like they had looked at death too closely. Even if I don't remember it like an adult would, my body remembers it in a different way. After that attack, my dreams got worse. Or maybe I just became the kind of kid who carried fear inside without knowing what to do with it. I would have these dreams that felt too real, dreams that made my heart race like I had been running. Sometimes I would wake up crying, sometimes I would wake up angry, sometimes I'd wake up and just lie there staring into the dark like I was afraid to move. I didn't have the words for it. I was just a kid. All I knew was that nighttime didn't feel safe the way it seemed to feel for other children. So when we moved when I was 8, I tried to be brave about it. I had to leave my hometown, leave the familiar streets and the places where I knew what every corner looked like, and start over somewhere new. The move itself wasn't a nightmare. It was more like one big, confusing change. New house. New room. New sounds. New light coming through the windows. New smells in the kitchen. Even the air felt different, like the humidity, and the wind didn't sit on your skin the same way. The hardest part was sleeping in a new place. During the day I could distract myself. I could explore. I could unpack boxes. I could meet neighbors. I could go outside and start learning where things were. But at night, once the house got quiet and everyone went to their rooms, I was left alone with my thoughts, and that's when it always started. That familiar fear would creep in, like it was waiting for the lights to go off. Still, I made friends in the new area. I eventually found my place at school. Kids are good at adapting in some ways, especially when they don't have a choice. I learned new routines and new streets and new names. I smiled and laughed like a normal kid. I tried to convince myself that the bad dreams were just dreams, and that they would settle down once I felt settled too. In my new room, I had my mother's old twin bed set. It was one of those sets that looked like it belonged to a different time, not modern and simple, but heavier, like real furniture. The bed matched the dresser, and the dresser had a huge mirror attached to it. That mirror took up a lot of space, big enough that when you stood in front of it, you could see most of yourself and most of the room behind you. During the day it was just a mirror. It reflected sunlight. It reflected my messy hair when I got dressed. It reflected the normal life of a kid trying to get ready for school. At night, it felt like something else. I'm saying that now as an older person looking back, but even as a kid, that mirror made me uneasy sometimes. I didn't know why. It wasn't like I thought it was haunted. I wasn't even thinking in those terms at that age. It just felt too dark at night, like the mirror held shadows even when the rest of the room looked normal. Sometimes I would turn away from it quickly when I was changing clothes, like I didn't want to catch a glimpse of something behind me. I also need to make something very clear, because people always ask this when I tell the story. I did not grow up watching scary movies. I wasn't the kid who stayed up late watching horror films. My parents didn't let me, and honestly, I didn't even want to. I was already scared enough without feeding my brain more reasons to be afraid. The scariest thing I watched back then was an occasional episode of Are You Afraid of the Dark? And even that would sometimes make me sleep with a light on. So when I had the dream I'm about to describe, it wasn't because I had filled my mind with horror scenes. It didn't feel borrowed. It felt like it came from somewhere inside me, or from somewhere I couldn't explain. It happened on one of those first nights after the move, when everything still felt unfamiliar. I remember going to bed not feeling fully comfortable. The house was quiet in a way that didn't match the quiet of my old house. I could hear different little sounds, pipes, the building settling, faraway traffic maybe. Even my own room sounded new, like the walls hadn't learned me yet. I climbed into bed and tried to relax. I had a few comforting things like most kids do. Blankets that smelled like home, a few toys on a shelf, little pieces of normal life placed around me like a shield. One of those things was a teddy bear my grandma had given me. It wasn't just a regular bear. It was one of those bears that had a built-in recording, and when you pressed its hands, it would say a bedtime prayer in a cute little voice. The prayer was the one I'm sure a lot of people recognize. Now I lay me down to sleep, I pray the Lord my soul to keep. If I should die before I wake, I pray the Lord my soul shall take. As a kid, I didn't think about the words too deeply. The line about dying is actually pretty intense when you think about it, but children don't always process it like that. To me it was just familiar. It was a ritual. It meant bedtime. It meant God was watching. It meant my grandma cared enough to give me something to help me feel safe. That night I didn't sleep well at first. I tossed and turned. I pulled the blanket up and then kicked it off. I listened to the silence, then listened for footsteps, then tried not to listen at all. I remember looking toward the dresser and the mirror and then forcing myself to look away. I told myself there was nothing there. I told myself I was being silly. Eventually, after what felt like a long time, I finally drifted off. And then I dreamed. In my dream, I was in my room, but it wasn't my room the way it actually was. It was like my room had been taken over by something wild and wrong. The first thing I noticed was the door. It wasn't just closed, it was bolted shut, like someone had locked it from the outside or like the room had decided I wasn't allowed to leave. I remember staring at the door in the dream and feeling that immediate panic, that thought of, I'm trapped. Then I looked around and saw the mess. My room was covered in paper, like pages and scraps had been thrown everywhere. It wasn't the normal kind of messy kid room, not toys on the floor or clothes in a pile. This was like a storm had passed through and left paper all over the bed, all over the floor, all over the furniture. Some of it looked torn, like someone had ripped it up in anger. And mixed into the mess were vines. The vines were crawling across my walls like living things. They weren't pretty vines like you see outside on a fence. They looked darker, thicker, like they didn't belong indoors. They stretched along the wall and spread around the room in a way that made it feel like the room was being swallowed. In the dream, I could almost feel the vines, like the air had become damp and earthy, like a basement. I could smell something green and rotten at the same time. I remember sitting up in bed in that dream and feeling confused, like I couldn't understand how my normal room could look like that. Then I got out of bed to look around, and I remember my feet touching the floor. Even in the dream, the floor felt cold. The paper crunched under my feet. The vines seemed to move slightly, just enough that I didn't feel alone. I turned slowly, trying to take it all in, trying to make sense of it, trying to decide what I was supposed to do. And then I looked at the mirror. That huge mirror on the dresser was still there, but it didn't reflect the room the way it should have. It reflected something else, like the glass had turned into a window. When I stepped closer, expecting to see my own face, I saw a demon staring back at me. I can still describe him, because that image didn't fade like most dreams do. He had gray skin. Not just pale skin, but gray like ash, gray like stone. He had horns, and they didn't look like a costume. They looked like they were part of him, growing out of his head in a way that made my stomach twist. His face looked wrong in a way that is hard to describe. The closest thing I can compare it to is wax after you pour hot water on it, like it had melted slightly, like the features weren't set properly. His face looked soft and ruined at the same time. There was blood trailing from his mouth, like he had just eaten something raw. His teeth were sharp and pointed and black, not white, not normal at all. And his eyes were black too, like there was no light in them, like two holes where eyes should be. In the dream, I couldn't breathe right. It felt like my chest was tight and my throat was closing. I tried to step back, but I couldn't stop looking. It was like the demon was holding me with his gaze, like my body forgot how to move. Then he reached for me. I remember that motion clearly. It wasn't a gentle reach like someone trying to help. It was a reaching that felt like grabbing, like taking. His hand came toward the glass, toward me, and in that moment the fear became too big to hold inside. That's when I woke up. I didn't wake up calmly. I woke up like I had been shoved. I jolted so hard that I fell out of bed. I hit the floor, and the impact snapped me fully into reality. But the terror didn't leave with the dream. It stayed with me like a weight. My heart was pounding so loudly it felt like it filled my whole head. The room was dark. The door was not bolted. There were no vines on the walls. There was no paper everywhere. But I was still shaking, and my mind was still full of that face in the mirror. I scrambled on the floor, half crawling, half stumbling, trying to find my teddy bear. My grandma's bear. I was desperate for something familiar, something safe, something that belonged to the normal world. I kept thinking, I need the prayer. I need the prayer right now. Like if I could just hear it, it would push the fear away. My hands finally found the bear, and I grabbed it hard enough to hurt my fingers. I stood up, breathing fast, and without really thinking, I turned toward the dresser and the mirror. Part of me wanted to avoid the mirror completely. Another part of me needed to look, needed to prove to myself that what I saw was only a dream, that my reflection was just me. I pressed the bear's hands. I expected to hear that cute, comforting voice start the prayer. I expected. Now I lay me down to sleep. But that is not what came out. Instead of the bear's normal voice, something else spoke from it, something that sounded wrong in every way. It didn't sound cute. It didn't sound comforting. It sounded like it dripped with evil, like the voice itself was dirty. It said, "You can't ever be." I didn't understand what it meant. Even now I don't fully understand what it meant. But the words hit me like a slap. They were so unexpected, so out of place, that for a second I couldn't even scream. I just stood there holding the bear, staring at it, my brain trying to process what I had heard. Then I looked up at the mirror. And the demon was there. Not in the way of a dream, not with the blurry, shifting feeling dreams have. I saw that same gray face in the glass. I saw those horns. I saw the blood at the mouth. I saw the sharp black teeth and those black eyes. It was the same thing I had just run from in my sleep, except now I was awake, standing in my real room, looking at my real dresser mirror. That's when I screamed. It wasn't a small scream. It was the kind of scream that rips out of you because you can't hold it back, because your body is convinced you're about to die. My voice echoed in the room, and I heard movement right away in the house, footsteps, a door opening, my mother calling my name. My mom rushed into the room. She flipped the light on, and the sudden brightness made my eyes hurt. I was crying and shaking and pointing, and without thinking I threw the bear at her like it was the problem, like it was the thing that had betrayed me. The bear hit her and fell into her hands, and she looked confused and alarmed at the same time. She asked me what happened, over and over, trying to calm me down. I tried to tell her through sobs. I told her about the dream, about the demon in the mirror, and then about the bear saying something horrible instead of the prayer. I don't know how much sense I made, because I was panicking and 8 years old and terrified. But I know she understood enough to take it seriously because she didn't laugh. She didn't roll her eyes. She didn't tell me I was being dramatic. She picked the bear up and pressed its hands. And the bear's normal bedtime prayer played again, in that sweet, innocent voice, like nothing had happened. Now I lay me down to sleep. My mother looked at me like she expected that to settle it. Like, see? It's fine. And maybe for a second she thought I had imagined the other voice, that I had half-dreamed it while waking up. But I knew what I heard. I was standing up when I pressed it. I was awake enough to run to the mirror. I was awake enough to throw the bear at her. I told her I didn't want it anymore. I told her to keep it away from me. I remember my voice sounding desperate, like I was begging her to remove it from the room before it spoke again. I didn't want it on my bed. I didn't want it on my shelf. I didn't want it anywhere near me. I wanted it gone. My mom didn't argue with me for long. She might have thought it was just fear from the dream, but she could see how upset I was. She took the bear out of my room. I don't remember where she put it. I don't remember her throwing it away, but I know one thing for sure, I haven't seen it since. That night, I don't even know how I slept afterward. I think I stayed awake for a long time with my light on, afraid to look toward the mirror. My mom probably told me it was just a nightmare, and part of me wanted to believe her. But the problem was, in my memory, it didn't feel like just a nightmare. It felt like something crossed over from the dream into the real world for a moment, like my fear had been given a face. As time passed, life went on the way life always does. School, friends, growing up, new routines. But that moment never truly left me. It became one of those memories that sits in a dark corner of your mind. You can live normally, you can laugh and go outside and act fine, but the memory is still there. And every so often it comes back, sharp and cold, like it happened yesterday. After that, I started looking into mirrors differently. I'm not saying I avoided mirrors completely. You can't live like that. You have to get ready in the morning. You have to check your hair. You have to see if you have something on your face. Mirrors are everywhere. But I started checking them the way someone checks a doorway in a scary house. Quick glance. Then another glance. Like I was making sure the reflection matched reality. Every once in a while, I would catch something in my own eyes that reminded me of that demon. It sounds crazy when I say it out loud, and that's why I usually don't. But it's like I would look at my reflection, and for a split second, the eyes looking back didn't feel like mine. Or maybe the expression didn't feel like mine. It would be so fast that I couldn't prove it, and then it would be gone and I'd be left standing there, trying to convince myself it was just my imagination. The scariest part of that isn't even the fear. It's the doubt. The way you start questioning yourself. The way you start wondering if your brain is playing tricks on you because of trauma, because of stress, because of nightmares. You start wondering if you're making it worse by paying attention. So you try not to pay attention, but then you're always half paying attention anyway. That's why I don't tell people about it. Most people already know I have bad dreams. That part isn't a secret. If you're around me long enough, you'll see it. You'll see the tired mornings, the sudden mood changes after a nightmare, the way I can look like I slept but still seem exhausted. People in my life know that about me. They know I've had rough sleep for a long time. But I don't tell them what the dreams are about. Only my very best girlfriend knows about some of it. Not even all of it. Just some. Because it's hard to say out loud, and once you say it out loud, it becomes more real in a different way. It becomes something someone can judge. Something someone can laugh at. Something someone can use against you. And I don't want that. This morning, something happened again that reminded me of all of it. I was sitting in my car waiting for the bus. It was one of those normal mornings where you're half awake, staring into space, thinking about whatever you have to do that day. The light outside was that early morning light, clear but not warm yet. Everything felt ordinary. I was in my own car, in a place I've sat 100 times, doing something completely routine. And then I saw it. It was in the mirror, in my reflection. Those eyes. But the worst part was that they were my eyes. It wasn't like I saw a demon face sitting beside me. It wasn't like something jumped out at me. It was subtler than that, which almost made it more terrifying. It was like, for a second, I saw that same look, dark, empty, wrong, inside my own face. Like my reflection was wearing something underneath it. Like something else was looking through me. My body reacted before my brain did. I didn't sit there and analyze it. I didn't even fully decide to move. I was just out of the car so fast it felt automatic. The next thing I knew, I was getting into my best friend's car, like I needed to be near another person immediately, like being alone in my own space had suddenly become unbearable. He woke up, confused, and asked me what was wrong. I couldn't explain it. Not in that moment. My throat felt tight. My heart was still racing. I just shook my head like, "It's nothing," even though it didn't feel like nothing. I didn't want to sound insane. I didn't want to drag him into something he wouldn't understand. I didn't want to say, "I saw something in my eyes," because how do you say that and have someone not look at you differently afterward? So I stayed quiet. And that's how it always is. The people around me know I have bad dreams, but they don't know what they're about. They don't know about the demon in the mirror. or the bear saying something in a voice that didn't belong to it, or the way I still sometimes catch those eyes in my own reflection. They just know I sleep badly. They know I get spooked sometimes. They know I have moments where I go quiet and distant. And I let them believe that's all it is, because it's easier than trying to explain something that still doesn't fully make sense to me either. All I know is what I experienced. I know the move happened when I was 8. I know I had that twin bed set and that dresser with the huge mirror. I know I didn't fill my head with horror movies as a kid. I know what I saw in that dream, and I know I woke up on the floor with my heart trying to beat out of my chest. I know I pressed that bear's hands expecting a prayer and heard something else. I know I looked up and saw the same demon in the mirror. I know my scream brought my mother running. I know the bear worked normally when she pressed it, and I know I begged her to take it away, and I've never seen it again. And I know that even now, years later, I can be sitting in my car on an ordinary morning and suddenly see those eyes again. Only this time they're staring back at me from my own face. So familiar and so wrong at the same time that my body moves before I can even think. Back in 2003, I went out on a training mission with my unit. At the time, I didn't know anything special about the land we were going to use. It was just another place on the schedule, another set of coordinates, another weekend of doing what we were told and trying to stay warm, dry, and awake. Later on, though, I learned that the ground we camped on had been used as a POW camp during World War II, where German soldiers were held. That detail didn't come up when we first arrived. We found out in pieces, mostly from small comments people made and from what we noticed once daylight hit. The training was in February, which matters because Florida usually doesn't feel like winter, in the way most people think of winter. But that week it was cold enough to bite, the kind of cold that doesn't just sit on your skin, it gets into your joints and makes every movement feel heavier. The temperature was down in the low 20s. I know to someone up north that might sound normal, even mild, but in Florida the humidity changes the whole experience. The cold feels wet and sharp, and it sneaks through your layers. On top of that, most of the gear we were issued was meant for warmer conditions. It was the kind of equipment you can make work in cool weather, but it's not built for a night where the air feels like it's trying to freeze your breath. We met at the National Guard Armory that night. It was the usual routine: show up, get checked, make sure you have what you're supposed to have, and then load up. We climbed into 5 tons in Humvees, packed in with our rucks and weapons and whatever else had to come along. Even before we left, you could feel that the cold wasn't playing around. Metal surfaces felt like ice. Your fingers went stiff fast. And once we started moving, the wind found every gap in your clothing like it was searching for the weak spots. The drive to the base felt long. It was one of those trips where you're sitting in gear that isn't comfortable, trying to settle in a way that doesn't crush the stuff strapped to you or jam your back into the seat frame. Every bump in the road hit like a small punch. My body got numb from the cold, and after a while it felt like the vibration of the vehicle was going straight up my spine. I remember thinking that I would do just about anything for a warm room and a real bed, but that wasn't part of the deal. All we could do was ride it out. By the time we arrived, I was grateful just to stop moving. I don't mean stop the mission, I mean stop the endless bouncing and shaking. When we finally parked for the night and started getting our instructions, I was tired in that dull way that comes from cold and discomfort, not even from hard work yet. We got our location for the mission, and then we drove again, deeper in. That part felt like it took hours. We went through woods on roads that were so rough they barely deserved the name road. It felt like someone had cut a path through the trees and then forgotten it existed. The vehicles rocked and dipped and lurched. If you tried to relax, you'd get jarred awake by the next crater or root. I remember thinking, half annoyed and half impressed, that these were some of the worst roads I'd ever been on in Florida, and I'd been on plenty of bad ones. When we finally reached our area of operations, it was late enough that the main goal became simple: set up camp and get whatever rest you could before the next day's training. Nobody was in a cheerful mood. It wasn't dramatic. It was just the normal quiet of people who are cold and tired and trying to work efficiently. You do what you have to do. You don't waste energy talking more than necessary. I moved with my platoon to a spot the platoon sergeant picked out as a good place to settle. It wasn't a wide open field, and it wasn't deep in thick brush either. It was a practical spot, with enough cover and space for everyone to lay out. What stood out right away was the concrete slab. It looked like the foundation of a building that had been there a long time ago, then removed, leaving only that flat piece behind. Nature had started reclaiming it. Grass and small bushes were growing through cracks. In a strange way, it looked like the land was trying to hide the slab, pushing green life up through the broken lines of it. At the time, I didn't think much about what kind of building it might have been. When you're cold, your brain narrows down to priorities. Get a place to sleep, keep your gear close, don't lose anything, don't make yourself an easy target for the kind of trouble that comes from being careless. A flat surface, even a concrete one, can look appealing if the alternative is mud, wet grass, or uneven ground full of roots. The slab seemed like a stable place where I could at least keep my sleeping setup from sliding downhill or soaking through. I found what passed for a comfortable spot and laid out what I had. My sleeping gear wasn't luxury. It was a Gore-Tex wrap, a sleeping bag, and an inflatable shooting mat that I used as a barrier between me and the concrete. Calling it a mattress would be generous, but it was better than nothing, at least in theory. I arranged it all the best I could, tried to block the wind where possible, and set my rifle and field knife close enough that I could grab them without fumbling around in the dark. Then I climbed into the sleeping bag fully clothed. I didn't strip down or get comfortable like you would at home. In the field, especially in that temperature, you keep your layers on. You keep what you need close. I remember lying there with my gear pressed around me, trying to let my body heat build up inside the bag. At first, a sleeping bag feels like a cold tunnel. You have to wait for it to warm up, and until it does, you're just breathing cold air and hoping your toes stop feeling like blocks of ice. I lay there and listened to the night. There were the usual sounds, distant movement from other soldiers shifting in their gear, quiet voices that didn't last long, a few small metallic clicks as someone adjusted something on a ruck or a weapon. Beyond that, the woods had their own noise, but it wasn't the loud kind. It was subtle. A whisper of wind. A small rustle. The kind of natural sounds that make you more aware of silence than of noise. Sometime around 0200, I woke up with a strange feeling. It wasn't like waking up because you heard a loud crack, or because someone called your name. It was more like I had been pulled upward, like my body decided I had to be awake right then. The best way I can describe it is that it felt like someone wanted my attention and had shaken me to get it. That's what it felt like in my half-asleep brain, a clear, wake up, signal that seemed to come from outside of me. I lifted my head out of my sleeping bag, out of what I jokingly thought of as my hotel suit, and looked around. Nobody was standing over me. Nobody was staring at me. Nobody nearby looked like they had just walked away. It was one of those moments where you expect to catch someone in the act, someone messing with you, someone checking on you, someone stepping too close, and instead there's nothing. The night was brighter than it had been earlier. The moon looked full, or close to it, and the light it threw over the area made the terrain much easier to read. In the darkness before, everything had felt like a mystery. Now I could make out shapes, trees, brush, outlines of gear, the edges of the slab. Even the uneven ground beyond camp was visible in a flat, pale way. I stayed still for a bit, scanning. In training you learn not to move too fast when you wake up. You listen first. You let your eyes adjust. You check your surroundings before you do anything dumb. I wondered if maybe I had heard an animal. Florida has plenty of wildlife, and in the woods at night you can hear things that sound bigger than they are. A raccoon in the brush can sound like something much heavier. But I didn't hear anything close by. I didn't see any movement. Eventually the cold started pushing me back down. Lying there with my head out made the chill hit my neck and face, and that temperature doesn't feel fresh. It feels like punishment. I remember thinking that even if I wasn't tired, I needed to get back inside the sleeping bag just to stop losing heat. Before I did, I reached over for my rucksack. My fingers were clumsy. Cold does that to you. It makes simple things take longer. I dug inside and pulled out my flask. It was filled with cheap scotch, the kind you don't buy for taste, you buy because it's strong and it fits in your pocket. I took a long swig. It burned going down, and for a moment the heat in my throat and chest felt like relief. Then I tucked it away again and settled back into the bag, hoping I could drift off. The whiskey relaxed my nerves enough that I stopped replaying that weird wake-up feeling. It also helped me ignore the fact that my shooting mat had started losing air. At first it had been slightly padded, at least enough to take the edge off the concrete. Now it was slowly turning into a thin layer of plastic under me. The concrete pressed harder against my hips and shoulders. Every time I shifted, I could feel how unforgiving it was. The night kept getting colder. I could tell because the air felt sharper each time I breathed in. The morning dew started settling on the ground, and with the temperature where it was, that dew wasn't staying liquid for long. It started turning to ice. I noticed it most when I shifted inside the sleeping bag. I could hear a faint crackling sound and feel small slides and slips along the Gore-Tex outer shell, like thin ice breaking and flaking away as I moved. I don't know exactly what woke me the second time. In the field, I usually wake up several times anyway. Sleeping on hard ground with gear pressed around you isn't deep sleep. It's more like taking short breaks from being awake. I checked my watch, 0315. I had only slept a little over an hour. I felt annoyed more than anything. I wanted rest. The next day would be training missions, and while you can push through fatigue, everything is harder when you start the day already drained. I reached for my flask again and took another long swig, partly for warmth and partly because I thought it would knock me back out. I tried to settle in, pulling the sleeping bag tighter around me, tucking my chin down, pressing my arms close to keep heat in. That's when I started feeling like I was being watched. It's hard to explain that feeling to someone who hasn't felt it. There's no clear sound. No obvious movement. It's just a shift in your awareness, like the air changes, like your body notices something before your eyes do. I told myself it was probably nothing. The brain does weird things when you're tired and cold. But the feeling stuck. So I looked out again, turning my head and scanning the area. Same result, no one there. No shadow moving between trees. No soldier standing quietly near my sleeping spot. No shape crouched nearby. The moonlit terrain looked still and empty. I put my head back down, trying to force myself to relax, and then it happened. I was kicked in the back. Not a gentle nudge. Not the kind of accidental bump you might get if someone stepped over your legs. It felt like a clear kick. It jolted me, and for a second my mind snapped fully awake. My first thought was simple: someone's messing with me. Maybe another soldier thought it would be funny. Maybe someone tripped. Maybe someone didn't see me in the moonlight. I popped my head out, fast, ready to catch whoever it was. There was no one there. I looked around harder this time. I wasn't half asleep anymore. I checked behind me, to the sides, toward the tree line. I expected to see someone moving away, maybe trying to act casual. But nothing moved. No footsteps. No rustle of gear. No whispered laugh. That made me angry. Not terrified, angry. Because if someone had actually kicked me, I wanted to know who. But I also didn't like the idea of being startled for no reason in the middle of the night, in the cold, when I was already miserable. I decided I might as well get up and take a leak since I was awake. I climbed out of my bag, the cold slamming into me right away, and walked toward the tree line. My boots crunched lightly on the frozen dew. I stood there, did what I had to do, and took my time. I didn't rush back. I used those minutes to look around, to listen, and to see if there was any sign that someone had been near me. On the way back, I scanned the ground. If someone had been there, there should have been something: footprints, a scuff in the frost, a shadow moving away. But the area around my sleeping spot looked undisturbed. When I got closer, I checked specifically behind where I had been lying. No one was sleeping directly behind me. No one was set up close enough to accidentally kick me. The spacing between people was normal for a field setup. There wasn't some hidden person tucked right at my back. That's when I started considering the more boring explanations. Maybe it was a muscle spasm. Maybe my body jerked because of the cold, and my half-asleep brain translated it into a kick. That can happen. Your body can twitch, and it can feel like you were moved. I clung to that idea because it was the easiest one to accept. So I got back in the sleeping bag, tried to find a position that didn't hurt, and waited for the warmth to build again. I had just started to get comfortable when I was kicked in the stomach. That one felt even more direct, because it hit the front of me, not the back. It made my gut tighten, and I instinctively curled slightly like you do when you take a hit. I shot my head up and looked out again. No one. Not a single person standing over me. No one stepping away. No movement. Just the pale moonlight and the same still shapes. At that point I didn't even know what emotion I was supposed to have. Part of me was pissed off. Part of me felt uneasy. But I still wasn't in full panic mode because my brain kept trying to keep it practical. If this was some kind of prank, it was a weird one, because whoever was doing it perfectly. Too perfectly. If it was my own body, then it was happening at the exact wrong time and in a way that felt too targeted. I put my head back down and stayed motionless for about 5 minutes. I didn't shift. I didn't scratch. I didn't adjust my bag. I stayed still to see if anything else happened. Those 5 minutes felt longer. When you're waiting for something, time stretches. Nothing happened while I stayed completely still. So I started shifting again, slowly, trying to get comfortable and also testing the situation, like maybe movement triggered it. I checked my watch. It was close to 0430. Wake-up time would be coming soon. At that point I figured I should try to grab any rest I could, even if it was only a few minutes, because soon we'd be up, eating, and moving. I relaxed my muscles, tried to close my eyes, and started to drift. That's when it felt like someone stepped on me, like they didn't see me lying there. It wasn't a kick this time. It was the weight and pressure of a foot coming down. Instinct took over. I shifted my body as if to push the person off balance. Like if someone steps on you, you move and they have to catch themselves. I expected to feel resistance, to feel a boot or a leg, to feel the weight change. I felt nothing. No resistance at all. It was like the pressure was there, and then it wasn't, leaving me with the shock of the sensation but none of the physical reality that should have come with it. I jerked upright and looked around again, my heart beating harder now, and I saw exactly what I had seen every other time. No one there. After that, I don't remember much in detail. I remember that I didn't get any real rest. I remember lying there annoyed, cold, and alert, waiting for daylight and for the whole night to be over. I remember thinking that even if nothing else happened, sleep was ruined because my mind wouldn't settle down again. Once you get startled enough times, you stop trusting the quiet. When morning came, it was the usual army routine. Wake up, pack what you can, get moving, handle breakfast quickly. Breakfast was exactly what you'd expect in that setting. Cardboard-flavored coffee. Eggs that were more liquid than solid. Something they were calling sausage that didn't taste like anything good. You ate it anyway because you needed the calories and because you didn't know when the next real meal would be. Everyone looked tired, and everyone moved like their joints hurt. During the training missions that day, while we were moving through different areas, I started noticing things that struck me as odd. The concrete slab we had slept on wasn't alone. There were more slabs scattered around, and they weren't random. They were laid out in a pattern that looked organized, like the remains of a planned area. The best way I can describe it is that it felt like a neighborhood that had been erased, leaving only pieces of foundations behind, like someone had removed all the houses and left the bones. Once I saw that, my mind started connecting it to the strange feeling of that place. Not in a dramatic way, but in a "this land has history" kind of way. Foundations mean buildings. Buildings mean people. People mean stories you don't know. And when you're walking through the woods and you find signs that a whole community once existed there, it makes the area feel less like just woods and more like something that used to be alive. Another thing I noticed was the broken glass. There weren't fences. I didn't see barbed wire or posts or anything that looked like a proper perimeter. But in places where you would expect some kind of boundary, there were stretches of ground covered with broken glass bottles and other jagged debris. Not just a few pieces. I'm talking about long sections, maybe 10 yards or so in certain areas, where the ground looked like it had been seeded with sharp edges. At first, I thought it might just be trash from people partying out there, because you do find that kind of thing in woods sometimes. But it didn't look random. It looked placed. And it showed up again and again in a way that didn't feel like coincidence. I asked a sergeant about it while we were hiking through. I didn't make a big deal out of it. I just pointed it out and asked what he remembered about the area. He didn't have some official briefing to give me. He just said that, as far as he could remember, the place had been a POW area at some point, and back then broken glass was cheaper than fencing. He said it like a simple fact, not like a ghost story. That explanation stuck in my head. The more I thought about it, the more it made a rough kind of sense. In Florida weather, especially most of the year, you don't strictly need heavy shoes the way you might in colder climates. Bare feet are common in some settings, and simple footwear can be enough. If you were holding prisoners and you didn't want them to run, taking away proper footwear would be one way to slow them down. And if you wanted a cheap barrier, scattering broken glass where someone might try to cross could do the job. It wouldn't stop a determined person forever, but it would make escape painful and risky, especially at night. I can't say for sure that's what happened, because I haven't found anything in print that confirms it. I'm not claiming it as proven history. But standing there, looking at those long strips of jagged glass where a fence line should have been, I understood why someone might do it, especially in a time when resources were focused on war and efficiency. As the day went on, I kept noticing those signs of an old layout, the slabs, the patterns, the strange lines of debris. It made the place feel like it had been built for control, like it had been designed to hold people in and to limit where they could move. And once I learned it had been a German POW camp during World War II, the whole area took on a different weight in my mind. None of that explained what happened to me during the night, though. I didn't tell the story to make it sound like some huge supernatural event where I saw ghosts walking around camp. I didn't see a face. I didn't hear voices speaking to me. I didn't watch an object fly across the air. What happened was simpler and, in some ways, more frustrating. I felt myself being disturbed repeatedly, shaken awake, kicked, stepped on, when there was no one there to do it. And because it happened in the middle of a cold night when I was already half exhausted, it left me with the kind of memory that doesn't settle into a neat answer. If it had been one moment, I could have dismissed it easily. I could have blamed a spasm, a dream, cold nerves, or my own body reacting to sleeping on concrete. But it happened several times, in different ways, and each time I reacted the same way. I checked, I looked, and I found nothing. Afterwards, in the daylight, I mostly felt annoyed about it. I was irritated that I didn't get rest. I was irritated that I couldn't explain it. And I was irritated that the whole night felt like a series of interruptions designed specifically to keep me from sleeping. But as we moved through the area and I started seeing those foundations and those deliberate stretches of broken glass, the annoyance mixed with something else, a quiet awareness that the land we were training on wasn't just another patch of woods. It had been something very different before. It had held people who didn't want to be there. It had been built around confinement, discomfort, and control. Maybe what I experienced was nothing more than a tired body playing tricks on itself in the cold. That's possible, and I'm not too proud to admit it. But I also know what it felt like in the moment, and I know how clearly my senses snapped awake each time it happened. The kicks felt real. The step felt real. And the strangest part of all was that when I moved to push back, there was no resistance, like whatever had made contact wasn't there in a normal physical way. That's the part that stuck with me, even after the training ended and we packed up and drove out. I can forget bad coffee and uncomfortable sleep. I can laugh later about sleeping on concrete because my inflatable mat went flat. But that night on that slab, on land that used to be a POW camp, I learned that some places carry a feeling with them, and sometimes the only sign you get is that you can't rest, because something keeps reaching in and pulling you awake. My family has always believed there is something unseen in our house, but not in a scary or dangerous way. If anything, it feels like a quiet presence that has been there longer than we have. We don't talk about it every day, and nobody in my family acts like we live in a horror movie. It's more like an old family story that keeps getting confirmed in small, strange moments. The thing that makes it so hard to ignore is that it always feels like the same kind of presence, and it shows up in ways that repeat across time, across different kids, and even across different families who lived here before us. About 14 years ago, when I was little, my brother and I shared a bedroom. I was 4 and he was 6. Our room was down the hall from my dad's room, and across from us there was another room that was mostly used for storage at the time. It wasn't empty exactly, but it didn't feel lived in. It had some boxes, a spare bed, and old things that didn't have a place yet. Even when the lights were off, it didn't feel like a cozy room. It was just there. At night, when the house was quiet and the day sounds were gone, that room always felt like it was listening. One night, my brother and I were in our beds and we heard something that made us both sit up. It sounded like a little girl playing. Not just one sound, but the kind of sounds kids make when they are happy and busy. Light footsteps, a small laugh, a little voice doing that sing-song talking kids do when they are playing with toys. It didn't sound like someone crying or screaming. It sounded like fun. That made it even more confusing, because it didn't match the rest of the house. The house was still. Everyone was sleeping. And my brother and I were the only kids awake. At that age, you don't think in a calm, logical way. You don't sit there and say, maybe it's the pipes. Or, maybe it's the wind. You think, someone is in the next room. I remember looking at my brother in the dark and knowing he heard it too, because his eyes were wide and he wasn't teasing me like he normally did. When both of us hear something and both of us go silent, it means it's real enough to scare us. We got out of bed fast, not even caring if the floor was cold, and we ran down the hall straight into my dad's room. My dad was half asleep when we shook him awake. We were talking over each other, trying to explain it in a rush. "Dad, there's a girl in the other room," one of us said. "We heard her playing," the other said. The words sounded crazy even as we said them, but we were too scared to slow down. My dad did what most parents do when they hear something like that in the middle of the night. He told us it was a bad dream. He told us we were imagining it. He told us to go back to bed because everything was fine. We tried to accept that, because we wanted to believe him. Parents are supposed to make the world simple. But the thing was, it didn't happen once. It happened again and again. Not every single night, but often enough that it became a pattern. Some nights we would lie in bed and wait, because part of us was curious even though we were scared. We would hear little sounds from that side of the hall, and then we would hear it more clearly, the feeling of a child moving around, like a small person was playing in that room without a care in the world. Sometimes it sounded like someone was skipping or dancing for a second. Sometimes it sounded like soft footsteps going toward the stairs. Sometimes it was like the laughter of a girl who found something funny but didn't want to be too loud. There were nights when it felt close, like it was right there on the other side of the wall. Other nights it felt farther away, like it was moving through the hallway. My brother and I would whisper to each other, asking if the other heard it. One of us would say yes, and then we'd both get that same sick feeling in our stomachs. Every time it happened, we ran to my dad. And every time, he gave us the same response, because what else could he do? He would tell us to stop scaring ourselves. He would tell us it was our minds, or that we heard the house settling, or that we watched something silly on TV. He didn't yell at us, but he was tired. He had work in the morning. To him, it was two little boys with active imaginations. To us, it was the most real thing we had ever heard in the dark. I want to be clear about something. Even though we were scared, the sound itself didn't feel evil. It didn't feel like something was trying to threaten us. It felt like we were hearing a moment that wasn't meant for us. like we were accidentally hearing someone else's playtime. There was no heavy feeling, no sense that we were being watched. It was more like being in a house where another kid is awake in another room, and you can hear them moving around. The only reason it felt wrong was because we knew there shouldn't be anyone there. Then, as we got older, it stopped. That part is one of the strangest things to me. It didn't slowly fade away. It wasn't like the sounds got softer over time. It was more like one day it just wasn't happening anymore. When you're a kid, you change quickly. You stop believing in certain things. You sleep differently. You don't wake up at the same hours. And after a while, you don't even expect to hear it. You stop waiting. You stop running to your dad's room. Life fills your mind with other things. Looking back, it felt like whatever it was, it didn't want to be heard once we got past a certain age. When we were 4 and 6, we heard it often. Once we were older, it was like the sound was gone, like someone had closed the door. I didn't forget it completely, but it became one of those childhood memories that feels half dreamlike. I still believed we heard something, but I didn't know what to do with it. My brother and I didn't talk about it much as we got older, because kids don't want to sound weird. And because, honestly, nothing bad ever happened. We were just left with a question mark. About 7 years ago, my little sister was 4 years old. She is much younger than me, so by then I was in a different stage of life. My sister was at that age where she could talk clearly and tell stories, but she was still small enough to believe in anything. One day she had a friend come for a sleepover. It was supposed to be a fun night for them, movies, snacks, giggling, that kind of thing. They were in her room, and my dad and the rest of us were doing our own normal evening routine. That night, the exact same thing happened again, but this time it happened to 2 little girls who didn't know our old story. My sister and her friend heard what they believed was a little girl playing in the opposite room. The reaction was the same reaction my brother and I had years earlier. They got scared and rushed to my dad's room. They weren't calmly asking. They were frightened in that real, shaking way kids get when they feel like something is wrong. They told my dad that someone was in the other room. They said they heard a girl playing. My dad did what he had always done. He assumed it was kid fear, kid imagination, the kind of thing that happens at night during a sleepover. He told them it was fine. He probably told them it was a dream or that they were hearing the house. But the difference was, my dad didn't connect it to my brother and me right away. Years had passed. My sister was born long after those nights. And my dad probably didn't keep our old nighttime complaints filed in his mind as important. They were just part of raising kids. But when I heard about it later, it hit me hard. I remember feeling my stomach drop, because it wasn't just me and my brother anymore. It wasn't 2 little boys hyping each other up. It wasn't one kid making things up. It was the same kind of sound, described in the same way, heard by kids the same age, in the same part of the house. My sister had no reason to repeat our story because she didn't know it. Her friend had even less reason. And they both reacted exactly how my brother and I reacted, like they had just walked into something they didn't understand. My dad started thinking about it more seriously later, but the real moment that pushed him was something that happened outside our house. One day he was at work, and one of his employees walked up to him casually, like he was asking a normal question. The man said, "Hey Brad, have you guys ever heard what sounds like a little girl playing in a bedroom or the staircase?" My dad's name is Brad, so hearing it addressed that way made it even more real, like the question was aimed straight at him for a reason. This wasn't a kid asking. This was a grown man, about 34 years old. And he wasn't asking in a joking tone. He asked like someone who has carried a weird memory for a long time and finally found the person who could answer it. That employee told my dad he had lived in our house about 30 years earlier, when he was 4 years old, the same age my sister and I were when we heard the sounds. That detail still gives me chills, because it makes everything line up in a way that's hard to dismiss. Same house. Same age. Same kind of sound. Even the same areas being mentioned, a bedroom and the staircase. When my dad told me that story, I could see the look on his face. It wasn't fear exactly. It was that look people get when they realize something they pushed away is real. It wasn't just his kids anymore. It wasn't just bad dreams. It was an adult confirming a memory from long before my family lived there. That's when my dad started putting the pieces together, and that's when I did too. It felt like our house had an extra layer to it, like there was a story inside it that kept repeating itself in quiet ways. After that, once we started taking it seriously, it felt like more strange things began to happen. I don't know if it's because the activity increased or because we were paying closer attention. Maybe both. But it wasn't like the house became loud or dangerous. It wasn't like things were flying across rooms all the time. It was smaller stuff, the kind of stuff you notice and then can't unnotice. One of the first things that made us stop and stare was the downstairs computer. We had a computer in a common area downstairs, and it had this weird habit: if nobody was using it, it would turn off at midnight. Not go to sleep mode, turn off. At first, that sounds like a simple settings issue. You could think maybe it was programmed to shut down. But we had never set it that way. And the timing was too perfect. It wasn't random. It was always midnight, like a routine. At first we brushed it off because technology is annoying and unpredictable. Computers freeze. Power settings act up. Someone might have clicked something and forgotten. But then there was a night that made it harder to explain. We went to bed early one night, well before midnight, and we made sure the computer was off. Not just closed, not just sleeping, off. The room was quiet. The house settled into that calm, late-night feeling. There wasn't any reason for the computer to turn on by itself. Nobody went downstairs. Nobody was awake working late. In the morning, the computer was powered up. That sounds small, but when you live in the house and you know your family's habits, it becomes big fast. It's not like a TV turning on because someone sat on the remote. The computer was on, as if someone had decided to wake it up. I remember standing there looking at the screen and feeling a strange mix of emotions. I wasn't terrified. I wasn't angry. I was more sure. Like something inside me clicked into place and said, "Okay. So it's real." And even stranger than that, it made me smile. That might sound crazy to some people, but the feeling in the house didn't seem harmful. If it was a spirit, it didn't feel like something dark that wanted to scare us. It felt like a child's energy. Playful, curious, sometimes reactive, but not cruel. I didn't feel like we were in danger. I felt like we were sharing space with something that had always been here, something that showed itself gently, as if it didn't want to cause real fear. Over time, I noticed a pattern in the moments that stood out. The strange things didn't always happen at random. They seemed to happen around strong emotions, like happiness or anger. It was as if whatever was there reacted to the mood in the room, like it could feel it. I have two experiences that I always come back to when I think about that. Both were clear enough that I can still replay them in my head, almost like little movie scenes. The first one happened on a morning before school. It was one of those rush mornings where everyone is doing their own thing at the same time. The house had that morning energy. People moving around, voices calling out reminders, the feeling that time is running faster than it should. I was getting ready. And something came up that led to an argument with my dad over the telephone. I don't even remember the exact reason now, which is funny, because at the time it felt huge. That's how arguments are sometimes. In the moment, they feel like the whole world. Later, they feel small. I hung up the phone and I was angry. Not the quiet kind of angry, but the kind where you feel heat in your chest and you want to get the feeling out of your body. I started yelling, not at anyone in particular, just letting out steam, saying the kind of stuff people say when they're frustrated and want to be heard even if nobody is listening. I was in the kitchen area, and the room was normal. Nothing felt haunted. It just felt like me being mad and the house being the house. Then, the second I stopped yelling, something happened that made the air feel different. A Christmas popcorn jar fell off the desk in the kitchen. It was one of those big tin popcorn containers people get during the holidays, with the different flavors in separate sections. The tin was sitting on the desk, and it wasn't close to any edge. That part matters, because if it had been on the edge, you could say it was my fault. You could say I bumped the desk without noticing, or the tin was balanced badly. But it wasn't like that. It was sitting securely, far enough back that it should not have fallen from a small shake. It didn't slide slowly. It didn't tip in a way that looked natural. It just fell, like someone had pushed it, like a quick action. The tin hit the floor with a loud sound that filled the room, the kind of sound that instantly makes you go quiet. I remember freezing for a second, staring at it on the floor, my anger suddenly drained out of me and replaced by this shocked, alert feeling. It was like the house itself had said, "Enough." I didn't feel threatened, but I felt corrected. That's the best way I can describe it. Like a small warning, not meant to hurt me, but meant to stop the heat in the room. And it worked. My yelling ended. My body calmed down. In that moment, I didn't feel like I needed to argue anymore. I just stood there, breathing, listening to the quiet that came after the crash. I picked up the popcorn tin and put it back, and I remember looking at the spot where it had been, trying to make sense of it. Could it have been vibration from me yelling? Maybe. But it didn't make sense with where it was placed. Could it have been the desk shifting? Not really. Nothing else moved. It was like one object was chosen to make a point. And even though it was startling, it didn't make me feel unsafe. It made me feel like there was something present that reacted to strong negative energy. The second experience was almost the opposite, because it happened during a moment that was light and happy. I was homesick from school one morning. It wasn't a serious sick, but enough that I stayed home. The house during a weekday morning is a strange kind of quiet. Most people are gone. The rooms feel bigger. Sounds echo a little more. And when you're sick, you feel more sensitive to everything, like your body is turned up to a higher volume. I was on the couch watching some sort of humorous TV show. I can't even remember the exact show now, but I remember it was one of those light, silly programs that you watch when you want to distract yourself and feel better. I had a cup of orange juice on the coffee table in front of me. I was alone in the house, and the curtains were letting in that soft daytime light that makes the living room feel calm. As I watched, I started laughing at parts of the show, and I noticed something strange. It felt like I wasn't alone. Not in a scary way, not in a "someone is standing behind me" way, but more like someone was in the room sharing the moment. When I laughed, I felt extra energy, more than I expected to feel while being sick. It was like the air warmed up when I laughed, like the room was responding. I know that sounds hard to explain, but it was a clear feeling. I felt lighter than I should have. Then the show had a part in its story where a father lost his little girl in a mall. He was running around, panicked, looking for her. The scene was played in a way that was still part of the show's story, but it had an emotional edge because the idea of losing a child is heavy, even in a comedy. The father ran up to someone and said, "Have you seen my little girl?" Right when he said those words, my cup of orange juice fell off the coffee table. The timing was so exact that it made my skin prickle. It wasn't a slow slide. It wasn't like I bumped the table with my knee. I was just sitting there. The cup tipped and went down, and orange juice spilled onto the floor. For a second I just stared at the mess, not even thinking about cleaning it up, because my mind was focused on the moment. The sentence on the TV was still hanging in the air, and then the cup fell like a reply. In that second, I felt something shift. The playful, light feeling I had while laughing changed into something else, something emotional, something sad. It wasn't overwhelming, but it was noticeable. It made me wonder if the spirit we believed was in the house really was a little girl, and if certain words or situations touched a memory or a feeling connected to her. I didn't suddenly see anything. I didn't hear a voice. It was just that the timing and the action felt meaningful, like a reaction rather than an accident. I cleaned up the orange juice, of course, and after that I sat back down more quietly. I kept watching the show, but I was also listening to the house. Not for footsteps exactly, but for that sense of presence. The room felt normal again after a while. The quiet came back. But I didn't forget what happened, and I didn't dismiss it as nothing. When I look at everything together, the nights when my brother and I heard a little girl playing, the way it stopped when we got older, the way my sister and her friend heard it when they were 4, the way a grown man who lived in the house decades earlier remembered the same thing, the computer turning off at midnight and then powering on by itself, the popcorn tin falling right after I yelled, and the orange juice falling at that specific line on the TV, it all feels connected. It's not like we're dealing with something that wants to hurt us. I've never felt real danger. I've never felt like I needed to run out of the house or call someone for help. If anything, the presence feels like it exists alongside us. Mostly quiet, sometimes active, sometimes reacting to the mood in the room. I know people can come up with explanations for each event, one by one, and maybe for each single thing there is a possible reason. But when you live through all of it, and when you hear the same story repeat across generations of kids at the exact same age, it becomes harder to brush off. The strangest part for me is still the feeling I get when I think about her. I don't feel hate, and I don't feel fear. I feel a kind of warmth, even when something startles me. I can't pretend I enjoy cups falling or tins crashing to the floor, because that's annoying and messy. But the feeling behind it doesn't seem cruel. It seems like a child trying to be noticed, or a child reacting without thinking, the way kids do. Sometimes kids laugh at the wrong time. Sometimes they act out when people are angry. Sometimes they do things because emotions are big and they don't know how to handle them. If this is truly a child spirit, it fits the pattern. There are more little moments I could mention, like hearing a sound on the stairs when nobody is there, or feeling like the house is awake in a certain way late at night. But the main experiences are the ones I already shared. They are the ones that stand out because they happened with witnesses, or they happened with timing that was too exact, or they connected directly to the bigger story of the little girl playing. So that's what I've experienced in my house. It's strange, and sometimes it's confusing, but it doesn't feel like a threat. It feels like an old presence that shows itself now and then, mostly around kids, mostly around strong emotions, and mostly in a way that reminds us she's there. And no matter how weird that sounds, the honest truth is that I feel no real danger at all. In 1999, my husband's cousin passed away from liver failure. We all knew it was coming, even though nobody wanted to say the words out loud. He had already gone through surgery, and after that he was on life support. The machines were doing most of the work for him. The doctors explained things as gently as they could, but the truth was clear. The life support was not healing him, it was only keeping him alive for a little longer. All of this happened in the Twin Cities area of Minnesota. My husband's cousin, who I will call Ted, had been suffering for almost a year. It felt like a long, slow goodbye. Over that year he got thinner and thinner, like his body was slowly fading. Sometimes when relatives visited, they came home quiet, like they had left a part of themselves at the hospital. Every time the phone rang, people would tense up. Everyone kept hoping for a miracle, but at the same time, everyone was preparing for the day when the family would have to make a decision. That year also happened to be the year I was student teaching. I was trying to finish school and get ready to become a teacher. My days were full of lesson plans, observations, and nerves. I would spend hours thinking about my classroom voice, how to manage kids, how to explain things clearly, how to become the kind of adult students could trust. I was tired all the time, but I was also excited, because becoming a teacher was something I truly wanted. Still, no matter how busy I was, Ted's condition stayed in the background of everything, like a dark cloud you can't ignore even when the sun is out. As Ted got worse, the family started talking more seriously about what would happen if he didn't improve. In our culture, family is not just immediate family. Cousins, uncles, aunts, and close friends are all tied together in a strong way. When someone is sick, it affects everyone. People visit, bring food, pray, and sit quietly in support. It is not considered extra. It is expected, because it is part of how we show love. Then the day came when the relatives told everyone that December 1999 would most likely be Ted's last day. The family had agreed that they would remove the tubes and take him off life support. It wasn't an easy decision. It was painful. But they had reached a point where keeping him on machines felt like forcing him to stay when his body was already letting go. His relatives expected everyone to take the day off, come to the hospital, and say goodbye. When I heard that, I felt torn in a way that's hard to explain. Part of me knew I should go. Part of me felt like if I didn't go, I would regret it forever. But another part of me felt frozen. Saying goodbye is one of the hardest things, especially when you know the person won't wake up again. I also worried about being in the hospital room with so many people crying and watching the machines, watching the moment the tubes came out, watching the moment the heart finally stopped. I didn't know if I was strong enough for that. And then there was my student teaching. I didn't want to be rude. I didn't want to be the person the family talked about later, the person who didn't show up. At the same time, I didn't feel like I could just abandon my teaching responsibilities. In student teaching, it can feel like every day matters, because you are being watched and judged, and you want to prove yourself. I told myself that I could still come later, that I could still be there for the family, that maybe it was better if I went after school and offered support in the way I knew I could. So I made the choice not to take the day off from my student teaching. I went to school and tried to act normal, but inside I felt heavy. I knew some of my husband's relatives might think I was being disrespectful, but my choice wasn't about not caring. It was about fear and emotion. I knew if I went to the hospital and watched Ted die, I would break down. I pictured myself crying in front of everyone, not able to breathe, not able to stand. I knew I would feel very sorry later, and I knew there would be tears, but I still stayed with my routine because it felt like the only way to keep myself steady. That day at school moved in a strange way. Time usually feels fast when you are busy, but that day felt slow. I kept checking the clock, and every time I looked at it, my heart would jump. I remember trying to teach or help students while my mind was somewhere else. I was listening to kids speak, watching them write, smiling when I was supposed to smile, but my thoughts were at the hospital even though my body was at school. At exactly 12 o'clock that day, I had a strong feeling that Ted had passed away. I didn't get a phone call right then. Nobody told me in that moment. I just felt it, like a quiet knowing. I looked out the window and the sky looked different than usual. It wasn't stormy, and it wasn't bright. It was mellow, quiet, and eerie, like the world had gone soft. The air felt still. Even the light outside seemed muted, almost like the day had taken a deep breath and was holding it. When school ended and I started driving home, I did a lot of thinking. I kept wondering where Ted would go. I wondered what his last moments were like. Was he scared? Was he in pain? Did he feel relief? Did he hear his family's voices? Did he know they were there? Sometimes I thought about the idea of the spirit leaving the body, and I wondered if the room changed when that happened, if the family felt something shift. My mind went in circles, because death is one of those things you can never fully understand until you are face to face with it. When I arrived home, I went inside and the house felt normal, but I still had that heavy feeling. I immediately tried to call my husband. I wanted confirmation, even though it felt like a dumb question. I already believed Ted had passed. But grief and stress can make you ask things you already know, just because you need to hear it out loud. I couldn't get a hold of my husband. I tried again. No answer. That made my stomach tighten, because I knew he was with his family and probably overwhelmed. So I called another cousin's house, someone I knew would likely pick up. When they answered, I asked right away, "Did Ted pass away? And where is my husband?" The cousin on the phone told me that yes, Ted had passed, and they had gone out to look for a coffin and a grave. They would be back later. Hearing it confirmed made my throat tighten. Even though I had expected it, it still hit me like a final door closing. I told the cousin I would be there shortly that night. In our Hmong culture, when a family member passes away, we don't just visit for an hour and then go back to normal life. We stay with the surviving family. We sit with them, talk quietly, help with food, run errands, and just keep them company so they don't feel alone. It's about sympathy, love, warmth, and respect. People take turns coming in and staying. Sometimes relatives spend the night with the surviving family to help them feel safe and supported, especially in those first nights after a death when the house can feel too quiet and the grief can feel too loud. That is one of the ways Hmong families stay bonded. Even when people are busy, they show up. Even when they are tired, they show up. The family becomes like a blanket around the people who are mourning. So after that phone call, I started thinking about what I needed to do before going over there. I wanted to get myself ready, maybe grab a few things, maybe eat something small because I knew once I got there, everything would be focused on the loss and on supporting the family. Not long after, I got another phone call. It was from a girl. She told me she was going to come to my house for something. I don't remember exactly what she said she needed. The whole call felt strange, because it was real, but it also felt like it happened too fast, almost like a dream. I remember hearing her voice clearly, but when I try to replay the conversation now, it slips away from me. I told her she could come. I don't even know why I agreed so easily. It was like I was in a fog and just responding. After I hung up, I went into the kitchen to look for something to eat. My brother was at my house, and my son was there too. They were watching TV upstairs, something like Bart Simpson and other cartoons. The sound of the cartoons filled the room with silly voices and jokes, which felt strange on a day like that. It's weird how life keeps going even when someone has died. People laugh on TV. Food still sits in the fridge. The sun still moves across the sky. But inside you feel like the world should have stopped for at least a moment. While I was in the kitchen, I suddenly heard the doorbell ring. It was loud and sharp, cutting through the cartoon noise. For a second, I thought maybe it was part of the TV show. Some cartoons use sound effects that could confuse you. So I called out and asked my brother, "Was that the cartoon?" He said no, it wasn't the TV. A few seconds later, the doorbell rang again. At that point I assumed someone really was at the door. Maybe it was the girl who called. Maybe it was a neighbor. I lived in a split-entry home, so the entrance door was downstairs, and the living area was upstairs. I walked down the stairs and opened the front door. No one was there. I stepped forward a little and looked around. The porch was empty. The yard looked normal. No car pulling away. No footsteps. No movement. I didn't immediately panic. I was more puzzled. I stood there thinking, "That's weird." I closed the door and walked back up a few steps. Then the doorbell rang again. Now I started to feel irritated. Not scared yet, just annoyed. I went back down and opened the door again. Still no one. The porch was empty again. It didn't make sense. If someone was playing a trick, I should have seen something. Someone running, someone hiding, some movement in the yard. But there was nothing. I closed the door again, and the moment I turned away, the doorbell rang again. At that point I called to my brother and asked him to go to his room and look out his bedroom window to see if he could see anyone outside, maybe standing on the porch or hiding near the steps. I wanted another set of eyes. I also wanted to prove to myself that this was something simple, like a kid messing around or someone delivering something and leaving quickly. My brother went to his room, but he took longer than I expected. While he was checking, I decided to do my own test. I wanted to catch whoever was ringing the bell. I went down to the entryway and closed the storm door. Then I opened the main entrance door wide, so I could stand inside and see the porch clearly without any barrier. I walked up the first couple steps and positioned myself so I was staring directly outside, watching the doorbell area. And then, right in front of me, right in front of my eyes and in my ears, the doorbell rang. There was no hand on it. No person standing there. Nothing moved. It rang like someone pressed it, but there was nobody to press it. I felt my face get hot. I was tired, stressed, and emotional from the day, and that sound pushed me over the edge. I didn't even think ghost. I didn't think spirit. I didn't think Ted. I just thought someone or something was messing with me, and I wanted it to stop. I stepped down, swung the storm door open hard, and I yelled into the empty porch, "You need to stop playing around!" If you're going to come in, then come in or go away. Even now, I'm surprised by how angry I was instead of afraid. But I think that day I had already been carrying so much emotion, sadness, stress, guilt, tension, that the doorbell situation came at the exact wrong time. It didn't feel like a spooky moment. It felt like an interruption when I was already overwhelmed. After I yelled, I stood there breathing hard, listening. The porch stayed quiet. The yard stayed still. For a moment, there was nothing. Then my brother finally came out of his room and walked toward me. His face looked different. He looked pale and scared, like he had seen something he couldn't explain. That was the first moment I felt a small chill in my chest. I asked him, "Did you see anything?" He didn't speak. He just shook his head. That made the whole situation feel heavier. If it was only me hearing the doorbell, I could have blamed my stress. But my brother had heard it too. He had seen me go down again and again. And now he looked truly frightened, like his body was telling him something wasn't right even if his eyes hadn't seen a person. Not long after that, I finally got a hold of my husband. When he answered, I could hear the tiredness in his voice. He sounded like someone who had been crying and trying to stay strong at the same time. I told him what happened, explaining the doorbell ringing, the empty porch, the way it rang right in front of me while I was staring outside. I told him I didn't know what to think. My husband listened and then said something that surprised me with how calm it sounded. He said, "I guess Ted missed us. Maybe he just wanted to drop by and say goodbye. He never saw our house before." When he said that, it was like something inside me settled. I can't say I suddenly understood everything, but his words fit the feeling of the day. Ted had just passed away only 4 to 6 hours earlier. If there was any time a spirit might visit, that would be the time. In that moment, the doorbell didn't feel like a prank anymore. It felt like a message, like a quick visit, like someone passing through and knocking before leaving. I told my husband, "I guess you're right," and I said I would be there shortly. I asked my brother to stay at my house and watch my son while I went to be with the family. But my brother refused. He didn't want to stay alone in the house after what happened. He insisted on coming with me. I could see fear in the way he moved, like he didn't want to be in any room by himself. So we packed up. I grabbed what I needed for my son, and we left the house. As I locked the door, I remember looking back at the porch for a second, half expecting the bell to ring again. It didn't. The house looked normal again, quiet and still, like nothing had happened. But my body didn't feel normal. I felt like something important had brushed past my life, something I couldn't hold in my hands but also couldn't ignore. Ted's funeral lasted for 4 days and 3 nights, going 24 hours a day. In our Hmong traditions, funerals can be long, especially for families who are not Christian. In Laos and in older traditions, funerals could last a whole week. But here in America, people have jobs, schedules, and limits. So many families start on Friday and finish on Monday afternoon, then bury the loved one that same afternoon. It is hard to explain to people outside our culture what it feels like to be in a funeral that lasts day and night. It is not just one service. It is like living in the funeral home. People come and go, but the mourning doesn't stop. There is food, there are rituals, there are prayers, there is music, there are long conversations, and there is also long silence. Some people cry loudly. Some people cry quietly. Some people don't cry at all until later, when they are alone. Everyone carries grief differently, but everyone is there. One of the hardest parts is the exhaustion. You try to stay awake because you want to show respect, and because you don't want the surviving family to feel alone. You sit through the night hours when your body wants to sleep, but your mind stays alert because the emotion keeps you awake. The air in the rooms can feel heavy with incense, food, and the closeness of many people. And then there is that constant awareness that the person you knew is gone, lying there, no longer breathing, no longer able to answer. In our beliefs, many people also believe the dead person will pay debts in the afterlife and then reincarnate into a new family, or continue on a spiritual journey that the living can't fully see. Even among Hmong people, beliefs can differ from family to family. but the idea that the spirit continues is common. That belief can bring comfort, but it can also make the early days after death feel very intense, because people worry about the spirit being lost, lonely, or unsettled. After the funeral ended and life began to move forward again, the effects of that doorbell incident did not completely disappear in my family. My brother, especially, changed. He did not want to sleep in his room. He asked if my husband and I would let him sleep in our room, on the floor. At first I thought maybe he was just being dramatic, or maybe he was still shaken from the funeral and all the talk about death. But he was serious. He truly didn't want to be alone at night. So we let him sleep in our room. He slept on the floor for a week. Every night he would set up his blanket and lie down quietly, like a child even though he was older than that. He didn't joke. He didn't tease. He didn't act normal. He was tense, like he was listening for sounds. I assumed he was really scared, and I didn't push him too hard because I knew he had seen my frustration at the door, and he had heard the bell too. Maybe the moment that scared him the most was not the bell itself, but the fact that it rang while nobody was there, while I was watching. After about a week, things slowly felt more normal again. My brother returned to his room. The house felt like just a house again. The doorbell never did that again. Whatever happened that day didn't repeat the same way. And Ted did not show up again, at least not in any obvious way that we could recognize. But the story didn't end there, because the months that followed were heavy for Ted's family. 6 months after Ted died, his older brother passed away too. It was another shock, another loss, another funeral. Ted's older brother had been in a car accident and suffered a head injury. He died in the hospital. It felt unreal, like the family couldn't catch their breath. Then, a year after that, their mother passed away. People said she died because of grief, because losing 2 sons broke her heart. Whether that is medically true or not, emotionally it felt true. She changed after their deaths. She carried sorrow in her face. She seemed like she was always waiting for something that would never return. To people watching from the outside, it looked like death was moving through that family one person at a time, like a slow disease. Some people whispered that the family was cursed, or that something terrible had happened in the past. When a pattern of tragedies happens close together, people start looking for reasons that go beyond normal life, because normal life doesn't feel big enough to explain that much pain. A year later, around Christmas in 2000, my mom came to visit me. We were talking about family, about everything that had happened, and about how quickly things had changed. At some point she said, "Thank God Ted didn't take your husband with him." When she said that, I felt confused. I asked her what she meant, because I didn't understand why she would say it like that. My mom told me something my dad had experienced. She said that after Ted's death, my dad had a dream. In the dream, Ted appeared and seemed lonely in the other place, wherever he was. Ted wanted to ask my husband if he could have a drink with him. In the dream, it was like Ted was inviting my husband to join him, the way you might invite someone out for a drink in real life, but with a heavy feeling underneath it. In my dad's dream, my dad told Ted no. He said, "No, you cannot have a drink with my son-in-law. If you want to have a drink, why don't you have a drink with me?" My mom said my dad felt like he was protecting my husband, like he was refusing to let Ted take him anywhere. My mom believed that if my dad had not said that in the dream, something bad could have happened. And when Ted's older brother died 6 months later, people took that timing as proof that the dream mattered. They believed Ted had been lonely and was calling someone to come with him. They believed the older brother was the one who ended up leaving next. When I heard this from my mom, I didn't know what to say. I felt a mix of feelings. Part of me wanted to reject it, because it sounded too scary and too supernatural. Part of me wanted to accept it, because so many strange things had happened around that time. And part of me simply felt sad, because if Ted truly was lonely, that idea broke my heart. Death is already painful, but the thought of someone being alone after death, searching for company, makes it even heavier. I also thought back to the doorbell incident. If Ted had been trying to visit, Maybe that was his way of saying goodbye. Maybe it was his way of reaching out one last time. My husband had said Ted had never seen our house before. Maybe he came to the door out of habit, like a person visiting family, not fully understanding that the rules were different now. I can't prove any of it. I can only tell you what happened and what people in my family believed. I know what I heard with my own ears. I know what I saw with my own eyes, the doorbell ringing while the porch was empty, and ringing while I was standing there watching. I know my brother's face when he came out of his room, the fear he couldn't hide. I know the way the air felt on the day Ted died, quiet and strange, like the sky itself was mourning. And I know the chain of losses that followed in that family, loss after loss, so close together that it changed the way everyone looked at life. Even now, when I think about that day, I remember how I wasn't afraid at first. I was irritated, angry, confused. But later, after the funeral and after time passed, the meaning of it began to sink in. It wasn't just a weird doorbell problem. The timing was too exact. It happened on the same day, only hours after Ted passed away. It happened right as our family was entering that deep period of grief and ritual and late-night gatherings. And then it stopped, as suddenly as it began, like the moment had passed. I still wish I had taken the day off and gone to the hospital to say goodbye. That regret doesn't go away completely. But I also understand why I didn't go. I was young, busy, emotionally overwhelmed, and afraid of falling apart. I tried to handle things the way I knew how, and then something happened that made me feel like Ted still found a way to say goodbye anyway, even if I wasn't at the hospital. Some people might say it was only a malfunctioning doorbell. Maybe it was. But I have never been able to shake the feeling that it was something more, because it didn't act like a normal electrical issue. It rang in a pattern, as if responding. It rang when I tested it, when I was watching. And it stopped after I yelled, almost like it understood. That is what makes it hard to explain away. After all these years, I don't tell this story to scare people. I tell it because it was real to me, and because it sits inside my memory like a strange marker in time, placed right on top of a death in the family. When I remember Ted, I don't only remember sickness and loss. I also remember that doorbell, the empty porch, and the feeling that maybe, just maybe, he came by for a moment, quiet, unseen, and harmless, only to let us know he was leaving. When I was a toddler, my parents both worked in schools, so during the weekdays I would go to daycare. It was part of my normal routine, something I didn't question at the time because I was too young to think about it deeply. But on Fridays, things were different. On those days I would stay with my grandparents instead. That change in environment always felt noticeable, even if I couldn't fully explain why. Their house had a different kind of quiet, a slower pace, and I remember it feeling both comforting and slightly unfamiliar at the same time. When I stayed there overnight, I would sleep in a crib placed in the office or computer room. It wasn't a large space, but it was comfortable enough, and I was close to where my grandparents spent time during the day. Looking back, I think that room became the setting for some of my earliest and clearest childhood memories. I was around 3 or 4 years old when I first started noticing things that stayed with me. The first incident I can remember happened during the night. I woke up suddenly, not because of noise or discomfort, but just a natural waking, like my awareness had shifted while everything else remained still. The room was dark, but not completely black. There was enough faint light for me to see shapes and outlines. As I lay there still in the crib, I noticed something that made me pause instead of cry or call out. A figure appeared to emerge from the wall. At first, I didn't understand what I was looking at. It was shaped like a young woman, and she seemed to be gently stepping or floating out from the surface of the wall rather than walking through a door or entering from somewhere physical. She wore a white dress and a bonnet, and she was holding a small bundle of flowers. Everything about her appearance felt soft and calm, not harsh or threatening. I remember her expression very clearly. She was smiling, not in a way that felt forced or strange, but in a way that felt warm and reassuring. It wasn't the kind of smile that startled me or made me feel afraid. In fact, my reaction at that age was surprisingly calm. I didn't cry or try to escape the crib. I simply watched. She spoke to me, telling me to go back to sleep. I don't remember hearing her voice in the same way I would hear someone speaking aloud in the room. It felt more like I understood the message directly, without sound needing to travel through the air. After she said that, I remember slowly lying back down. There was no panic, only a quiet acceptance of what I was seeing. I watched as she moved across the room. Her movement wasn't like walking, but more like drifting, as if she was not fully bound to the floor. She crossed the space calmly, and then gradually faded or disappeared from sight. After that, I went back to sleep. What stands out most about that memory is not fear, but the absence of it. As a child, I did not interpret the experience as something dangerous. If anything, I remember feeling that she was gentle, almost protective. Even now, I cannot say with certainty what I saw, but the memory itself remains clear in my mind. Another night, I woke up again while staying in the same room. This time, instead of a figure, I saw a green light. It appeared as a floating orb moving through the air. It was not fixed in one place, but drifted and moved around the room as if it had its own motion and direction. I remember watching it carefully. It didn't feel threatening, but it was unusual enough that I stayed awake while observing it. It moved in a smooth, continuous path, and at no point did it behave like a physical object would. After some time, it simply disappeared. There was no sound or flash when it was gone, just a quiet absence where it had been moments before. There was also an event during the daytime that I still remember. I was sitting and eating breakfast when something unusual happened with a crystal hanging in the window. It suddenly began to spin on its own. As it rotated, it reflected light across the room in shifting patterns. The effect filled the space with moving light, even though nothing else in the room was changing. I remember watching it with curiosity. At that age, I did not fully understand physics or airflow or how small environmental changes might cause movement. What I remember most is the sense of surprise, and then a gradual awareness that something in the room was behaving differently than expected. Around that same general period, I also began to notice something else. Sometimes I would hear voices. They were not loud or clear in the way normal conversations are. Instead, they sounded distant, as if coming from another part of the house or from somewhere just beyond my immediate awareness. What made them strange was that I could distinguish them as two different voices, one male and one female, and they seemed to be speaking to each other. I could not understand the words, but I could recognize the structure of conversation. It felt like dialogue happening nearby, even though I could not identify where it was coming from. I also knew instinctively that it was not my grandparents speaking. At that age, I didn't have a strong explanation for it, but I did notice it when it happened. As time passed, I began sleeping in a different room at my grandparents' house, a spare bedroom instead of the office space. That room felt different from the previous one. It was larger, quieter in a different way, and carried a slightly heavier atmosphere in my memory. At first, nothing unusual happened there, but eventually that changed. One night, I woke up and saw an elderly woman standing at the foot of the bed. She was wearing a pink sweater. I remember focusing on that detail because it stood out clearly in the dim light. Her posture was still, and her presence was quiet. I noticed that her lips were moving, as if she was speaking, but I could not hear any sound coming from her. I remember watching her for a short time, unsure of what I should do. I did not scream immediately, but I also did not feel completely calm. Eventually, I told my grandmother about it, and she explained it as a dream. At the time, I accepted that explanation because I was young and trusted the adults around me to interpret things correctly. On another visit, I saw small lights moving around the room again. These were different from the earlier green light. They were smaller and moved quickly, darting in different directions before disappearing. I remember lying in bed and watching them briefly before they faded out of view. After that, there were a few visits where nothing unusual seemed to happen. It was almost like a pause, as if whatever I was experiencing earlier had stopped for a while. But then, the more intense experiences began. One night, I woke up and immediately noticed that the room felt different. The air was cold, noticeably colder than it should have been. I remember that feeling first before anything else. Then I became aware that I could not move properly. It felt like my body was heavy or restricted, as if I was partially awake but unable to fully respond. At the same time, I felt a pressure on the bed, like it was being pressed down beside me. I could sense a presence in the room, though I could not see anything clearly. The combination of the coldness, the pressure, and the inability to move created a strong sense of fear. That experience stayed with me because it was the first time I felt truly trapped within that situation. On another visit after that, something happened that frightened me more than anything before it. I woke up and saw a bluish light coming through the window. It was not soft or gentle like earlier lights I had seen. This one felt sharper, more direct. As I looked toward it, I saw two large hands pressed against the window. They looked dirty and covered in hair, and they were far larger than what would normally fit on a window's surface. The sight of them made me panic immediately. I got out of bed and ran from the room, screaming. My grandmother tried to comfort me afterward, but I was extremely upset and frightened. After that experience, I refused to stay there for some time. The visits became less frequent, and eventually my routine changed when my father went on disability due to hearing issues, which meant I no longer needed to go to daycare. Life shifted, and those overnight stays at my grandparents' house became less central in my daily experience. Now, years later, I have stayed at my grandparents' house again many times. On those later visits, nothing unusual has happened. The rooms feel normal, the nights are quiet, and there have been no further experiences like the ones from my early childhood. Looking back, I don't try to force a single explanation onto everything that happened. I know how young I was during those earliest experiences, and I also understand how memory, imagination, sleep states, and childhood perception can blend together in powerful ways. What I do know is that those moments felt very real to me at the time, and they shaped the way I remember that house and those early years. Even now, they remain part of my personal history, not as something I fully understand, but as experiences I remember clearly enough to know they mattered to me as a child. When I was about 6 years old, my neighbor had a large number of cats, probably around 10 at any given time. They weren't really able to care for all of them properly, and the situation wasn't very stable for the animals. Among them was a small black kitten that stood out to me immediately. He was extremely weak and sick, clearly not doing well, and it felt like he was on the edge of survival. Even as a child, I remember feeling disturbed that nothing was being done to help him. After seeing him like that, I kept asking my mom if we could take him in. I didn't really understand the responsibilities at the time, but I was very attached to the idea of helping him. Eventually, my mom agreed, and the neighbors were willing to let us adopt him. That moment felt important to me, even though I didn't fully understand why at the time. Once he was brought into our home, we took care of him carefully, and slowly helped him recover. Over time, he got stronger, healthier, and more active. I named him Ladybug when we first got him, mostly because I wasn't sure if he was male or female at the time. Later on, once we realized he was a male cat, his name naturally changed to Mr. Bug, and that's what we called him from then on. As he grew healthier, his personality became one of the most gentle and affectionate I have ever seen in an animal. He loved attention, enjoyed being held, and would sit calmly while I petted him. I even used to dress him up in doll clothes, and he never once reacted with aggression. He never scratched, bit, or hissed at me, even when I was handling him in ways most cats would normally dislike. There was a calmness about him that made him feel unusually trusting and patient. At that time, he was probably around 2 or 3 years old when the main event of his life happened. One day while I was at school, something tragic occurred. A pack of dogs came into our yard. Before my mom could react in time to protect him, they reached Mr. Bug. The situation escalated quickly, and the dogs dragged him through a creek that ran through part of our yard. By the time my mom was able to intervene and reach him, it was already too late. She brought him into the house immediately, placed him in a chair, and ran to get a towel so she could take him to the vet. When she returned, she told me that he was still alive for a brief moment. He opened his eyes, looked at her one last time, and then passed away. My parents handled it differently in terms of what they told me. My father wanted to protect me from the pain and initially considered saying that the cat had simply run away. My mother, however, felt that it would be worse for me to hold on to false hope, especially thinking he might return. In the end, I was told the truth, and I was devastated. He wasn't just a pet to me. He felt like something close to a companion, or even like a small part of my daily emotional world. Even years later, I have never really found another cat that resembled him, either in appearance or personality. He had long black fur and striking bright green eyes that stood out in a way I still remember clearly. Those eyes, especially, were something I could never forget. There was something unusually vivid about them, almost glowing in my memory. About 6 months after his death, something happened that I still think about. One day, I saw a cat that looked very similar to Mr. Bug. It appeared in a way that immediately caught my attention. I remember feeling a strong emotional reaction when I saw it, because for a moment it felt like him again. I walked toward it, but as I got closer, the cat suddenly disappeared. It didn't run away in a normal way, and I couldn't find it anywhere afterward. At the time, I didn't fully interpret it as anything supernatural. I was still young enough that I questioned what I had actually seen. But over time, as I searched and never found that cat again, I started to wonder about the experience differently. One detail that has always stayed with me is that our dogs did not react at all. Normally, they would bark at anything unusual, especially animals entering or moving through the yard. But in that moment, there was no barking, no reaction, no disturbance at all. That silence from them made the moment feel even more unusual in my memory. Looking back, I now think that what I saw could have been my mind processing grief, memory, and attachment. When you lose something important at a young age, especially something you care for daily, the mind can sometimes recreate familiar patterns and moments of longing or emotional intensity. It is possible that what I experienced was part of that process. At the same time, I also understand why it felt meaningful to me. Mr. Bug was not just a pet in the usual sense. He was a comfort, a companion, and a living presence that I deeply connected with during a formative time in my life. Losing him left a strong emotional impression that didn't simply disappear afterward. Even now, years later, I still have another cat who is part of my life. He is older now, and I care for him deeply as well. Sometimes when he behaves in unusual ways, I find myself thinking back to Mr. Bug and the way he used to be so calm and gentle. I don't truly believe anything is haunting or controlling behavior, but I understand why my younger self might have created that kind of interpretation out of memory and emotion. In a way, Mr. Bug still exists in my memory as a very specific kind of presence, not as something returning or watching over anything, but as a part of my past that was important enough to leave a lasting imprint. And even though I no longer interpret the events around his death or the later sighting in a supernatural way, I still remember him clearly, and he remains one of the most emotionally significant animals I ever had in my childhood. When I was about 6 years old, my neighbor had a large group of cats, probably close to 10 at one point. They weren't really able to care for all of them properly, and the situation wasn't very stable for the animals. Among them was a small black kitten who immediately stood out to me. He was extremely weak and sick, and it was clear even to me as a child that he was barely holding on. I remember feeling upset that nothing seemed to be happening to help him. I kept asking my mom if we could take him in, and after some time she agreed. The neighbors were also willing to let us have him. That decision ended up changing things for me, because once he came home, we started taking care of him right away, trying to nurse him back to health. Slowly, he improved. He became stronger, more active, and more comfortable in our home. At first, I named him Ladybug because we weren't sure if he was a male or female kitten. That was just the name that came to mind at the time. Later, after we realized he was a male, his name naturally changed to Mr. Bug, and that's what he became known as in our house. As he grew healthier, his personality became one of the sweetest I have ever seen in any animal. He loved being around people, enjoyed being held, and was very calm when I interacted with him. I even used to dress him in dull clothes, and he never reacted aggressively or tried to escape. He never bit, scratched, or hissed at me, even when I probably handled him in ways most cats wouldn't tolerate. There was something very gentle and trusting about him. He was still very young, maybe around 2 or 3 years old, when the event happened that changed everything. One day while I was at school, a pack of dogs came into our yard. Before my mom could react and get to him in time, they reached Mr. Bug. It happened very quickly and in a way that was difficult for her to stop. The dogs dragged him through a creek that ran through part of our property. By the time my mom was able to reach him and bring him inside, it was already too late. She laid him in a chair, ran to get a towel, and tried to do what she could, even hoping to take him to a vet. But when she came back, she told me that he had opened his eyes one last time, looked at her, and then passed away. The way my parents handled telling me about it was different. My father initially wanted to soften the situation and tell me that he had simply run away, because he thought it would be easier for me to accept. My mother, however, felt that giving me false hope would only make things harder later. In the end, I was told the truth, and I remember being deeply upset. Mr. Bug wasn't just a pet to me, he felt like a constant companion, and something I had cared for every day. Even years later, I never found another cat that looked or felt quite like him. His long black fur and especially his bright green eyes stood out in my memory. I remember thinking at the time that his eyes almost looked neon green, and that detail has stayed with me more clearly than almost anything else. About 6 months after he died, something happened that I still think about. One day, I saw a cat that looked very similar to him. It wasn't just a vague resemblance. It was enough to immediately catch my attention and bring back strong memories. I remember feeling a sudden emotional reaction when I saw it, as if I had recognized him for a moment. I tried to walk toward it, but as I got closer, it disappeared. It didn't behave like a normal cat running away or hiding. It was simply there, and then it wasn't. I searched afterward but couldn't find anything. At the time, I didn't fully understand what I had seen, but I couldn't forget it either. One detail that stood out to me was that our dogs didn't bark at all. Normally, they would react to any animal or movement in the yard. That silence felt unusual, especially given how alert they usually were. It made the moment feel even stranger in my memory, even though I couldn't explain why. As I got older, I began to interpret that experience differently. I started to think that what I saw might have been my mind processing grief and memory, especially since I was still very young when he died. When something emotionally significant is lost early in life, the brain can sometimes recreate familiar images in ways that feel very real in the moment. That doesn't make the experience less meaningful, but it does change how it can be understood. At the same time, I understand why it stayed with me so strongly. Mr. Bug was not just an animal in the background of my childhood. He was something I cared for deeply, and I spent a lot of time with him during an important stage of growing up. Losing him left an emotional imprint that didn't just disappear after the event. Now, years later, I still have another cat in my life. He is older now, and I take care of him the same way. Sometimes when he behaves in strange or dramatic ways, I find myself remembering Mr. Bug and the way he used to act. My mind connects those memories naturally, even though I know they are separate lives and separate experiences. I don't truly believe that anything is controlling my current cat, or watching over him in a literal sense. But I do understand why my younger self might have tried to connect meaning and patterns to those memories. When something meaningful is lost, the mind often looks for continuity, even in small or random moments. What remains most real to me now is not the idea of something supernatural, but the emotional reality of that bond. Mr. Bug represented a time in my childhood where I learned care, attachment, and loss in a very direct way. Those experiences don't need a supernatural explanation to feel important. Even now, I remember him clearly, not as something returning or appearing again, but as a part of my past that mattered deeply to me. Driving into the empty parking lot, I already felt that familiar mix of nervousness and excitement building inside me. It was late, the kind of time when most people were already home, safe indoors, but I liked coming here when it was quiet. There was something about this place that pulled me in every time. Maybe it was the way the trail disappeared into the dark and then slowly opened toward the beach. Maybe it was just the silence. No voices, no cars, no distractions. Just me and the night. The wind outside the car was colder than I expected when I finally parked. The headlights lit up the cracked asphalt and the empty spaces around me, but beyond that everything was darkness. The parking lot always felt bigger at night, like it stretched farther than it should. I sat there for a moment with my hands still on the steering wheel, just listening. The engine ticking as it cooled down. The faint hum of the radio I hadn't fully turned off yet. My own breathing. Then I opened the door. Cold air rushed in immediately and hit my face and arms. It was sharp but refreshing. I stepped out slowly, letting my feet touch the ground, and stood there for a second. The smell of the sea was stronger tonight. That salty, damp air mixed with the smell of wet sand and cold grass. I liked that smell. It always made me feel like something was about to happen, like the world was waiting for me to notice something important. I closed the car door behind me, and the sound echoed too loudly in the quiet space. I looked around the lot one more time. Still empty. Not a single other car. No movement near the trees. No light from nearby buildings except the faint glow far behind me. I started walking toward the trail. The path was narrow and slightly raised, leading away from the parking lot and toward the beach cliffs. I had walked it many times before, so my feet moved without hesitation. At first, everything felt normal. The crunch of gravel under my shoes. The slight sway of my arms. The wind brushing against my jacket. I even found myself smiling a little, like I always did when I reached this point. But as I kept walking, something inside me shifted. It wasn't fear exactly. It was more like awareness. A sudden tightening in my stomach, like my body had noticed something before my mind did. I slowed down without meaning to. My eyes scanned the path ahead, then the sides. The bushes. The dark shapes of rocks and uneven ground. Nothing seemed different, but the feeling grew stronger anyway. And then it hit me. It wasn't like a sound or a sight. It was like something inside me suddenly cracked open. A deep emotional force, heavy and overwhelming, slammed into me so hard I nearly lost my balance. My knees weakened instantly. I stopped walking and bent forward slightly, trying to steady myself. It felt like grief, but not mine. It was raw and desperate, like someone crying without words. A pressure in my chest that didn't belong to me. My breath caught in my throat. My hands went cold. I tried to understand what was happening, but my thoughts were scattered. It felt like I had been grabbed from the inside. I looked around quickly, expecting someone to be there, but the path was still empty. The trees stood still. The wind continued moving through them gently. The world didn't change, but I did. I was now on my knees, one hand on the ground, trying to keep myself steady. My heart was beating too fast. I had felt things like this before. Not exactly the same, but close enough that I recognized the pattern. Moments where something unseen seemed to press against my mind or emotions. It had happened a few times in the past, always unexpectedly, always leaving me confused afterward. But this time was stronger. This time it felt like something had actively reached for me. I stayed still, trying not to panic. Then I heard it. Not a voice at first. More like a pressure in the air, like sound forming before words. A deep, rough feeling that slowly shaped itself into something understandable. Stay. The word didn't come through my ears. It came through my thoughts, but not like my own thoughts. It felt separate. Old. Heavy. I swallowed hard and slowly raised my head. My eyes scanned the darkness again, this time more carefully. That's when I saw him. At first, it was just a shape. A man standing not far from the edge of the path. He looked slightly hunched forward, like he was carrying something heavy or had been walking for a long time. The lighting was poor, but I could still make out parts of him. His clothes looked worn, like they had been through rain and dirt. His posture was unstable, like he wasn't fully there. Then he stepped closer. His face came into view, but it wasn't clear. It looked faded, like it was there and not there at the same time. His eyes were the most unsettling part. They weren't focused properly. They looked tired, lost, like someone who had been searching for a long time and finally found someone who could see him. I wanted to move, but I couldn't. My body felt locked in place, like the earlier emotional wave had drained my strength. I stayed kneeling on the cold ground, staring at him as he slowly approached. When he spoke, his voice was rough and uneven. It sounded like it hadn't been used in a long time. "Find me," he said. I didn't respond. I couldn't. He stopped a few steps away from me. I could smell something faint, like damp clothes and cold air, mixed with something older I couldn't fully describe. His presence felt heavy, like the space around him was compressed. He pointed. Not directly at me, but past me, toward the ridge where the trail curved upward. Beyond that was a fence separating the walking path from the train tracks further down. The area he pointed to looked darker than everything else. "Don't let me stay there," he said. "Don't leave me there." I finally managed to speak, though my voice came out weak. "Where?" He didn't answer clearly. Instead, his expression changed slightly, like he was trying to remember something that hurt to think about. His eyes shifted toward the direction he had pointed. "Over there," he said again. "I can't move." The words didn't fully make sense, but the feeling behind them did. There was fear in him, but also something else. Regret. Deep regret. I forced myself to breathe more steadily. My hands were shaking, but I tried to calm down. I had no idea who he was or what was happening, but something about him didn't feel threatening in the way I expected. It felt more like pain trying to communicate. I slowly got up from the ground. My legs were still weak, but I could stand. When I looked back at him, he was already fading slightly. His outline was becoming less solid, like mist being pulled apart by wind. "Wait," I said quickly. "What happened to you?" He looked at me one last time. There was something in his expression that stayed with me even after everything else changed. It wasn't anger or fear anymore. It was acceptance mixed with sorrow. "I waited too long," he said quietly. And then he was gone. Not like walking away. Not like turning around. He simply faded out until there was nothing left where he had been standing. I stood there for a moment, completely still, trying to process what had just happened. The wind returned to normal. The cold felt normal again. The pressure in my chest slowly disappeared, like whatever force had been holding it was gone. But something remained. A pull. It wasn't emotional anymore. It felt directional, like a quiet awareness pointing me toward the place he had indicated. My instincts told me I should leave. Go back to the car. Forget this. Pretend nothing happened. But I didn't. I started walking toward the ridge. The closer I got, the heavier the air felt. Not physically heavier, but emotionally. The kind of atmosphere that makes you quieter without realizing it. My steps slowed. My breathing became more controlled. I kept looking ahead, scanning the dark ground. Eventually, I reached the edge of the trail where the brush became thicker. Beyond it, I could see the faint outline of the fence, and further beyond that, the train tracks. The sound of distant trains occasionally passed through the air like low echoes. I hesitated. Then I noticed the smell. It was faint at first, but unmistakable. Not strong enough to overwhelm, but strong enough to recognize. It was the smell of something that had been there too long, exposed to time and weather. My stomach tightened again, but this time it wasn't emotional. It was instinct. I stepped carefully through the brush. Every movement felt deliberate now. My focus narrowed completely to the ground ahead. I didn't know what I expected to find, but I kept going anyway. The closer I got to the fence, the more the atmosphere shifted. The noise of the wind changed slightly. The darkness felt denser. And then I saw it. Not clearly at first. Just something that didn't belong. A shape near the base of the fence, partially hidden by the slope and brush. My breathing stopped for a moment. I moved closer slowly. As I got nearer, the realization settled in. Whatever I was seeing was connected to what he had shown me. I didn't need everything to be clear to understand that. My mind flashed briefly with an image I didn't want to fully think about. The sense of impact. The suddenness. The way life can stop in an instant without warning. I felt my throat tighten. I didn't stay there long. Something about the place made it hard to breathe properly, like the weight of what had happened was still lingering there. I backed away slowly, careful not to slip or step wrong. Once I was back on the trail, I turned and walked quickly toward the parking lot. I didn't run, but I didn't walk slowly either. My thoughts were a mess the entire way back. I kept replaying everything in my mind, trying to understand what I had seen, what I had felt, and why it happened to me specifically. Nothing made complete sense, but one thing stayed clear. He had been asking for help, and I had responded. By the time I reached my car, the feeling was mostly gone. The parking lot was still empty. The night was still cold and quiet. Everything looked exactly the same as when I had arrived. But I knew I wasn't the same. I sat in my car for a long time before starting the engine. Just sitting there, hands on the wheel, trying to settle my thoughts. Eventually, I turned the key, and the engine came back to life. As I drove away, I didn't look back. I was staying at my mother's house in Aberdeen, Maryland that summer when I was 18. I was supposed to still be in New Orleans, living in my apartment after my first year of college, but I made the choice to come home instead. I told myself it was practical. I would work with my father for a while, make some money, clear my head. Looking back, it wasn't the best decision for my peace of mind, especially considering how that whole period of my life started unfolding. That morning already felt off before anything unusual happened. I had gotten into an argument with a girl I liked, and it left me irritated and emotionally drained. I tried to push it aside and move on with my day, but it lingered in the back of my mind. Later, I drove down to Baltimore City for the viewing of a friend's father who had passed away. It wasn't my first time at something like that. Funerals and viewings weren't unfamiliar territory, so I went through the motions, talked with friends, offered condolences, and tried to stay grounded. Afterwards, I stayed out with a few people at a house in Ellicott City. Nothing strange happened there. It was just one of those long, emotionally heavy days where you're around people but still feel distant from everything. Eventually I left, and made the drive back up to Aberdeen around midnight. By the time I got home, I was exhausted. It was around 1 a.m. when I finally went to bed. The house itself had never given me any real reason to feel uneasy before. I had lived there for about 2 years at that point, and aside from occasional small noises that most houses make, nothing ever stood out. I had even heard stories about the previous owners being elderly people who had died there, but it never felt like anything more than background history. That night, I lay in bed trying to fall asleep. The room was quiet except for the ceiling fan above me. I remember the steady sound it made and the soft airflow across my legs. Then I noticed something small at first, a faint creaking sound from my bedroom door. At first I ignored it. Houses settle, wood shifts, things creak. I had heard it before. But this time it didn't stop. The sound continued slowly, consistently, like the door was being pushed open in tiny increments. Creak, pause, creak, pause, creak. I stayed still, staring toward the ceiling, trying not to focus on it. But my attention locked in anyway. Minutes passed, and it was still happening. The door wasn't just making noise anymore. It felt like it was actively moving. Then something changed. The airflow from the ceiling fan, which I had been aware of the entire time, suddenly stopped touching my leg. It was subtle, but noticeable enough that my mind immediately registered it. The room didn't feel different visually, but something about the environment shifted in a way I can't fully explain. That's when a wave of intense discomfort hit me. It wasn't just fear. It was physical. A sharp, heavy sensation shot up through my back and chest all at once, like a sudden jolt of adrenaline mixed with dread. My body reacted before my mind fully processed it. I pulled the blanket over my head immediately. Under the covers, everything felt louder inside my head. My breathing, my heartbeat, the silence of the room beyond the fabric. I remember thinking very clearly that if I moved the blanket, I was going to see something I didn't want to see. But at the same time, I also felt this strong urge to get out of the room completely. It was a strange contradiction, wanting to hide and escape at the same time. After a few seconds, I forced myself to move. I threw the blanket off. My bedroom door was now halfway open. The room itself was dim, lit only by whatever light spilled in from the hallway. And in the space between my bed and the desk, I saw something moving. It wasn't solid in the way a person is solid. It didn't have sharp detail, or clear edges. It looked like a grayish-purple mist forming the vague outline of a head and shoulders. It was close. Too close. Only a few feet away from where I was lying. It moved slowly across the room, not walking, not floating in any normal sense, but gliding in a way that didn't match anything physical I knew. I didn't take time to analyze it. My reaction was immediate. I screamed and got out of bed as fast as I could. I ran out of the room, down the stairs, and into the den where my brother was still awake and on the phone. I remember blurting out, I saw it, over and over, but he barely reacted. He didn't understand what I was talking about, or maybe he just didn't believe it. I didn't sleep properly after that night. Even the next day, everything felt off. I went to work exhausted, but more than tired, I felt unsettled. Like something had crossed a boundary in my life that I couldn't undo. After that, I stopped sleeping upstairs. I didn't feel comfortable going back into that room again. Instead, I started sleeping on the couch in the den. It became my routine. My upstairs bedroom stayed untouched. Over time, I avoided that part of the house more and more. It wasn't something I talked about often, because there wasn't much to explain in a way that made sense to other people. I just knew how I felt when I was near that space, and I didn't want to feel it again. There was one more moment that reinforced that decision. It happened on Christmas Eve later that same year. The house was quiet again, and everyone had gone out to midnight mass. I was alone, moving through the upstairs hallway after brushing my teeth. I remember feeling tense just being up there, like my body was already expecting something before anything even happened. I rushed down the hallway toward the stairs, wanting to leave the upper floor as quickly as possible. Before I reached the stairwell, all the hallway lights turned on at once. There was no one else upstairs. No sound of switches. No movement. Just the sudden illumination of the entire hallway as I was walking through it. I didn't wait to think about it. I went straight outside and sat in my car until someone returned home. After that, I made a clear decision for myself. I stopped using that part of the house completely. Even now, years later, I still don't sleep upstairs when I'm there. I stick to the couch in the den. It's just easier that way. Whatever I saw that night, I don't try to define it anymore. I don't spend time trying to label it or explain it beyond what I experienced directly. I know what happened in that room felt real to me in a way I can't dismiss, and I also know it changed how I relate to that space permanently. That's where it ended for me, at least in terms of that room. I sat straight up in bed, my hands clutching the patchwork quilt tightly as if it was the only solid thing left in the room. The air felt wrong in a way I couldn't immediately explain, too still and too present at the same time. In front of my face, hovering in the dim glow of the night lights, was the translucent shape I had just seen in my dream. Except now I was awake. Or at least I thought I was. The figure that had once resembled my mother's ghost was still there, but it had changed. The soft outline I remembered from the dream had shrunk, as if it had been slowly collapsing in on itself. The details faded as I watched, like something losing its will to stay formed. Within seconds, all that remained was a small, pale shape floating in the air, no bigger than my fist. Its face, once recognizable in some vague emotional sense, now looked tight and distorted, almost like a mask stretched too thin. I didn't move at first. "Are you all right?" my husband said beside me. His voice broke through the stillness. pulling me slightly back into the room. He had woken up too. I could see him turning toward me, his face still heavy with sleep, confused by what was happening. His outline in the dim light looked distant, like he was still partly in another world. I didn't answer him right away. My eyes stayed fixed on the floating shape. Something about it didn't feel like my mother anymore. That realization settled in slowly, uncomfortable and heavy. My mother had been gone for years. I knew that. I had accepted that in the way people accept something that still hurts when they think about it. I missed her more than I liked to admit. I missed the simple things, like talking with her over coffee, laughing at small things, even the silly moments we shared that didn't mean anything at the time but meant everything now. But this wasn't her. Not really. I slowly lifted my hand, hesitating for only a second before reaching out toward the floating shape. My fingers moved through it without resistance. There was no texture, no warmth, nothing physical at all. Just empty space where something had seemed so real a moment ago. A strange tightness formed in my stomach. "I'm hallucinating," I said quietly. My voice sounded strange to me, like it belonged to someone else trying to make sense of something unreasonable. "Do you mean dreaming?" my husband asked. He sounded half awake, trying to understand what he was seeing. His tone carried confusion more than concern, like he was trying to place what category this experience belonged to so it would make sense. But I knew I wasn't dreaming. At least I didn't feel like I was. This felt too sharp, too aware. My thoughts were clear, my senses active. The room around me felt fully real. The bed beneath me, the quilt in my hands, the faint hum of the house at night. Everything was present in a way dreams usually aren't. The shape in front of me began to shift again. It didn't move in a natural way. It was more like it lost its structure, and then reassembled itself into something else. The fist-sized face elongated slightly, then folded inward. Limbs formed from the edges, thin and delicate at first, then extending outward. Within moments, it was no longer a face. It had become something else entirely. A spider. But not like the ones I knew. Not like anything that belonged to the real world in a simple, familiar sense. This one looked almost artificial, like it had been designed rather than born. Its body was translucent, shimmering faintly like glass under dim light. Its legs were thin and elegant, moving with a slow, deliberate rhythm that didn't seem mechanical, but also didn't seem biological either. It hovered in place for a moment, suspended in the air as if gravity didn't fully apply to it. I stared at it, unsure of how to respond. It wasn't frightening in the way nightmares usually are. It was unsettling, yes, but also strangely quiet. There was no aggression in its movement. No sudden attack. No sound. Just presence. I slowly got out of bed. My movements were careful, almost cautious, as if any sudden action might make the situation worse or more unstable. I stepped onto the floor, feeling the cool surface beneath my feet, and walked toward the bathroom. The spider-like shape didn't follow me. That was the first thing I noticed. It stayed in the room, hovering where I had first seen it, as if its attention wasn't tied to movement or direction. I flipped on the bathroom light, and the sudden brightness washed over me, grounding everything in sharp clarity. The mirror, the tiles, the sink, all of it looked completely normal. Ordinary. Real in the most reassuring way possible. I stood there for a moment, just breathing, trying to decide what had just happened. After a few minutes, I returned to the bedroom. The moment I stepped back in, I stopped. The room had changed again. Now there wasn't just one shape. There were many. A cluster of small, glowing spider-like forms floated in different parts of the air, suspended at different heights. Some were closer to the ceiling, others near the bed. They were connected in a loose arrangement, like a quiet network of drifting lights. None of them touched anything. None of them moved quickly. They simply existed, hanging there as if the space itself had become occupied by something I couldn't normally perceive. I stood still in the doorway. My husband said something behind me, but I didn't fully process it. My focus was entirely on the room. My mind searched for explanations. Exhaustion. Stress. something I had eaten, something my brain was misfiring on. Anything that would place this experience back into something understandable. I even thought briefly about what I had eaten at dinner, trying to connect it to some kind of reaction. A strange, irrational part of my mind latched onto that idea because it felt safer than the alternative. But none of it fully fit. I stepped back into the room slowly. The shapes didn't react to me in any obvious way. They didn't move toward me or away from me. They simply remained suspended, faintly shimmering, like thoughts that had taken physical form but had no intention attached to them. I sat back down on the bed. The mattress dipped slightly under my weight, and the sensation helped anchor me a little more into reality. My husband was still there beside me, watching carefully now, more awake, more aware that something unusual was happening. We talked quietly for a while. I don't remember every word clearly, but I remember trying to explain what I was seeing, and him trying to make sense of it without dismissing it. There was a balance in his voice between concern and uncertainty, like he didn't want to reinforce fear, but also couldn't ignore what I was experiencing. Eventually, the conversation faded. The room grew quieter again. I lay back down slowly, pulling the quilt over me once more. The warmth of the bed returned gradually, comforting in a way that contrasted sharply with what I had just seen. I closed my eyes. For a moment, I tried not to think about anything at all. Then, as I drifted between wakefulness and sleep, the last thought that came to me was something simple and oddly disconnected. Mushrooms. Earlier in the evening, we had eaten a meal that included them. Baby portobellos. Nothing unusual, nothing new. I had eaten them before without issue. But now my mind reached for that detail like it was a possible explanation trying to hold everything together. I thought about my mother again briefly. About how she would have reacted if I had told her what I was seeing. She was practical in her own way. Not someone who would easily accept strange explanations. She would probably have told me to get rest, to take care of myself, to not overthink things. And I found myself almost smiling at that thought. Because in some strange way, that felt more real than anything else that had just happened. The shapes, the spiders, the shifting forms in the air, they all began to fade from my immediate awareness as sleep slowly returned. And before I fully drifted off, I caught myself thinking something simple, almost like a final grounding thought before darkness took over. Maybe it was just my mind trying to make sense of the night. And maybe, for now, that was enough. I was about 15 when this happened, and even after all these years, it still sits in my memory in a way that feels sharp and uneasy. I don't talk about it much because it is one of those nights I wish I could file away somewhere and never open again, but it never really leaves you completely. It was September, a Saturday night, though I don't remember the exact date anymore. I was at my friend Paula's house. We were just sitting around like normal teenagers do, talking about random things, mostly people we knew and small parts of life that felt important at the time. One topic that kept coming up that night was Samantha. Paula kept bringing her up, asking why I had never met her properly or why I always seemed to miss the chance. Samantha would later become my first wife, but at that time she was just a name floating in conversations, someone I had only heard about but never really met face to face. Paula's parents were away for the weekend, so the house felt open and relaxed in that way that only happens when adults are gone. Her younger sister was not home either. She was at a birthday sleepover next door. So it was just the two of us in the house at first, and it felt like one of those harmless nights where nothing unusual could happen. Around 9 in the evening, Paula's sister and a few other girls came over from the neighbor's house. They were excited and loud, carrying a gift they had received at the sleepover. It turned out to be an Ouija board, a Parker Brothers one, still in its box. They were curious about it, and wanted to try it out. They already knew that Paula and I were interested in occult topics. I had been practicing on my own for about 3 years at that point, and Paula and her sister had been raised in a household where Wiccan beliefs were part of their life. So for them, it wasn't completely strange or taboo. It was more like curiosity mixed with excitement. The girls were very insistent that we try the board. They treated it almost like a game, something new and interesting to do because there was nothing else happening that night. Paula agreed to help them, mostly because she had experience with a different spirit board that belonged to her grandmother. That one was not a store-bought toy. It was an old handmade board, made from maple wood, and the planchette was carved from hickory. She said it behaved differently and felt more serious, but tonight we only had the store-bought version. We all gathered around a small card table in the living room. Paula explained how it was supposed to be used. She talked about keeping hands lightly on the planchette, staying calm, not forcing anything, and most importantly, how to close it properly when we were done. She also asked everyone to think positive thoughts while we tried to make contact. At the time, it all sounded simple, almost like a guided group activity. We started. At first, nothing happened. The planchette just sat there. We asked questions, waited, and tried again. For a long time, there was no response at all. It probably went on like that for around 45 minutes. The girls started to lose focus a little, whispering and laughing here and there, thinking maybe nothing would come of it. Then something changed. The planchette moved. It was small at first, just a slight shift, but then it began to respond more clearly. We asked basic questions, and it started spelling out answers. It said it was a male spirit. It answered some questions that only the birthday girl would have known, things from her personal life, small details that made everyone go quiet. The mood in the room shifted from playful curiosity to focused attention. After a while, the movement became less steady. It started to feel different, more uneven, like the energy had changed. When we asked why it was acting differently, the planchette moved slowly and spelled out one word. SHADOW. After that, everything stopped. No matter what we asked, there was no more movement. It was as if whatever had been responding had simply stepped away. The silence felt heavier than before, like something had ended without explanation. Paula said it was time to close the board, so she followed the proper steps and ended the session. We all stood up, talking nervously about what had just happened. Some of the girls were excited, others were quiet and unsure, and I think all of us were trying to make sense of it in our own way. I remember needing to go to the bathroom at that moment. I got up and walked toward the hallway, but something about the hallway felt wrong. I can't explain it in a logical way. It wasn't dark or unusual, but it felt uncomfortable, like my body was refusing to move forward. I stopped right before stepping into it. I hesitated, then turned back into the room. Paula started to say something to me, asking if I was okay, but she didn't finish the sentence. At that exact moment, something hit me. It wasn't a physical attack, not in the normal sense. It felt like something pressed into my mind directly. It was sudden and overwhelming. I dropped down to one knee without understanding why. It felt like pressure building inside my head, heavy and suffocating in a way I had never experienced before. My thoughts became difficult to hold on to. Paula immediately came over and grabbed my hands. I remember her face shifting from confusion to concern. She tried to ground me, to keep me steady. I was struggling to hold myself together mentally, like something was pulling at my awareness from the inside. It didn't feel like fear alone. It felt like resistance, like I was trying not to lose control of my own mind. Paula's sister noticed what was happening and called for help. Someone brought a family Bible from another room. I remember hearing pages turning quickly. The girls started reading something out loud, the Lord's Prayer. Their voices were shaky but determined. Paula joined in, even though I knew she didn't usually do things like that. It surprised me even in that moment, but I was too overwhelmed to think deeply about it. As they kept repeating it, something began to change. The pressure in my mind started to weaken. It didn't stop instantly, but it slowly lost strength, like whatever was there was no longer holding on tightly. The feeling that had been crushing me started to fade. Then, just as suddenly as it began, it was gone. There was no gradual ending. No slow release. It was just gone. I was still sitting there, holding Paula's hands, trying to catch my breath and understand what had just happened. The room felt normal again, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been present only moments before. I later realized that Paula had been the one who asked the others to say the Lord's Prayer. That stood out to me because it wasn't something she usually did. She never really explained why she chose to do that at that exact moment, and I never pushed her for answers. It felt like something she decided instinctively. When I think back on it now, I still don't fully understand what happened that night. We had used a simple store-bought Ouija board, something mass-produced and treated like a game, yet the experience felt like it went far beyond what any of us expected. Whether it was psychological, emotional, or something else entirely, I can't say for sure. What I do know is that after that night, I never felt comfortable using one again. I stayed away from them completely. Whatever it was that seemed to respond, whatever pressure I felt, I never wanted to experience it again. Even though Paula and I eventually lost contact over the years, we both agreed at the time that something unusual had occurred. We never fully defined it, never labeled it properly, but we both knew it left an impact. It felt like something had briefly connected through that session, and whatever it was, it didn't feel stable or safe. Looking back now, I don't try to explain it in dramatic terms. I just remember how real it felt in that moment, how strong the sensations were, and how quickly everything changed from a normal teenage gathering into something that none of us were prepared for. And even after all this time, I still remember the word it spelled clearly. Shadow. This story takes place when I was about 4 years old. I was raised by my paternal grandmother, my great-aunt Bet, and her daughter Lena, who was my older cousin. All of us lived together in an old cotton mill house that had been in the family for a long time. It was a large, old place with a strange layout, the kind of house that always felt like it had too many corners and too many places where sound could disappear. I didn't have my own bedroom growing up. Instead, I would sleep wherever space was available, usually taking turns between the 3 adults' rooms depending on who was where that night. It never felt unusual to me at the time, because that was simply how life was. I remember the house being warm in the summer and very quiet at night, except for the usual sounds of the old structure settling and the faint noise from outside. The night this particular experience happened, I was sleeping in Lena's room. We usually called it the back room. The house itself was shaped like a square, with 4 main rooms connected directly to each other. There were no hallways, so you could walk from one room straight into the next. The back room was different. It had been added later, so it was long and narrow, almost like an extension attached to the main house. It opened off the living room instead of fitting into the square layout. That room had one large window on the left side of the bed. Next to the window stood an old wardrobe that always felt heavier than it should have, like it took up more space than just its physical shape. On warm nights, we would leave the window open for air, but it always had a screen over it. Even with the screen, the room would stay dim because the only light came from a distant street lamp outside. On this particular night, it was warm enough that the window was open. I remember lying in bed, half awake, half drifting, listening to the quiet sounds of the house. Everything felt normal at first. Then I heard something outside. It was a soft rustling sound, like something small moving against the outside of the house or the screen itself. At first, I thought it might have been an animal, or the wind brushing against something. But the sound became more focused, more deliberate, like something was actually approaching the window. I turned my head toward it. That was when I saw it. At first, it was just a dark shape against the dim light coming from the street lamp outside. But then I realized the shape was not outside the window. It was moving through the window itself. Not breaking it, not opening it, but passing through it as if the screen and frame were not even there. A small figure entered the room. It was no more than about a foot tall, maybe slightly larger, but clearly small compared to anything human. It was completely black in appearance, almost like a shadow that had taken form. The lighting in the room was dim, so I could not see facial features clearly, but I could clearly make out the outline of a pointed hat on its head. That detail stayed with me because it looked deliberate, like something shaped rather than random shadow. It climbed fully into the room and landed on the floor at the foot of the bed. I remember not feeling like I was dreaming. I was awake, lying still, watching it carefully. There was no sense of confusion in the moment, only a very sharp awareness that something unusual had just entered the room. The small figure began to move. It walked slowly back and forth across the floor near the foot of the bed. The movement was steady and purposeful, not like something wandering or lost. It seemed aware of the space, almost as if it was inspecting it or simply passing through it without concern for being seen. I remember holding my breath, unsure of what I was looking at. I did not cry or move. I just watched it carefully, trying to understand what I was seeing. After moving around the foot of the bed for a short while, the figure turned toward the wardrobe. The wardrobe door was closed. Without hesitation, the small black figure walked straight into it. It did not open the door. It did not push it. It simply passed through it in the same way it had entered through the window. And then it was gone. I remember lying there for a long time afterward, staring at the wardrobe, waiting for something else to happen. But nothing did. The room stayed quiet. The streetlight outside continued to cast dim shapes through the window screen, and the house remained still. I never saw that figure again after that night. But the memory of it stayed with me, clear and unchanged over the years. As I grew older, I began to notice other strange things in that house as well. I don't know if they were connected or if they were separate experiences, but the house always carried a certain feeling that I could never fully explain. It wasn't always frightening, but it often felt like there was more happening there than what could be easily seen. One of the later experiences happened in the same back room. I walked in one night after Lena was already asleep. The room was dark except for faint light coming in from outside. As I stepped inside, I looked toward the bed and then up at the wall above the headboard. On the wall, I saw something that startled me deeply. It looked like the shadow of a skeleton. Not a real skeleton, and not something physically present in the room, but a moving shadow that resembled bones and structures shifting across the wall. It was not still. It had motion, like something turning or shifting position just out of sight of any visible source. It scared me badly. I remember freezing in place for a moment, unsure whether to move forward or leave the room immediately. Something about the shape felt wrong, like it didn't belong to anything in the room or anything I understood at that age. After that night, I became very uncomfortable sleeping in that room. I did not want to return to it, even though I had no real explanation for what I had seen. It was not something I could describe properly at the time, and even now it remains difficult to explain in a way that feels complete. Looking back, that old house always felt different to me compared to other places I lived later in life. It had a stillness that sometimes felt heavy, and moments like those made it feel like the space itself held memories or impressions that I could not understand as a child. Even though I have tried over the years to think of logical explanations, the memory of that small black figure entering through the window and disappearing into the wardrobe has remained unchanged. It is one of those early experiences that stayed fixed in my mind exactly as it happened, or at least exactly as I remember it happening. And in that same house, with that same sense of quiet in the air, it was the first time I learned how unsettling a place can feel when you are very young and something happens that you cannot explain in any simple way. Today is October 22nd, 2008, and I want to write down what happened yesterday and especially what happened today, because I still cannot fully understand it. Yesterday already felt strange in a way I couldn't explain, but today took everything to another level. I am 34 years old. I do not have any mental health problems, at least none that I am aware of, and I have always considered myself a very skeptical person. I do not easily believe in things that are out of the normal, or that cannot be explained logically. I always try to find a rational reason first. But after what I saw today, I honestly do not know what to think anymore. This morning started like any other normal day. I came back home after dropping my daughter off at high school. Everything felt ordinary. The house was quiet, and there was nothing unusual in the air. I went upstairs to the master suite, mainly because I wanted to open the double doors and let some fresh air come into the room. It was a simple routine thing. Nothing about the moment felt strange or heavy at first. As I reached the top of the stairs and opened the doors, I suddenly noticed something out of the corner of my eye. At first, it was just a shape, something that did not belong in the house. My first thought was very clear and immediate. There should be no one here. There is no reason for any man to be inside my home. That thought hit me instantly, and in the same moment, my body reacted before I even fully processed what I had seen. I shouted out loud, using a few profanities without thinking. My heart jumped, and I immediately moved toward where I thought the person was. My instinct was to get my pistol, but even as I started moving, another thought came into my mind. I should not lose sight of him. If someone has broken into my house, I should keep him in view at all times. So instead of running away or going for cover, I prepared myself for a physical confrontation if it came to that. I was fully alert, focused, and honestly ready for a fight. The figure moved faster than anything I have ever seen in real life. In less than a second, he was already at the top of my stairs. That alone shocked me because it did not feel like normal movement. It was too quick, almost like he skipped the space between steps instead of walking through them normally. At the top of the stairs, there is a mirror on the wall. I clearly saw him move toward that mirror. What stood out to me immediately was that he did not stop in front of it like a normal person would. Instead, as he passed it, he slightly turned his head and looked at his reflection out of the corner of his eye. It was not a full stop or a normal check. It was casual, almost automatic, like someone making sure their appearance is still fine without really caring. I remember him fixing his hair for a brief moment, like he was adjusting himself in passing. It was such a normal human action, but in that moment it felt completely out of place because everything else about the situation felt wrong and tense. After adjusting his hair, he looked back at me. That is when I froze. His face, or at least what I saw of it, looked straight at me, but it did not feel like he was actually seeing me. It felt like his eyes were passing through me, like I was not even physically present in the same space. There was a smile on his face, but it was not a normal friendly smile. It was calm, distant, and almost empty in a strange way. He then turned and walked toward the door on the right side of the upstairs area. That door leads into one of the rooms upstairs. The way he moved through that doorway was very strange. The door was already wide open, so there was no need for him to squeeze or adjust his body in any way, but he still lowered his head slightly and tilted his body as if he was entering a very narrow space. It looked unnecessary and unnatural, like he was reacting to an obstacle that simply was not there. That detail stuck with me because I kept thinking about it afterward. There was clearly enough space, yet he behaved as if there wasn't. The most disturbing part of the entire experience, however, was not just what I saw, but how my body reacted in that moment. When I looked at his face in the mirror, something inside me changed instantly. I felt a wave of shock so strong that I almost lost balance. My stomach dropped, and for a second I felt like I was going to pass out. It was not just fear. It was something deeper, like my mind could not process what I was seeing and was trying to shut down. At that point, I did not chase him anymore. Even though my body was ready to act physically a moment before, something stopped me completely. I stood still and watched him disappear into the room. I was overwhelmed, and I honestly did not understand why I reacted so strongly. I am not someone who usually gets shaken easily. I have been in stressful situations before and have always managed to stay in control. But this was different. It felt like my entire system reacted before my thoughts could catch up. After a few moments, I was still standing there trying to make sense of what I had just seen. The feeling was not fading quickly. It stayed with me in a heavy way, like my body was still processing shock even after the visual moment was gone. Later, when I tried to think about what I saw, one thing stood out more than anything else. The face I saw was not just a random stranger. It was my father-in-law. He passed away in March of this year. There is no confusion about that part. I recognized him clearly in that instant. But the version I saw was different. He looked younger, maybe like he was around 30 years old. His appearance was healthier, more alive, and not like the older version I knew before he passed away. That made the whole situation even more difficult to process. I am still trying to understand why I reacted the way I did. I am not someone who normally believes in things like spirits, or anything beyond the normal world. I always try to find explanations that make sense. But what I saw felt completely real in the moment, even though I cannot explain it properly now. What makes this even more confusing is that my wife and I had already been discussing some unusual things happening in the house over the past few months. There were small incidents that we could not easily explain. At times, the television would turn on by itself. On a few occasions, we both smelled cigarette smoke inside the house even though no one was smoking. My father-in-law used to smoke heavily, so that smell always reminded us of him. There were also moments where we both felt like something was moving just at the edge of our vision, like a shadow passing quickly in a corner of the room. Nothing clear enough to confirm, but noticeable enough to make us pause. Just yesterday, my wife even spoke out loud and said, "If you are here, give me a sign." Right after she said that, while her words were still finishing, the shower turned on by itself for a few seconds and then stopped. That moment also felt strange, but I still tried to stay logical and not jump to conclusions. Now, after today's experience, everything feels harder to ignore or explain away. What confuses me most is not just the sighting itself, but the behavior of the figure. There was no reaction to me shouting. There was no response when I moved toward him. It was like I did not exist in his awareness at all. He moved through the house calmly, looked in mirrors, adjusted himself, and then continued walking as if following a familiar routine. There was no fear, no urgency, and no interaction with me at any point. That lack of response is what unsettles me the most. Even if I try to explain it as a trick of the mind, I cannot easily explain why the experience felt so structured and clear in detail. I also remember something from my childhood that came back to me after this happened. When I was younger, I once saw a small boy looking at pictures in my mother's house. There was a photograph of my father in a sailor outfit, and I remember thinking at that time that the boy I saw looked similar to that picture. I never fully understood that experience either, and I had almost forgotten it until now. Right now, I do not know what to conclude. Part of me still wants to find a logical explanation for everything. Another part of me is struggling because what I experienced felt too real to completely dismiss. I am writing this down not to convince anyone of anything, but because I need to document it clearly while it is still fresh in my mind. I do not know what this was, and I do not know why it is happening around our home, but I do know that today changed the way I think about these kinds of experiences. I remember when I was 13 years old, I had my first experience that I would later call a ghost encounter. At the time, I didn't really know what to call it, and honestly, I didn't even want to label it anything. It just felt strange, wrong in a way I couldn't explain, like something had slipped into my normal life for a few minutes and left behind a feeling that didn't go away easily. It couldn't have happened at a more ordinary night, which is part of why it stayed with me so strongly. There was nothing special about the day. It was just a regular Thursday evening, the kind of evening that blends into every other evening when you're 13 and mostly stay in your room. It was just me and my dog Zeus at home. My mom was still out working or running errands, and my brother wasn't around either. The house was quiet in that normal way it gets when no one is talking and the TV isn't on loud enough to fill the space. I was in my room doing what I usually did at that age, either sitting on the computer or watching something on TV while my dog lay nearby. Zeus was always close to me. He was the kind of dog who would follow me from room to room and settle wherever I stopped. If I was on the computer, he would lie beside the chair or on the floor with his head resting down, half asleep but still aware of everything. He was the one thing in the house that made me feel completely safe, even when I was being paranoid about random noises or shadows. That night I was probably on the computer, maybe talking to friends or just browsing things online. I remember it was around 8 in the evening, because it was still early enough that I didn't feel like I should be asleep yet, but late enough that the house had already taken on that quiet, slightly empty feeling it gets when the day is almost done. The lighting in my room was low, just the glow from the screen and maybe a small lamp somewhere behind me. Everything felt normal, nothing unusual at all. Then suddenly, out of nowhere, I heard a crash somewhere in the house. It wasn't a small sound. It wasn't like something lightly tapping or falling over gently. It was a clear, sharp crash that made my whole body react instantly. My chest tightened and I jumped in my seat. It felt like the sound came from somewhere deeper in the house, not right next to me, but not far either. Just enough to make me instantly aware that something had happened. My first reaction was fear. Not logical fear, just pure instinct. I stood up quickly and ran to my door, shutting it almost immediately. I was the type of kid who got paranoid easily, especially at night. Even during normal situations I would sometimes imagine things or get nervous over small noises. So when something like a crash happened, my brain didn't try to calmly figure it out. It immediately went into alarm mode. I stood there for a moment with my hand on the door, trying to listen. The house was completely quiet after that first sound. No footsteps. No voices. Nothing. Just silence. That silence somehow made it worse, because it meant I couldn't immediately explain what had happened. After a few seconds, I realized I couldn't just sit there. I had to know what the sound was. That feeling of curiosity mixed with fear is something I still remember clearly. I slowly opened my door just a little bit, maybe an inch or two, and looked into the hallway. The hallway was dark because I hadn't turned on any lights. From my room, it stretched out toward the stairs and the rest of the house. Everything looked still. Shadows were just sitting in their usual places. Nothing was moving. I opened the door a little wider and stepped out just enough to look properly. My heart was beating faster now, and I remember feeling stupid for even being scared, but also unable to stop myself from being scared at the same time. I looked down the stairs. Nothing. No movement. No sign of anything falling or breaking. The house looked completely normal. That was when I noticed Zeus. He was down there near the bottom of the stairs or somewhere in the hallway below. He was just lying there or standing calmly. What struck me as strange was that he wasn't barking. Not even a single sound. Normally, Zeus would react to anything unusual. If a door slammed or something fell, he would immediately lift his head, stand up, or bark at least once. But now he was just there, calm, as if nothing had happened at all. That made me feel a little better, but also a little confused. I tried to think logically. Maybe it was just something falling in my brother's room. Maybe a book or something on a shelf. That seemed like the most reasonable explanation. So I slowly made my way down the hallway, trying to be quiet. Each step felt slower than usual because I was paying attention to every small sound my feet made on the floor. The house was still silent, and the earlier crash was already starting to feel distant, like maybe I had imagined how loud it was. I reached my brother's room and stood outside for a moment. The door was slightly open. I hesitated before pushing it open fully and switching on the light. The room looked normal at first glance, but then I saw it. His trophies were lying on the ground. They had fallen off his desk and were scattered on the floor. A couple were tilted, maybe one or two had rolled slightly. It looked like something had knocked them over in a fairly strong way. But what made it strange was the rest of the room. His desk was completely untouched. Nothing else was out of place. No books were knocked over. No chair was moved. Nothing looked like it had been bumped into or disturbed. It was as if only the trophies had fallen for no clear reason. That didn't make sense to me. If something had hit the desk or shaken it, other things would have moved too. But everything else was exactly how it should be. At that point I started feeling uneasy again. I didn't want to stay in that room anymore, so I turned off the light quickly and left. I walked fast back down the hallway, almost rushing, and as I got closer to my room I started to feel like I just wanted to lock myself away and wait for my mom to come home. But then something else happened. As I got close to my bedroom door I stopped. I don't know why I stopped, but something felt different. The air around me felt colder than the rest of the house. Not freezing, not extreme, but noticeably colder. It was strange because it was summer, and the house had been warm all day. There was no reason for that part of the hallway to feel cold. I stood there for a second, just feeling it. I remember thinking maybe it was just my imagination or maybe I was overthinking everything because I was already scared. But the feeling didn't go away. It felt like a small pocket of cold air was right there near my door. I called Zeus up to my room just to feel better. He came upstairs without hesitation and followed me inside. As soon as he was with me, I felt a little calmer. I went back into my room, closed the door, and tried to settle down. I told myself it was nothing. Just something falling. Just a draft in the house. Just my imagination making things bigger than they were. I sat at my computer again, but I wasn't really focused anymore. My attention kept drifting back to the hallway, to the door, to the silence of the house. About 15 minutes passed like that. I remember feeling drowsy, like my fear was slowly turning into exhaustion. My body was tired but my mind was still alert, waiting for something else to happen even though I didn't want it to. Then, right when I was almost about to close my eyes, my bedroom door slammed shut. It wasn't a gentle close. It was a full, sudden slam that made the sound echo through the room. The force of it shocked me instantly. I remember my whole body tensing up. I couldn't even react properly for a second. It felt like my mind froze. Zeus reacted too, but not in the way I expected. He didn't bark. He didn't run. He just looked toward the door, alert but silent. I tried to speak, but nothing came out. I opened my mouth and tried to make a sound, but it felt like my voice was stuck. Fear was holding everything inside me. I was completely still. Then the door slowly opened again. Not fully. Just slightly. It opened just enough for someone or something to peek inside. It moved carefully, like it was being pushed from the other side but not fully committed to coming in. I stared at it, unable to move. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my chest and ears. Then the door closed again. I don't know how long I stayed there after that. Time felt strange. I remember just sitting on my bed, not moving, not speaking, just waiting. Waiting for my mom to come home. Waiting for the house to feel normal again. Waiting for something to explain what I had just experienced. But nothing else happened. The house stayed quiet. Zeus stayed with me, calm but alert. And I just sat there for what felt like forever, listening to every sound the house made, even the smallest ones. No one else was in the house that night. My dog didn't bark again. And I never found a real explanation for what caused that crash, the trophies falling, or the door moving the way it did. Even now, thinking back on it, I can still remember how real it all felt in that moment. Out of all the experiences I've had that I might loosely call ghost encounters, this one is the hardest for me to put into words. Even after all these years, it still sits somewhere deep inside me in a way I don't fully understand. It brings back emotions and memories that I usually prefer not to revisit, not because they are dramatic or frightening in a traditional sense, but because they are tied to a period of my life that was already very heavy and difficult. This happened in the spring of 1994, around May. Life during that time was not easy for me at all. I was working 2 jobs just to keep things going and also trying to attend school part-time. On top of that, my marriage was going through what I can only describe as its final and most unstable stage. Things were breaking down slowly, not in one big moment, but in a constant strain that never really gave us rest. I was also dealing with health problems that I didn't fully understand at the time. Later I would find out I was suffering from end-stage renal disease, something that would eventually lead to a kidney transplant years later. At that point in my life, I just felt tired all the time. Even simple daily tasks felt heavy, like I was constantly pushing against something invisible just to get through the day. Most nights I would go to bed completely drained, not just physically but mentally too. There was a strange feeling of hoping the next day wouldn't come too quickly, not because I wanted anything bad, but because I simply didn't feel ready to face it. Everything felt like effort. Everything felt like work. There wasn't much space left for joy or peace. My social life was mostly tied to my wife's family. They were a large, close-knit group, and there were always gatherings happening. Birthdays, anniversaries, weddings, small parties, and family get-togethers were common. I didn't mind this part of life. In fact, I liked it more than I probably admitted. I came from a large family myself, but we were never as connected or emotionally close as hers. I often found myself admiring how easily they stayed in touch with one another, how they showed up for each other without needing big reasons. Among them was a woman named Sherry, my wife's cousin. She had a very distinct presence. She was tall, with strawberry blonde hair and blue eyes, and there was something about her that stayed in your mind even after she left the room. It wasn't just about appearance. It was more like an atmosphere she carried with her. She reminded me of old Hollywood actresses, not because she was trying to, but because she had that natural elegance that people like Grace Kelly or Doris Day seemed to have. There was a calmness in the way she moved and spoke. People noticed her without her needing to demand attention. We would often see Sherry and her husband Tom at family gatherings. Tom was a police officer in the local town, a straightforward and friendly man. Conversations with him were usually about everyday life, his work, or general things in a small town. My wife and Sherry would talk about crafts, family stories, and other things women in the family would discuss when the men were occupied elsewhere. Over time, we became comfortable around each other in that group setting. It wasn't unusual for us to see them at events and spend a few hours talking and laughing as part of the larger family circle. At one point, there was a wedding in the family. As with most of these events, plans were made carefully, invitations were sent out, and preparations were taken seriously. The wedding itself went smoothly, and afterward everyone gathered at the reception held in the same place. The atmosphere was lively, full of music, conversation, and celebration. People broke into smaller groups, talking among themselves, catching up on life, and enjoying the evening. My wife was busy reconnecting with relatives she hadn't seen in a long time, so I found myself sitting a bit on the side, observing the room and letting my thoughts drift. That was when the music started and people began moving onto the dance floor. My wife, knowing I enjoyed dancing more than she did, encouraged me to join in. She even suggested I ask Sherry, who was sitting alone at her table with her children. I remember walking over to her and asking if she would like to dance. Her children were nearby, busy with cake and ice cream, and seemed fine staying where they were for a short time. There was a slight awkwardness at first because even though we had known each other for a while, this was different. It was the first time we were interacting directly like this, not just as part of a group, but as two individuals standing face to face. I said something light and slightly awkward to break the tension, something like a joking remark about meeting in such a setting. It felt a bit silly as I said it, but she smiled and seemed to understand the intention behind it. Soon enough, the awkwardness faded, and we were talking comfortably, almost like old friends catching up after a long time apart. She told me that things with Tom were not going well. In fact, they had separated and were in the process of divorce. This surprised me because I hadn't heard anything about it before that night. We had not visited them in a while, so the news was new to me. She explained in general terms that things between them had become difficult over time, and eventually they had reached a point where staying together was no longer possible. I won't go into the details she shared, but it was clear she was emotionally exhausted by it. I listened more than I spoke. I have always been better at listening than giving advice. At that moment, I think that was all she really needed anyway. Someone to simply hear her without judgment or interruption. As she spoke, I could relate in my own way because my marriage was also under strain, even if in a different form. There were pressures coming from all sides of my life, and I understood what it felt like to carry that weight. As the conversation continued, we drifted away from heavier topics. We started talking about simpler things, like life in general, nature, and small details of the world around us. She mentioned butterflies at one point, and that conversation shifted something in me. I grew up in a city, surrounded by concrete and noise, but over time I had come to appreciate quieter places, the countryside, and small natural details that I never paid attention to before. I had started noticing things like trees, fields, and small insects during walks. It was a new appreciation that I didn't have when I was younger. We found a shared interest in those simple things. It felt like we both understood that life didn't always need to be complicated or loud to have meaning. There was a kind of unspoken understanding between us as we spoke. Sometimes it even felt like we didn't need to finish sentences because we already knew what the other person meant. At some point I realized we were dancing closer than we probably should have been, not in an inappropriate way, but in a way that felt emotionally intimate. There was a quiet connection there that I didn't fully understand, and I didn't want to question it too deeply either. Eventually the music slowed down, the evening began to wind down, and people started preparing to leave. The DJ announced the end of the event, and couples slowly began to step away from the dance floor. Sherry and I separated and returned to our respective places. She went to gather her children, and I rejoined my wife. There was a brief moment of casual conversation between us and Sherry as we prepared to leave, nothing unusual on the surface. My wife didn't comment on anything in particular, and I don't think I would have known how to explain what I was feeling even if she had asked. After that night, our interactions stayed within the boundaries of family events. We would see each other at weddings or gatherings, and often end up dancing again, talking again, sharing similar quiet conversations. It became a pattern over time. Nothing ever crossed any clear line, but there was always a sense that something unspoken existed between us. Then one night, everything changed in a way I did not expect. It was late, around the end of May. My wife and I had gone to bed as usual, watching television for a short while before sleep. She fell asleep first, and I remember lying there in that in-between state where you are not fully awake, but not fully asleep either. The room was quiet, the kind of quiet that feels heavy at night. Then I noticed a light. It wasn't bright like a lamp or harsh like an electrical light. It was soft, pale, almost like moonlight reflecting off snow. I opened my eyes more fully and tried to understand where it was coming from. At the foot of the bed, I saw Sherry. She was standing there in a way that didn't feel entirely physical. It was more like she was present in a space that overlapped with mine. She was wearing something like medical scrubs or a nurse's coat, something simple and plain. She looked at me and smiled. It was a calm smile, not emotional in a dramatic way, but gentle and steady. Then she raised her hand and waved. It was a slow, soft wave, like someone saying goodbye without sadness, just acceptance. As she waved, her image began to fade. Not suddenly, but gradually, like light dimming. Within seconds she was gone, and the room returned to darkness. I remember sitting up slowly, trying to process what I had just seen. I looked at the clock. A few minutes had passed. I couldn't tell if I had been asleep or awake, or somewhere in between, but I felt fully conscious. I woke my wife and told her what I had experienced. She told me it was probably a dream and suggested I go back to sleep. I tried to accept that explanation, but something about it didn't feel like a normal dream to me. It felt too clear, too present. The next morning brought a reality I wasn't prepared for. My wife received a phone call while I was getting ready. I heard her voice change as she listened. Then she told me the news. Sherry had died the night before in a car accident. The timing matched closely with what I had experienced. I remember feeling completely disconnected for a moment, like the world had shifted slightly out of place. I didn't know how to respond. It felt like something inside me had been hit hard, not physically but emotionally, in a way I couldn't immediately process. Later I learned she had been working as a nursing assistant, and on her way home from work her car had broken down. The accident happened not far from where we lived. It was a sudden and tragic event. In the days that followed, I didn't know what to think. I only knew what I had seen, and the timing of it made it impossible for me to dismiss entirely. At the funeral, seeing how many people came to honor her reminded me of the kind of person she had been in life. There were family members, friends, and even people I didn't expect to see there. It was clear she had touched many lives in her own quiet way. Standing there, I found myself thinking back to that final moment I saw her in the room. Not as something frightening, but as something strangely peaceful. A goodbye that didn't feel like an ending in the usual sense, but like a moment of closure. Over time, life continued. Pain softened into memory. Routine returned. But I never completely forgot that night. It stayed with me, not as something I could easily explain, but as something I had experienced and had to carry forward. And even now, when I think of it, I don't think of it as something meant to scare me. I think of it as a moment that marked a quiet farewell, one that arrived in a way I still don't fully understand, but have learned to accept in my own way. It was October 22nd, 2008, and I remember the day clearly because of how strange everything felt from the very beginning. Nothing about me or my life was unusual in a way that would explain what happened. I was 34 years old at the time, living a normal life, raising my daughter, and doing what most people do. I had no history of mental illness, no problems that would make me question my own mind, and I was usually very skeptical about anything that sounded supernatural or out of the ordinary. I believed in facts, in medicine, and in things that could be proven. But that day made me question everything I thought I knew. That morning started like any other. I had just dropped my daughter off at high school and came back home. The house was quiet, and I remember feeling the usual calm that comes after completing a small daily routine. I went upstairs to the master bedroom to open the double doors so some fresh air could come in. It was a simple thing, nothing important, just something I often did. But as I stepped into the room, I suddenly felt something that made me stop. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a man. At first, my brain tried to reject what I was seeing. There was no reason at all for any man to be inside my house. I lived with my family, and I knew exactly who should and should not be there. In that split second, I felt a sharp rush of fear. I instinctively yelled out, even shouting a few words I would normally avoid using. My body reacted before my mind could fully understand what was happening. I turned quickly and moved toward where my pistol was kept, thinking someone had broken in. But then something stopped me. A strange thought crossed my mind. If this was an intruder, I should not lose sight of him. I should deal with it directly. I remember thinking I might have to get into hand-to-hand combat if it came to that. It felt very real, very immediate. The man moved faster than anything I had ever seen. In less than a second, he was at the top of my stairs. I followed him with my eyes, not wanting to blink or lose him. At the top of the stairs, there was a large mirror mounted on the wall. I watched as he walked toward it. But he did not stop in front of the mirror like a normal person would. Instead, he glanced at it from the corner of his eye, almost casually. He paused just long enough to fix his hair, as if he was checking his appearance in passing. Then he looked back at me. That moment is something I will never forget. His eyes felt like they were looking straight through me. Not at me, but through me. He had a strange smile on his face, calm and completely unbothered, like I did not even exist in his world. Then he continued walking. He went toward a door on the right side of the hallway. The door was already open, wide enough for anyone to pass through easily. But the way he moved was strange. He acted as if the space was too small for him. He lowered his head slightly, almost like he was avoiding hitting an invisible frame, even though there was plenty of room. It looked unnatural, like he was following rules I could not see. Then he went into the room. That should have been the end of it. A man in my house, a possible intruder, going into a room. But something else stopped me completely. I did not follow him. The reason I froze was because of what I saw in the mirror. When I looked at his reflection, my body reacted before my mind did. I felt a sudden wave of weakness, like I might collapse. My vision tightened, and my chest felt heavy. What I saw was not a stranger. It was my father-in-law. He had passed away earlier that year in March. I had attended his funeral. I had seen him laid to rest. There was no question about it. I knew he was gone. But the face I saw was unmistakable. It was him, except younger. Much younger. I would estimate around the age of 30 or so. His hair was different, fuller, and he looked healthier than I had ever seen him in his later years. But it was still him. The structure of his face, the expression, the presence. It all matched. I felt like all the strength left my body. I did not chase him. I did not call out again. I just stood there, frozen, trying to understand what I had seen. Emotion hit me hard, and I suddenly felt tears coming even though I did not understand why. I was not someone who easily broke down emotionally, especially not over something I could not explain. But this felt different. In the days leading up to this, there had already been strange things happening in the house. My wife and I had talked about it briefly. We had both felt like something was slightly off. Nothing obvious, nothing dramatic, just small things that did not make sense. The television turning on by itself. The smell of cigarette smoke when no one had been smoking. My father-in-law had been a smoker when he was alive, and that smell was something we both recognized instantly. There had also been moments where we felt like something was moving in the corner of our vision, like shadows shifting when nothing was there. One evening, my wife even spoke out loud, half joking, half serious, asking if her father was still around in some way. Right after she said that, the shower turned on by itself for a few seconds. It was long enough for both of us to notice, and long enough to make us stop talking. All of this came rushing back to me after what I had just seen. But what confused me most was not just the appearance of the man. It was his behavior. He did not interact with me. He did not react when I shouted. He did not acknowledge my presence at all. It was like I was not part of his reality. After that moment, I was shaken deeply. I stayed quiet and tried to process what had happened. I told myself there had to be a logical explanation, but nothing I could think of made sense. Life moved forward after that, but I never fully forgot it. Every time I walked through that upstairs area, I would think about that moment again. It was as if something had passed through my life for just a few seconds, and then disappeared. There was also something else in my memory that made me think even more. When I was much younger, I remember seeing what I believed at the time was a small boy in my mother's house. He was looking at photographs on the wall, and one of those pictures showed my father as a young man in a sailor suit. The strange part was that the boy I saw looked similar to that image. At the time, I dismissed it as imagination. But years later that memory came back with more weight. What I experienced in 2008 felt connected to all of this in a way I could not explain. Even now, I do not claim to fully understand what happened. I cannot say if it was grief, memory, something supernatural, or something else entirely. I only know what I saw, and I know how real it felt in that moment. I never saw that figure again. Whatever it was, it did not return. But the memory stayed with me. It left me with a strange feeling that I still cannot fully describe. Not exactly fear, not exactly comfort, but something in between. A sense that there are things we do not understand, things that may pass through our lives briefly, and leave us questioning everything we thought was certain. And even though I continue to live a normal life, I have never been able to fully explain that morning upstairs, when I saw a man who should not have been there, and yet felt more real than anything I had ever experienced before. While on vacation in 2007, my wife and I traveled to Ashfield, Massachusetts to visit her family and take a break from normal life. We also brought our 2 dogs, Sapper and Kiki, who were still very young at the time. The trip itself was long and tiring. We drove all the way from Florida, camping in state parks and forests along the way to break up the journey. Originally, we planned to take my Dodge Ram 1500 because it was spacious and better suited for travel like this. But my wife decided on her Honda Civic instead. It saved fuel money, even though it meant everything would be tightly packed. In the end, we managed to fit our camping gear, food supplies, a rifle for protection, and both dogs into the small car. It was uncomfortable, but we made it work. When we finally arrived in Massachusetts, we stayed on my wife's grandfather's property. It was a large piece of land, far bigger than anything I was used to seeing in Florida. There were rolling hills, old apple orchards, and open space stretching as far as the eye could see. The nearby town was very small, almost quiet in a way that felt frozen in time. There were a few family-owned shops, a small grocery store, and a pizza place that became our regular stop whenever we didn't feel like cooking. Most mornings, though, were simple camping food or whatever we could grab quickly. Not far from the grandfather's house was an old cemetery. One afternoon, my wife and I decided to walk there out of curiosity. It was not a planned visit for any reason other than exploration. The cemetery was quiet and old, filled with weathered headstones that had clearly been there for generations. Some of the names were faded beyond recognition, and many of the stones were partially covered by grass and soil. We spent some time slowly walking between the graves, reading what we could and appreciating the history of the place. There was a calm feeling there, not exactly eerie, but heavy in a way that made you naturally speak more softly. At one point, we came across a particular grave that stood out. It was older than the rest, and the inscription was almost completely unreadable. It was partially hidden by dirt and overgrowth, as if it had been forgotten for a very long time. Above it stood a tree that looked equally aged and worn down. Its branches were thin, and most of its leaves were gone. While I was clearing some grass away from the headstone, something unexpected happened. From somewhere inside the tree, there was a distinct knocking sound. It was sharp and clear, like something tapping wood from within. I immediately stopped what I was doing and looked up. At first, I thought it might be a bird or maybe a branch shifting in the wind. But there was almost no wind at all. The air was still, and the tree itself barely moved. There were no visible animals in the branches either. The sound came again. It was the same knocking, and it seemed to come from deeper inside the tree rather than the outside. That detail is what made it difficult to explain. It did not feel like something external hitting the tree. It felt like it was coming from within it. My wife noticed it too. She looked up and, in a calm voice, said something like we were just visiting and meant no harm. It was not spoken dramatically or fearfully, just a simple acknowledgement. Right after she said that, the tree made another knocking sound. At that moment, I felt a strange sensation in my stomach, like nervous excitement mixed with discomfort. It was not overwhelming fear, but it definitely caught my attention. I remember pausing and listening carefully, trying to make sense of what I was hearing. But then, just as quickly as it started, it stopped. We stayed there for a little while longer, waiting to see if anything else would happen. The dogs, who had been walking with us the entire time, did not react at all. They were calm, not barking or showing any signs of distress. That made the situation even harder to interpret, because animals usually react to sounds or disturbances before people do. Eventually, we continued walking through the cemetery, but my thoughts stayed on that tree and the sound it made. It stayed with me because there was no clear explanation for it. There was no wind, no visible movement, and nothing around us that suggested an obvious cause. When we were done exploring, we began walking back toward the car. On the way out, we intentionally passed by the same tree again. As we approached, there was a brief silence, and nothing happened. My wife even said goodbye in a light tone, almost as if acknowledging the moment we had experienced earlier. Still nothing. We stood there for a few seconds, expecting something, but the tree remained silent. It felt like whatever had happened earlier was not going to repeat itself. So we continued walking. Just as we were leaving the area, the knocking sound came again. This time it was 2 distinct knocks. We both stopped immediately and turned back toward the tree. We waited, listening carefully, but there was nothing else. No movement, no wind, no follow-up sound. Even the dog stayed completely calm throughout the entire experience. After that, we left the cemetery and returned to the car. The rest of our trip continued normally, with no further unusual events in that area. A couple of nights later, we did have another incident, this time involving a bear near the property. It came close enough to make us aware of it, and it was a moment that definitely raised my adrenaline. Coming from Florida, I did not have much experience dealing with bears in the wild, so it was a new situation for me. I remember holding my Winchester Model 94 and .30-30, feeling unsure if it would even matter in that kind of encounter. But instead of escalating things, I tried something that, looking back, sounds almost ridiculous. I called out to the bear and joked about offering it a beer. Whether it was the noise, my voice, or just luck, the bear eventually moved away towards some nearby bushes instead of approaching us. It was a strange mix of fear and disbelief, and later I could laugh about it, but at the time it felt very real and very immediate. The rest of the vacation was mostly calm after that. We spent time with family, enjoyed the countryside, and eventually made the long trip back home without any further unusual events. Still, the memory that stayed with me the most was not the bear, but that quiet cemetery and the sound coming from the tree. It was one of those experiences that did not feel threatening, but also did not feel easily explained. Something about it remained unresolved in my mind, even years later.